Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored.
welcome to the LCK. I'm Valdez, with me is Chronicler, and today we got KT Rolster up against Bro again this week. It is round 2 now, starting from a couple of days ago, and once again these two teams are going to have to face off again, and Chronicler, the first time was not very even.
No. Well, hey, I'm a glass half full kind of guy, and in game number 1, Brion actually had a decent grasp on the game for the first 25 minutes. That was it. That was that was everything I got. Sometimes, and then they are unable, unfortunately, to end. And in this game, it didn't really even feel like that was a problem. It was just that KT, as they do, started to out-teamfight them, started to out-rotate them on the map. And I am worried that the 2 days that we have had are not enough to solve some of the issues here for Brion.
Yeah, a couple of days, not a very long time. And as you can see, KT Rolster still right behind Gen G, but at this point, we're not sure who the stronger team is. We have to see that matchup once again here in round 2. Bro, of course, taking the loss earlier this week to KT. Just trying to stay afloat at this point. They only have the 2 wins so far.
And if Brion, as expected, lose here 0-2 and have the same result, they will drop to 10th. Now they will be very close to Nongshim and Sandbox, but the main thing it will mean is that Guangdong will have the opportunity to grasp ever so slightly tighter towards that playoff spot. We'll see whether they're able to, because right now, if everything goes as expected, Brion gonna drop to 10th place here today.
Yeah, it's definitely the expectation, but you never know, right? Like you were saying, Bro does have a pretty strong early game, so maybe they can get that going again. And I feel like KT this week and the end of last week as well, some happy gaming. They went up against Nongshim, They went up against Bro earlier this week, so the games weren't the clean KT dominance we were seeing every single time.
I think we're seeing Cuz and Lahens most notably dip a little bit in terms of, not dying, not getting the same level of dominance showcase that they did before. And now KT has the opportunity to tie their own record for most consecutive match wins. And the roller coaster, it keeps going up and up and up and up. And we are past the point where we're like, it's gotta start crashing at some point, right? It just doesn't feel that way this split. The team just looks well-rounded. They're not tied to a specific draft strategy. They're not tied to a specific player. It's just been a great showcase of consistency.
Which jungler will influence the Rift? Always a question we like to ask, as Cuz 7-1 on Sejuani, 7-0 on Vigo. I mean, the team is just winning, so gonna have a lot of wins. Which card will Umpty pull out against Cuz? And he's played the Skarner in recent times. He did go back to more normal things after that. His Poppy has looked great, so maybe we can see some of that today, as here is KT Rolster, the team you've come to expect. This roster just getting better and better every time we see them.
And a special shout-out needs to go to that man in the bottom lane, aiming. Has gone from an AD carry who, while having a lot of highlights, also was the most volatile by far. Actually the lowest average deaths per game out of anyone. And if you told me that, even in spring, but especially like a year ago, it would have been like, get out of here. Get out of here.
You're
That's
lying.
not my aim. You're
That's
lying.
not true.
But he has been such a step up in consistency, and it means that KT can also play.
Well,
I'm not going to.
What is happening?
I don't know.
On the right there. On the left there. Wait, what?
No, it's a little upsetting. I didn't want to pay attention to it. I don't know what it means.
Huh? Anyway, let's take a look at OK Man Brion. They have their red and orange shirts on today. Yeah, looking good. The OK Savings Bank sponsor coming in big, and hopefully that can propel them to show some better games today. And yeah, I mean, this team always has been good in the early game. It feels like their early game is getting even better. It's just that once we hit mid-game, it's like they kind of fall off a cliff. So hopefully they can figure out how to fly.
It's so remarkable for a team that is as notorious for being passive that their early game actually often is pretty good. considering where they're standing. It's kind of the opposite of Nongshim, where the pre-15 stats look very, very rough. But then once we get to the team fighting stage, Nongshim actually has been able to stand up a little bit more. And yeah, this is not going to be looking too hot here, unfortunately, for the General. Outside of that kill participation, which is both a testament to him and a very clear sign of what is the issue with this Brion team.
The lanes will not get kills individually, generally. It just will not happen. Needs to influence the lanes in order for anything to happen. So he is the guy that kind of leads the charge. That's why he is the General when it comes to the early game. And if he's not on points, well, their kill participation at 14 might be 1. Their total kills, but maybe is a part of it, and that's why he will have a high percentage. But yeah, the KT roller coaster, we're not really on the tracks anymore, although a lot of our signs will show that. We have lifted off into space. There's not really any down tracks on the roller coaster at this point. They've just gone in a straight line. Inertia is carrying them up to the sun.
And in true KT fashion, I'm sure every fan that hears that will go, "No! Stop it, casters!" But they've earned it. And until they show us the opposite, we're not going to stop believing them. And I do agree with you. I think the fact that both Gen.G and KT seem to have kind of let go of the reins a little bit when they're facing weaker teams gives us even less information about how that matchup is going to go. And I can't wait. I'm really excited, particularly with the drop-off that T1 has shown. There isn't really any congestion as to what our top 2 teams in the league are.
Yeah. And
KT, I also don't think they will get tested too much going into their future matches.
Yeah, in terms of their future matches, they have Humalife Esports up next, and then they have DRX. And after that, they have DK, and then finally Gen.G on Saturday, not next week, but the week after. So a couple of weeks. About 13 days until we do get the Gen.G versus KT match 67. So you might want to mark that on your calendars. Also on the same day, Nongshim versus Kwangdong Freaks. Huge matchup.
That's a great match.
Actually a banger.
No, that's actually, I'm looking forward. I truly have grown to love Nongshim even more, which I didn't think was possible. As they have fought their way through many a situation, but here today, Brion gonna try and rewrite history. 2 days ago, they could not take down KT. Can they change it here today? As KT gonna echo what you were saying and not have or let rather have his Poppy, because he is exceptionally strong on the champion and it is one of the biggest early game instigators for this Brion roster.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, you get hit by a stray Poppy ult and all of a sudden you lose the fight, and it's like, whoa, what happened? And the game can be kind of turned on a dime just like that, and has been very accurate with that ability, so just get it off the board, I think, is a good idea. Tristana and Vi, a couple of OP things, but Nico is left available, so...
Is it Nico or is it the Pigeon? It should be Nico, but this is BDD versus Karis we're talking about, so we'll see. Might, of course, be a Cuz flex, but it doesn't really line up with what Cuz has excelled at, as the Sejuani Jax is a no-brainer here. You don't want to give Cuz Sejuani. The Viego is already banned, and Jax is really pretty quickly elevated itself to the premier top laner right now. Even in a lot of counter matchups, if you get an early lead, you kind of run away with it. And even the Gragas we've seen has been kind of hit or miss, which used to be one of the more reliable counters. KT, though, gonna get the Kaisa here for aiming, a pick that he has been exceptional on ever since he's kind of calmed down with the killer instincts. Now when aiming goes in, you're like, let's get it. See what he can or what he's able to do with it. So Renekton going to get picked up here as well, even though that matchup has been a little bit more of a struggle recently. Keen's Renekton still in a league of its own.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Keen will have a totally fine time in that top lane, as Renekton can do a lot in the team fights as well. Aphelios going to be the choice here. Now it is alone, but there are still a ton of supports that are left available, as neither side does select one. We may see, you know, like a Rel taking away Emilio, perhaps, by KT.
Yeah, I was wondering about what Brion were going to do, because Cuz doesn't have a jungler yet, and There is, of course, still, as we go lower down the line, it was like the Maokai, but that hasn't really been in KT's wheelhouse as much. There is the Wukong, but that champion is not good anymore, so please don't pick it. No, I don't want it. I want to be very upfront about it. Yeah, there could be the Nico, as we mentioned earlier as well. If BDD wants to go in a different direction, as the Azir is still taken off the board.
Yeah, could go. I mean, it kind of gets a bit weird, you know, if he wants to play AP, but maybe he could go into something AD. As of nowadays, it's basically Tristana and Yone that are kind of meta tier picks if you're going to go that route, so maybe he just plays the Nico. And we see a different jungler here. The Nautilus also bans.
Yeah, I was looking towards this. The Jace, a pick that synergizes really well with the top half of the map, does mean that Brion will be full AD here. But for KT, they don't really have a tank in the traditional sense. And the Alistair Blind gonna get picked up here is because we've seen this hovered a bunch of times. Hasn't really been picked a whole lot yet, only 2 thus far, but makes a ton of sense. KT setting up for a composition where the 1-for-1 I think is looking really threatening, right? Being able to threaten with a Nocturne inside, with a Killer Instinct, something that KT in particular have been great at using. And yeah, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it, Valdez.
No, I was waiting.
No.
I was so ready.
No.
Chronicler, I want to ask, do you love the Braum here?
As far as Braum angles go, I think it's a decent one. I think that KT is going to play very dive-oriented. Obviously, the Nocturne, Kai'Sa, and Renekton kind of give that away. And there is another form of engage, but Sejuani is I think, okay, but not necessarily amazing, particularly with the fact that KT have both Kuz and Lance that can just eat those Sejuani ults. Lance can just ignore it or ult, and Kuz has a spell shield. But I do think that allowing Hannah to play the video game is really important for Brion to get any win, because their mid to late game team fighting has been pretty lackluster, and I do think that Braum excels in that regard. So I wouldn't say love, but I'd say like the Braum.
There you go.
It's good enough.
So it made it down to Lal Park for the first time in a year. It's very difficult to get tickets, they also said. As the sign meta continues to evolve, by the way, it's not just the basic signs that they hand out. People bring their own signs that are larger and more defining. But the signs here on the side of KT Rolster tell me that they are going to want to press their buttons, and they can attack from so many different angles, from many different lengths as well. It's kind of scary how fast they can dive on top of you.
And that Braum against Nico, unfortunately not going to do a whole lot.
We'll have to wait and see if we love the Braum here after the early game, as it looks like we're just about ready to hop onto the Rift. Let's go into it for game number 1. We got a lot of Giga Chads here in the audience today. The KT fans, of course, out in force, but also so many Bro fans. They've always had a very loyal fan base through thick and thin. It doesn't matter if they are not winning any games or if they just barely sneak into playoffs. The fans are always here to support them. It's really cool to see. And I feel like a lot of our teams are getting a bunch of fans nowadays. Even Nongshim yesterday, a very obvious fan-garnering performance.
Yeah, they're high on the feel-good scale.
Yeah.
As a roster that is new to the LCK, although, you know, after this year, that's not really true anymore, as they'll at that point be full-fledged LCK players. It would be fun if we had a you know, a competition for Rookie of the Year, but unfortunately, I don't think that's happening this year because there is only one participant and it's Pace.
Yeah. No, that doesn't happen.
No, I don't think other people are eligible.
We've had many
for that award.
Yeah, we've had many votes, and I don't think there has been one that's been as obvious as that one.
No.
Like
no,
not even Lucid and Challengers is as obvious as that one.
No. No, that's how. There is actually. I don't think there's anyone else.
Yeah.
It might actually be like one of the first unanimous votes. Because like, who else are you voting? Like, I love Bulldog. Don't get me wrong, but you can't.
You can't vote for him.
You can't do it.
If FaZe is in the conversation, you
Yeah.
can't vote for him. Last year, of course, we had Vikla and Kyle, who were kind of vying for that first place Rookie of the Year spot. Vikla ended up getting that one, as Effort is going to predict the juke, and aiming goes for the classic, is it Challengers or is it Iron, where you just walk on a straight line? It's Challengers if you're expecting them to expect the juke, right? And you're like kind of one-upping them. And of course it's Iron if you just don't even think about juking, you walk in a straight line. So aiming will dodge it regardless.
And as far as the early game goes, Umti, I think, should be looking, trying and impact the lanes early on. He has amazing setup in every single lane. You have either with the Jax, which is self-explanatory, Counter-Strike, plus the fact that Jax has a great ability to proc the permafrost. Jace, the same, with the extra attack speed, should be able to very quickly get that stacked. And then in bot side, you have Braum. And Braum Sejuani is a combo that is incredibly potent. And we'll see whether Umti actually is able to get anything done here, because if Cuz just gets the farm till 6 and nothing happens in the lanes before that, we don't see any dragons, we don't see any big contests, then life gets very tough. Cuz does, of course, have a small timing window here, because entire jungler has taken Karis. Counter-picked this matchup.
Oh god.
And so far is not having the best of times.
Yeah, the issue is that, yes, of course, the Jace is generally good in lane. It's seen as such, but he goes for the Doran Shield, and he's essentially just tanking damage and not trading any back. So,
it's also...
this is not how you win this lane.
Yeah, well, there is also a reason why the Nico is getting nerfed in terms of her laning in particular, right? Because it would be... I think she would already be viable with the ult the way it is, where you have basically an undodgeable wind-up on your ultimate, which is getting taken away as well. But she also just hard wins a lot of lanes, which is why we don't see this pick make it through draft, because it's really hard to actually match. And Karis, like the TP back for a tear, that doesn't feel great.
That
right?
ain't
Tear refillable, well,
Yeah.
I don't think you have a lot of choice. It's not like the offensive optimization is going to help you, but it does mean that the struggles in this lane will continue unless Umti can do anything. But right now, vision control is somewhat lacking, so that could be an opportunity if he does thread the needle and maybe comes in from the bottom end of the jungle. But if he doesn't, this lead is going to continue as...
Aiming was kind of caught off guard by that one, as now it's Kai'Sa. Has a sharper auto attack animation, so you actually do enjoy using the Kai'Sa here in the lane. But yeah, I think that Nico also has one of the best voice lines for her Q. What do you think? It's a Twitch chat favorite.
It is up there for me with Tiba.
Tiba!
Yeah.
They banned Danny, I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I mean, they ban Annie and leave Nico up. That's like the worst trade deal, actually, in the history of all trade deals.
I agree.
Like,
Right
Annie's
there with
great.
you.
I'm actually aiming.
Umpty.
Okay, a little bit of trouble, but Umpty is going in, going to miss the charge, and now Cuz is here, level 5, but the root is going to hit, and now Umpty's in a lot of trouble. The fear will force the flash, and that will be the end of that, as BDD will hold on to lane control.
So, Karis doesn't die, and nor does Umpty, but that's about as good as it gets, which is not great. We see there the Jace actually being able to knock away the Nico. That's nice, you know, that's something, but the gank doesn't work out. You lose Flash, you're still forced to back. BDD gets to get a free reset here, and Cuz is barely wasting any time, right? It's not like this really takes a lot of time out of his farming. We'll be hitting level 6 shortly, and KT would be perfectly happy if they're like, you know, even or slightly behind. They're up 800 gold.
Yeah.
Already.
Well,
we're just getting started, Valdez.
We haven't even began to walk in this game. Like, the baby's still crawling of this game, and Bro are going to be able to take the Drake. It looks like. Doesn't look like KT have any presence really on the map, and with BDD going back, they find an opportunity. They get this early Ocean Drake. Now, The top lane, this is what Renekton is supposed to do. Now, we've seen Renekton struggle a little bit. I think that some of our weaker teams were playing it and not really showcasing what Renekton can do. And yes, it is a little bit of a mismatch. As much as we love Lord Morgan, Keen is the best top laner right now by a pretty significant margin. I mean, I'm not even sure who number 2 would be.
I do. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's definitely Doran.
I guess it is Doran now, yeah. It's one of those things, right? Like, Atlas was talking about this yesterday where he's like, oh, yeah, you just expect Doran to kind of just, like, die in the side lane a couple times, but actually he just didn't.
Yeah. And as it turns out,
slipped my mind.
Shockingly, if Doran doesn't die in side lane, he's actually quite good mid lane.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's funny how
Crazy.
that works. But
Yeah.
I do agree with you. I think that when we looked at Spring, right, it was between Keen and Zeus. But Zeus right now, as is the rest of T1, is in a very, very big slump. And it just straight up is Doran. But I also think that, you know, Doran doesn't really come close to actually contesting. But I do think he's clearly number 2. Because, like, next would be Dudu? Maybe?
Yeah, probably.
You know, Kingen on a good day, but Kingen's been pretty muted. Hasn't really been a standout.
Yeah, a little quiet, you know.
Which,
it's not
to
like
be fair,
he's underperforming.
that is very Kingen. That's
Yeah.
kind of what he does.
He's just kind of...
He's there.
Just hanging out, you know. He's... they're doing all right.
So, this is a Brion game, so we actually have time to talk about any other team that we want.
I mean...
There's not a whole lot of
things are happening. It's just a natural slide of KT taking the early game and pretty much everything. I mean, because he hasn't paranoia'd yet, but he did get the Rift Herald, so can just drop him in. As we're going to flash on in. No flash here for Karis. He's just dead. He's just gone. And actually, he did have flash, but not going to use it. So down he goes, getting caught off guard by the Nico.
And that right there is why the wind-up on that ultimate is gonna get changed next patch. And not a whole lot that you can do there, unfortunately, as Karis outside of flashing the initial setup. Not the case. And now things are going to get from bad to worse. We always talk about the first Nocturne ultimate for a very good reason. That's the one that really needs to work out as we take a look here. Yeah, he should have really just finished that.
There was time. He just wasn't expecting to get flashed under turret. It's like one of those things where you just don't expect the situation, so even if it's happening, you can't quite react on time.
That's yeah.
And now, yeah, this is what happens. Like, every lane is just naturally losing for Bro, and KT are just that good.
I think it was Ox who told me this, who was like, yeah, you know, you can look at this from two ways. Brion, they had actually some decent early games against KT, and maybe they can learn and take away some. Well, the same goes for KT. They can like look at what happened, like, okay, well, early game was a little bit rough, and clearly they fixed that.
Yeah,
they're up.
They did
2.5K gold. They did lose. Very important. Did lose one Ocean Drake.
GG. Go next, Bro 1-0.
Yeah, I was also here for the first one, the first Bro KT, and I didn't love the movie.
Getting all the KT Bro action.
Yeah,
it's come down
a double bill. But right now, you're already looking at a situation where how do you actually get a grip back on this game? And I don't know.
Well,
like
you have a Jace that rushed Merc Treads just to try to survive and is about 30 CS behind. So that's not a strong lane. Umpty on the Sejuani tried to gank once. It didn't work. In fact, it went against them. So now your strong lanes that you were looking to gank and get your early game ahead are just non-existent. And basically, I think you just have to sit back and try to protect Henna.
Yeah, and then for what? Because Henna, as good as he's been playing, is nowhere near relevant in this game. You're looking at at least one item. But then I ask you, look at what KT have, right? You have Nocturne, who is notoriously for making it really hard to get anything done in a team fight. And even if he's unable to kill you, just him going in means that can't really rely on Henna. And then Morgan substantially behind, right? Keen is really showcasing again his mastery of the Renekton. Another plate goes down. That's 6 plates already going over to KT. They got the first Herald as well, and yeah, Brion, you need this dragon, and they should be able to get it here because KT went on a reset timer. But that is a, you know, maybe we roll an Inferno or a Hex deck, and then if KT somehow make a mistake later, then we can possibly get Soul Point, and then if they make another big mistake, we can maybe get the Soul down the line, if they're even getting this one.
Yeah, I think they will. I kind of like how KT are playing it too. They're like,
oh, no!
And it's Chemtech, so it doesn't matter.
It's it's over.
Who gets any of it? Yeah.
It's so over.
Well, maybe that tenacity will help. Yeah. So anyway, I think that you know, KT are playing it really nicely. They're like, okay, you can have the Drakes, but we're gonna get everything else, right? So even if you do get a couple of Drakes, you know, maybe the Mountain helps a little bit. It's not gonna help against a 3,000 gold lead this early in the game. So, and there's more plates falling. So aiming's gonna take down. Yeah. This is going to end up being like 4 or 5. It's going to balloon into something insane. It's just the way that KT rule the Rift nowadays, I guess.
As mentioned, KT looked not bad by any means, but they looked a little bit sloppy in their last game against, or the last series rather, against Brion. Some unforced errors, some deaths that didn't need to be there. Yeah.
They were very happy, yeah.
Not so much. Obviously, it's a Brion game, so the average kills are going to be very low. But I am thinking that this one is going to be felt in the... We're going to watch Brion lose this game in like 30 minutes. It's going to be like 4 more kills, maybe. Who's going to watch it happen? You and me, Valdez.
Yeah, I think this sequel shouldn't have happened. But it does. It has to happen. So Cuz is going to smite away the red buff and take the Mega Cone out. BDD, I think he's got an angle here. Nope. Kara's playing it very respectfully. And yeah, I think this is a little bit of an issue. It's just a bit of a...
Oh, I like this.
Okay.
That's Lance.
Is a cow. He should press his R button. There he goes. A little bit late. Is going to flash away and survive, but... Yeah, it's a couple of ults that are thrown into Lehens for him just to press R and flash away.
Hey, it's something. I'll take it.
Oh,
look at that. Brion showing signs of life, defying the script.
Producer's going to be really angry with that.
And maybe they're going to Herald. Maybe they can leverage that into more. That would be cool.
Yeah, well, let's see how it goes. Lehens is here. So he is back. He doesn't have his Unbreakable Will.
Oh, BDD is looking for the TP in.
Yeah, he's going to back and TP into this one, but we do have the TP already from Karis. And KT might just select to let it go. KT, Lehens still waiting to get in. The paranoia is there, as that was a little bit of a messy finish on that one. They do get in as Cuz goes alone, but a big Pop Blossom onto that front line as finally Morgan does get into the back line. They're trying to deal with the Jax. It is a little bit of struggle street, but they should eventually be able to do so. Stun comes in, but the root from the Nico is perfect as the flash in from Morgan. Aiming gets 2 stun, and Morgan is popping off in a huge way. And now we've got only BDD. Can he even survive here against Morgan? I'm not sure, as Morgan's got some backup, and Morgan will carry the team.
0 to ace. It's the Brion false sense of security, Valdez, as KT get bopped by the Lord out of nowhere.
I'm a believer.
We're all believers, so I actually want to credit, like, the initial setup here looks so nice. See how little you can do as aiming, because you're getting dove on, there is a Nocturne ultimate, so you can basically never ever get to try and help your backline, right? You don't see the Nico come in at all, and then here, KT seemingly thinks that they've already won the fight. If they actually protect aiming there, if they take care of Morgan, they can still win the skirmish, but instead they're like, okay, we can take him down. They split up the battle lines that they have drawn for themselves.
And now the first-person view.
Again, yeah, but I actually think it's good. But look, if they actually focused him They can take him down, but Keen is already trying to deal with multiple people, get CC'd.
큰 있어? 여기까지 해볼게.
The sidestep there on the roots to ensure that the counter-strike comes through. And Breon showing signs of life.
나이스. 걔 풀 있다.
Just saying he has flash, but yeah, a big Naisu comes out.
Now I'm genuinely sad that they didn't get like an Infernal. Like they've earned it. Surely.
Yeah.
Or
you
or a Hextech Jax?
That's the way it goes.
That could be a thing.
Sometimes you lose to RNGs. And KT are still ahead. Like, I think that's...
They are.
Okay, a little bit of a play here. But Bro have definitely gotten themselves into a playable game state, right? Before this, we were like, okay, well,
done.
The sequel is boring. Like, come on, let's go on to game 2. This is over. But now it's like, okay. You've got a 4-0 Jax. Not even King can step up to that.
It's showcasing us the power of Bro Leaf, which I appreciate. No game is ever over. Doesn't matter if it's in solo queue. But now it comes to Breon actually being able to utilize this Jax. And that's where I think it does get really, really tough. Because when you look at ideally what you'd want to do, you'd want to try and set up your 4-man unit, right? With the Braum, very hard to engage, and you can poke from distance with your Jace, and then try and siege while putting Morgan in a side lane. And it doesn't really matter who he faces, because with how fed he is, both Keen and BDD cannot step up to him. But the main issue is that when it comes to actually collapsing on a side lane that is pushing in and punishing it, KT's setup is really, really good. So you're very reliant on maintaining a deep line of vision within the enemy jungle, because if Morgan steps up, both BDD and Keen can set up for aiming, who now is at level 11. The killer instinct range is getting quite large. Then there's of course also a Nocturne, so actually utilizing this Jax in a side lane might be tough. But that previous fight also shows us that maybe Breon is just going to say, hey, you know, we can also side lane with this Jax. This is not something that we need to put, or sorry, a team fight. Not something that we need to put necessarily in the side lane. But can they actually consistently out-team fight KT? Because if it is a Breon that breaks the win streak, oh, look at that. Perfect example. Vision line actually protecting Morgan here, and he's going to have a hard time actually exerting pressure in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about that bottom tier 1 that he's not going to have pressure on for now. And Keen, he's been in this situation before. He can kind of just eat the waves until he gets some pressure, some help from his team, and then just push up through the wave. That's what Renekton does. So yeah,
good.
Still playable. Let's see how this is going to go as the ult is thrown into aiming, but no follow-up as they are under a turret. I don't want to... What? Yeah. Well,
I have no idea.
That's what happens when you try to use the Mega Cone.
Yeah, this is
just leave them there. Don't even bother.
Karmic retribution from Mega Cone.
This is what happens. You get a little bit too indexed into those Mega Cones, and all of a sudden, you're just bouncing in place.
If us opening up with, you can trust KT now, and they actually break their win streak against Breon, a team that, if they had lost, as expected, 0-2 today, after going up against KT earlier this week and getting mercilessly 0-2'd, I will apologize formally to the KT fandom, although...
Hey, it's not like we said we were excited.
I'm sure they've been... Well, we have plenty of times. I'm sure they've been here before. Shojin is done, but this is 4 people. Karis does have TP, but is that enough?
Yeah, I mean, they see them for now, so just trying to keep him safe. But you'll note that Umpty, he's not up here to try to keep the Jax safe, actually. He's down on the bottom side, but I don't think you're ever diving Keen. Like, your one strength is now Morgan. Like, you don't have the strength even in the 2v1.
Oh, we're
Let's see this.
Giga Cone.
나 한번 가볼게. 잠깐만. 끝.
Never try to cone too close to the sun, kids.
You even saw like the blast, or like where
the indicator
land. It's like freaking out. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, don't mess with blast cones, man. They're gonna get you. As BDD is a little bit too close to the. Yeah. Anyway, this game is even right now.
Yeah.
The gold is exactly even. A lot of Bro's gold is indexed again into the Jax, but definitely a world in which they can use it. We've got the Radiant Virtue here for the Sejuani, so Umpty's going to be potentially keeping him alive in some of these fights. And this gives a lot of time to get your Aphelios online as well. And, you know, I definitely see an angle in which Bro can actually win this one. It depends on the execution, but I think that KT have already proven that they're not exactly super clean today either.
And what is important to me is to what extent Brian is going to be able to keep Hannah safe. He does have sums available, because if we see the same combo as, aiming!
Just hanging out, and he does have a lot of teammates here. Was it a bait at the end of the day as they're trying to get on top of Hannah here? But the Braum is perfect! He stands in front, and then, well, the Aphelios dies as Keen gets in there and will push effort away. Note that Morgan was not a part of this fight. It was a very messy one. And he does eventually show up, but it is right in time for that very important Chemtech Drake.
I gotta say, though, that could have been a game-losing moment there. You see the power of Kai'Sa and her ability to immediately relocate, right? Immediately get over to another part of the fight with the Killer Instinct. Kuz also doing a lot of heavy lifting there with his ultimate. If Morgan is there, Brian 100% win the fight. But so much of the gold is in this Jax that the fact that a fight breaks out while he is off inside without TP available, it almost goes dire, but now soul points picked up. And yeah, Hannah goes down, but aiming has his sums forced as well, which does take away a lot of the offensive power. And we'll see to which extent KT is going to get backline access, because you saw there why, when the Braum looks good, can look amazing if you can hold off on the dive, as we do see the setup here. And then look at the reposition, right? And the rest of KT ready to try and collapse. And then crucially here, Hannah is able to stay alive for just a second longer with effort, keeping him safe. Teleport from Karis unfortunately feels a little bit wasted, but otherwise maybe KT would have tried and elongate the play. Not gonna be the case. And Brian set up for Soul, and even though it's not the best one, against the amount of burst that comes from KT, maybe he can be the difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, at some points the Drakes will be nice, at least as BDD. Maybe try number 2, as he's got a huge angle right underneath the turret, but the damage finally does come through onto Hannah, and it's only 3 of them, and again, Morgan is not here to help them out. All that gold just hanging out in the bottom lane as KT, they get a very nice engage. Once again, abusing the Mega Cone, this time to positive effect, as they will start up the Baron.
Oh, and now I wonder, what is Bro's call going to be? Are they going to try and fight? Oh, that is a very defensive TP here from Morgan. They don't want to take the risk.
Yeah, I mean, there's exhaust available. Effort just dies. And they don't have any smite either, so now Morgan TP's in, and they give up the Baron. KT, a lot of mistakes in this game, but they're still very much in control.
And Hannah there, that was a very early stopwatch, right? The moment that the Nocturne ult comes down,
미드 한 번에 확 다이브 봐도 되긴 해.
gets put down, and this time around, the
야, 와볼래 그럼?
Mega Cone play, as we see,
나
he
가볼게,
does
이거?
get spotted, but yeah,
앞에,
very
앞에.
early here, and then because of that, there's no damage available, but I think even if he goes for it later, I don't think
He
it
just
really
dies
matters.
to Nico, yeah.
He will anyway, and unfortunately then, the teleport from Morgan here, like, I think you need to fully send it. Teleports at a ward that times out just behind and try and make something happen, even though it is very unlikely, because now the Baron power play that's going to come through from KT is going to make it very, very tough for Brian to hold on, and we're starting to see why Brian have such a tough time actually closing out matches.
Yeah, and let me just say, Bro are very much unfairly getting kind of dumpstered by the Chemtech Soul this time around.
Yeah.
Imagine if it
I
was
agree.
Infernal and they had, even the one Infernal Drake would help them out so much, but also the fact that you're playing against Nico with Mega Cones? That's not fair. Like, they're sitting under their turret and they're like, oh yeah, we should be safe. No, there's a Nico on top of us. And yeah, I mean, you can say, okay, Bro aren't exactly handling the situation very well, but no Mega Cones, maybe a better Drake, and I think Bro are in a better spot in this game as, let's see this one. Keen's got a nice little angle here.
And we all know who to blame for this one. Might be watching at home, but it's definitely Orcs' fault.
Dan Ox Harrison.
Can't believe he would do this to us.
Yeah. There's only one name on the fault list. Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, Bro are not exactly utilizing this Jax either. As now, KT in a pretty big lead with the Baron buff, just trying to push mid and bot. Even with Morgan here, Keen is strong enough to push in with the Baron buff.
And the gold is not insurmountable. It's not impossible for Brion to win a fight, as we have seen, but would rely on them getting some really good angles as trying to fight around Morgan, but the disengage from Lahens is good enough.
Yeah, the Alistar very strong into the Jax. We saw it picked early on just to deny the Rel pick, but also very good into like Jax Sejuani as well. So in terms of if you were behind against Bro, had some disengage options. Also went for Randuin's Rush. So really just trying to take away the power from all of the AD, and especially the Jax in this game, I suppose. Although not a lot of critting getting done, but you know, Hannah still exists. Still, I think a strong item, and yeah, KT now going to be setting their sights onto the next Chemtech Drake as their Baron buff just runs out. Had about a 5,000, 4,000-ish gold Baron power play as TP's going into mid.
All right, Brion, this is your last stand. If you lose here, mid lane is going to fall rapidly. It's all or nothing, and your reward will be a Chemtech soul, so I hope it's worth it. Please clear that Mega Cone. Please. Okay, Cone is cleared.
Cone
They
is
don't know
cleared.
about Keen, but they do have suspicion.
They saw him.
Oh.
Kars saw him, and now they're just getting surrounded as now Paranoia's in here. Keen's in the back line as the Nico is a bit late, but Kars is so low, and the Pop Blossom finally comes in. Hits the 3 in the front line as Henna is getting some huge hits, but it's only hitting the Lahens in the front line as finally they take out the Jax, and that will be enough as Lahens engages onto the weak backline members, and the Kaisa does clean up as she normally does as KT will take this first game number 1.
Bit of a heartbreaker here for Brion fans. Fortunately, their mental are made of steel, and KT fans, they sensed the roller coaster was going through a little bit of a downturn, but everything gets...
The orbit was beginning to decay a little bit, yeah.
We're starting to feel a little bit of gravity there, but some great team fighting from KT to take back control. Brion is unable to utilize the Fed Jax, and KT take game number 1 pretty decisively.
Yeah. They get it done in the end, and BDD had some funny, you know, slapstick fall on his face moments, but he also had the very scary horror movie, you know, backline dives and insane engages on the Nico. And once again showing why the Nico shouldn't have been in the game in the first place. Like, this is not the angle, I think, Brion in the draft. This game wasn't about the draft, but also the fact that BDD gets to have that much fun against the Bros, against the Giga Chats, I think should be denied for game number 2.
Particularly with the form that BDD is in right now, right? It's really, as mentioned, unless Showmaker can maintain his form that he's shown in the past couple of matches, it's just him and Chovy right now that are duking it out. The form of this player has been such a wonderful resurgence after what was such a tough 2022, as, yeah, there we see the little bit of hope. Right,
that's the
second
orbit,
Herald
just
bout
slowly decaying, and then they're like, "Oh, we got to turn on the engines." Okay.
It wasn't enough, and Hannah not having the best game, but also I don't envy him having to play into Nico, Kaisa, and Nocturne.
Yeah, that last team fight was just disgusting.
Yeah,
and I mean, what are you going to do except, I suppose, clear out some of the back lines and position slightly better. But at the end of the day, KT just drafted a very suffocating composition, especially from ahead, and they played it out excellently eventually. So, guys, we are done here with game number 1, and we'll have to see what happens for game number 2. But first, we'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
내가 먼저 들어가.
야, 정찰 써.
이번에 보자 이번에 보자.
볼게.
야 들어갈게.
어.
야, 앞에.
천천히.
한 빠져. 얘네 노플이야 노플.
앞에부터.
앞에.
야 잭스 보자.
그럼 노플.
잭스 공포. 보자. 좋아. 앞에 노플.
앞에.
야 미드 가자 미드.
미드.
나이스.
나이스. 이게 안 타지. 왜 이렇게 힘드냐? 그거는 말 안 함. 봐준다.
And welcome to the space for the last day of week 5, or should I call it Sunday fun day, because of how the way things went here in game 1. KT takes it against Bro, but it was not easy, Max.
There was some bro moments
And there were some KT
in
moments
this
as well.
game. It was feeling like Huni and I were sitting there, you know, we're trying to come up with highlights, trying to find things to talk about, and we're like, well, it's over by the laning phase, right? And it's just never gonna happen. But then,
Yeah, talk about the draft.
the Lord jumps in, and as you can see, he managed to get the Jax here in this draft. We're gonna go quickly because we've got a whole bunch of things that we need to get through.
Jace.
The Jace was a bit confusing though, Huni.
Yeah, I mean, against Nico, like, they opened the Nico when it's like actually Annie and LeBlanc's ban. Like, those kind of two things are like really, really good answer, as known as like already, like, there's a lot of statics as a stat, and also as yourself, they didn't pick it either. So, pretty easy. I mean, it's really easy to kill the Jace, as we see.
Yeah. A lot of mid lane attention, unsuccessful gank, one successful one, and then I want to roll the highlights that we selected here, because it starts from the mid lane. Beautiful moment here on the side of KT. This is what you want to do to Jace.
Look
and
at all
then,
the gameplay.
And
so
then,
easy.
So much gameplay for Karis.
what happened afterwards?
Well, this is the beautiful thing.
Uh-oh.
And Huni, because this is a top lane moment, I'm gonna let you take us through Morgan's journey.
I mean, honestly, Max, like, Alice was like, oh, Brion already lost the team fight, but I was chanting, no, Morgan's alive, Morgan's here. He's gonna carry, he's gonna win the team fight alone, and that's actually what happened. But the thing is, like, be honest, Lihan's kind of great solo. He pressed W at the same time Nico Q, and he missed just the timing. And then Morgan actually played perfectly as much as he can, and that was the key. And Sejuani and Jax together, they play perfectly, they play extremely well, and that's how they win.
It was gorgeous. It was absolutely beautiful to watch.
Lord Morgan, Giga Chad, as the chat likes to call him. It was a really bro moment, and another bro moment because they dropped the lead they had, as they often do. And we got to see the two sides of BDD and Lehans this game, I feel. Inting on the first half, and then insane recover on the second one. Let's roll the second clip here and see how KT came back in this game, Max.
And this was BDD actually managing to make the Mega Blast Cone work. Because the first time around, he kind of just face planted and it looked really silly and wasted an ultimate. We've seen it a few times. This time around, though, it was elementary. He comes in looking like the Alistair as well. When you turn the lights off, it's very confusing. Didn't use any abilities until the Pop Blossom came through. How are you ever supposed to know who is jumping in on top of you until you're all dead?
Yeah,
and that's how it works.
Yeah, I mean, fast notes, like, when you play Alistar or when you play Braum into Alistar, you have to get the advantage from through the lane, but it was nothing crazy, anything for Brion. So, in the middle game, obviously top for Brion's side.
Yeah, makes sense. And also, I want to tie this to the draft choices they made here. You were criticizing the Jace pick. Do you think that with another draft or mid laner, they could have grabbed the win in the end?
No Ben Nico.
No Ben Nico. All right.
I honestly, it's as simple as that. But the other issue is the fact that, like, Bro didn't have any winning lanes to play around. We saw in the laning phase, it was like how much of a gold lead? It was like approaching 4,000 gold. Every plate was basically going to KT.
Yeah.
And if you're picking champions into a situation where you have nowhere to actually play through, then you have to have this god tier herald moment for the Lord of the top lane to even get back to even.
Yeah.
And that ain't enough.
I'm gonna bring the awkward moment here and mention the player of the game. And I'm saying awkward because we had a hard time selecting one here, as it was the two sides of the coin on the side of KT here. But let's see who people chose to be the player of the game for this one. We said BDD?
We did.
And it is BDD indeed.
I mean, it's pretty easy one. I mean, honestly, like,
I mean, it's easy until you, like, if you play slow-mo, him messing up that blast cone in the mid lane, it's a hard decision to make, okay?
I really hope that it's going to be in the player of the game role.
So. And it better be in slow-mo. Oh, no, we skipped it.
I mean, we are almost, it's not like our highlight one, the messing up the Mega Blossom on the first highlight. Because it's good storyline. It's like good storytelling that if he actually do one time well, it's actually game's over. But I mean, honestly, even though he missed it, it wasn't losing play.
And it's character development, right? You know, you see him, he tries it the first time, doesn't work out at all.
Try hard.
Goes for it. The next time, if you keep trying, you can achieve your goals. And
You learn in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
You gotta appreciate the mental resilience here on the side of BDD, and yeah, he almost...
Honestly, Cuz was the only other option in my mind.
That's true.
It was hard to choose one, honestly. After this game, I expect a cleaner game on the side of KT, given the fact that they want to be the best team in the LCK. Bro will be playing on the blue side this time around, so let's see if it can help them for game 2. Casters, back to you.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. As yes, it is BDD who does pick it up, because getting an honorable mention from the KR cast. And yeah, you know, he messed up the Mega Cone, but the Mega Cones, they respawn. So, and so does your ult cooldown. So don't give him Nico, and I think that Bro will probably move over to the blue side, and we will see a totally different draft, would be my expectation. But let's see. I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch.
I would love to do a scientific research of your heart rate when Mega Cones are in the game. Because I feel like there could be some very statistic anomalies there with the way that you feel about Camtech Soul. Now, here's my real question for you, fellas. Do you think it's better than the previous one, the stealth one? Yeah, it probably is, to be honest. It's outside of the Mega Cone. I do like the
Stealth,
other.
Yeah, the other.
The Scryer one
like
is cool.
Fine. Yeah, it's just the Blast Cone.
I mean, I don't hate the Mega Cone, but I know you have very strong opinions about it. And hey,
yeah,
now maybe Breon can pick up Nico if KT don't ban it, which I don't think they will. And otherwise, they can just be on a Azir and be happy.
Yeah, and as Huni was mentioning, there are ways to like counter it in lane and not just get Omega gapped by 30 CS 10 minutes into the game. So
yeah, that's a player diff.
Maybe BDD elects to let it go and then he plays Azir. I mean, I don't know, but no. This is the much safer choice.
Do you give Cuz Sejuani or do you give BDD Azir? And we have our answer here.
Poppy's up.
Yeah, it could be a Poppy and Jax angle. Or go that direction.
Azir Jax or Azir Poppy.
Or
you could say Poppy.
Renekton Azir.
The Renekton?
The Azir?
The Azir?
The Kai'Sa. Why not? Aiming has been doing great.
The random flips for objectives.
Yeah. I still can't believe that team was one Worlds win away from making finals. That is still baffling to me.
That team had this guy on it.
I know.
Maybe that's part of the reason. Kai'Sa, seeing the priority that perhaps she deserves. But yeah, there's still a lot of very strong stuff available. And you're giving Bro a chance to say, okay, do we want to play Jax? Do we want to play Renekton with the Sejuani? As Azir is locked in.
Jax, Yone?
Yes.
Could be the angle here. If Breon do want to go all in. But Karis, you know, Yone definitely has a certain barrier of execution. And even if you do, as we have seen, yeah, from Zeka and Closer, even if you are we have seen both those players be great at Yone, and you can still have Yone games where it looks like you have no real clue as to what is going on. And Karis do have to lock it in here though, because I think otherwise you're gonna run into some champion pool issues. KT can ban away a lot, but instead we're gonna secure Henna, a pick with a lot more safety. Even though I do feel like the Xayah hasn't been that successful recently.
No.
And most notably, I think that the idea that Xayah does well into Kai'Sa was true before Shift Kai'Sa was a thing. Because obviously when Kai'Sa goes in, you have the defensive ult, you can actually punish her with your E. Like, all those things are great, but right now Kai'Sa effectively works as a hybrid poke champion, and like, her wave clear is now long range, effectively, because you can just hit the first minion, right? She can actually go for the AP build, which means that her poke will be really tough for you to deal with. And then by the point he actually does go in, you're going to be like half health, and your ult isn't really going to do anything. So
yeah,
I've not been the biggest fan of the Xayah.
Same.
As this is actually just this is the comp. We're doing it. It's happening. And they banned Volibear, so we can't even get that.
And I would assume they have to ban Nocturne. It's rough. I mean, there's a lot of There's a lot of strong stuff that Cuz can play, but the Nocturne is just another notch on the belt, essentially. So the Alistair's banned, so you're kind of saying, okay, we're going to play pick Rel, R4. By the way, the Poppy was still available. That's something we talked about before. So now I would assume you pick Rel, Kai'Sa Rel. I mean, it is a lot of indexing into Engage into Xayah, but I think it's fine.
Yeah, might just be jungler just because...
But then why ban Alistair?
Because Lahens loves counterpicking. I mean, it might just be Rel lock-in, right? But if there is a team that I know wants to use it as... Cuz?
Is he dropping the gauntlet? Is he like, okay, Umpty, I saw you played this twice. I'm going to play it now. And I will show you how to play the Skarner.
I don't love this KT comp. It's kind of all over the place. We'll see how they round it up. Nautilus seems like somewhat of a no-brainer here. If they do want to go in that direction, Leo going to get picked up here, provide even more safety for the Xayah, and obviously Milio into Skarner, you're going to be feeling pretty good about. Because being effective as a Skarner into Milio sounds like a nightmare. As it is a counter pick of old, but this pick has not been in the best of spots.
I heard the entire arena groan. No, it was a groan, okay?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Cinch hover. That was the no, the groan. That makes sense.
The Akali pick led to a groan.
In defense of the pick.
Sure.
That's the joke.
All right, yeah. I see you've got a lot of great points, Chronicler, but let me just say that it's not going to work.
Yeah, so there's two upsides that I can possibly see. One is that, obviously, the 1v1 matchups in the side lane eventually will be in favor of the Akali because you can really reliably deal with the disengage that the Azir has. You have enough burst to take him down. And you work well with Sejuani because you're a melee character. As to why it's not great, you knew basically guaranteed that they were going to pick Nautilus. So now you are playing Akali into an AD carry with self-heal. And Nautilus, Renekton, and Skarner. As far as point-and-click CC go, which is something that Akali hates to play into, you're not going to have a great time.
Hey, NA.
They don't know.
They don't know. They do not know. Hello, NA, though. Nice to meet you guys. Yeah, this comp kind of looks like NA right now to me, Chronicler. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see how it goes. The Milio, I think, was good. So there is that. And we'll just have to wait and see. Again, I think the execution will be the biggest thing. So the drafts, we can talk about them forever. Kind of interesting to see the Skarner coming out here once again. And we'll see how effective Cuz is with it in game number 2 right now. And off we go into game number 2, as we have gone full solo queue now. Bro, moving in together to invade. Will BDD spot it and survive?
Is Umpty going to go over the wall? Oh, no. Okay. Well, then BDD is fine.
Spotted.
Yeah, because you can do the... Obviously, the downside of that is that you have to either flash, which would be very insane, and he will not do that, or you have to start Q, which really messes up your jungle clear, so... It's not really a great angle here, unfortunately, for Brion, as we have some fighting over the Spires as Morgan claims the first victory for Brion.
As of this moment in time, Bro are ahead in game number 1. 2.
Yes.
Oh, KT gonna even it up. They both get 15 gold.
Yeah, so now they're ahead. I
think Bro got the bottom one too.
Oh.
First. That's why they had to take it back. Just based on the timing of the Spires. And we've seen the Akali come out time and time against the Azir mostly. And I believe the last time we saw it, it was It was here in the LCK, and I forget exactly who it was. It might have been Zeka. Played it into like Renekton and like insane amounts of CC, and he went in on a Shuriken and got stunned and immediately blown up, and we were like, oh, well, the Akali, not great, actually, in this position. This one, perhaps a little bit better, although the Skarner and the Nautilus going to offer a similar experience, I would imagine.
Yeah. I do think that Karis, you know, back in the day, Humble Life Karis, after he had just come to the LCK, had a couple of highlight games on this champion, was actually able to get them a few wins for a roster that was really, really struggling. But I don't really think that is going to be enough here. We'll see what he can actually get done. The laning phase is really the biggest thing to get to. Post 6, your life gets a whole lot easier as gonna give himself away. The question mark pick comes through, and now they will be aware of what the pathing is. But this is it's a pretty substantial detour for no real gain outside of a little bit of information.
Yep. And BDD, smart enough. He knows that the angle will come from will be from his own jungle, so just backs away. Totally safe. Karis goes in on that. Kind of interesting. I thought he would be punished a little bit. But yeah, now down in his own bottom jungle. Also very curious to see how much value the Xayah will have in this game, because, you know, you can press your R button, you can avoid a lot of the things on the side of KT. So that could be nice. Would like to see a more even game state to potentially see the value, though.
As Morgan proxying here, they do have full knowledge of where Kuz is, so really trying to get the most out of the early game pressure that you do have as Renekton, as Kuz now crossing over. Going to be able to get the double scuttle here, courtesy of going for that top side pathing. Timing window now here for Kuz, who will be able to get himself a pretty sizable lead. Gonna be feeling good about that.
Oh.
And especially as Skarner, right? Like, picking up early experience leads is so valuable, because basically your entire power budget is in your ultimate, unless you want to go like Conqueror Triforce Skarner.
And you don't.
Well, hey, in solo queue, if you want to go for that,
in solo queue,
be my guest.
Sure.
In pro play, no, absolutely not. You are 100% correct. Please don't do that. As gonna skirt by
a sneaky giant boar.
Okay, but he does know Kuz is here. Will be okay. He's gonna fight him.
Yeah, getting in. I mean, he has a decent amount of control with the Jax on the top side, but got to be careful not to go too deep, especially with BDD controlling the mid lane. As I say that, BDD was angling up, but just gets a ward down. As meanwhile, a trade in the bottom side. Flash with the root is big, and aiming just says, okay, never mind, I'll just flash away. You're kind of crazy down here. I'm not going to index into that. As Henna with the ghost. Yeah, he's getting on in there, but the recall is not going to be enough. And Lahens can just walk it off.
Ooh, they were, I think, scared that maybe Kuz was going to show up. Could have chased that one a little bit farther, maybe invested the heal, but don't want to give that one up. But yeah, Anna going in crazy aggressive here, as I was a little worried that Karis was going to take that Shuriken. And what that topside play did, it meant that is a little bit less behind. Did slow down Kuz a little bit, but still, as you can see, CS lead is here. And we'll see to what extent Kuz can leverage that. Now, a lot of his camps are going to be up here. And ideally, again, wants to get to 6 as soon as possible. Every single ultimate matters. Really, Kuz playing effectively the same champion 2 games in a row, where it's like, power farm to 6, press my R button.
Umti's got a nice angle here. Keen not in a good spot with the wave, but he does get the double slice as Umti does land the stun. They should be able to pick up his first blood. Very nicely handled there by the top and jungle from Bro.
And Keen, if he gets Dominus off, he might be able to just stay alive throughout all that, but not going to be the case. Actually ends up going down here, and that is a big win. As we see, the counter pick has been just okay. Although, of course, this doesn't take into account which teams picked it in which situations.
50-50.
50-50.
A great pick. The stats say so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like thinking to what is the most lopsided as, was he in time? Kaido? No. No, not
Nope.
gonna get that played. That's
Hey.
unfortunate. Back timing, of course, pretty important. Want to make sure that you get back here. But you are on a cannon wave, so might have actually been able to, but not going to take the risk. Because Umti going down there again. Cuz isn't level 6 yet, and Umti is making things happen on the map. As I say that, he walks into river, so maybe on the next wave crash.
Yeah.
Hannah, though, man, he's stepping it up, aiming and hands on the pressure, although they are dead even by the time this wave is cleared out, so not building any leads either.
Yeah, I mean, you know, trade flashes, and you saw that Cuz was kind of angling down there, maybe looking to hop into the bottom lane, but the wave was crashing. And same for Umti when he visits, so the timing not there, but now Keen and Cuz showing. Cuz is level 6 and has been just power farming, essentially.
Yeah.
You do see he's on 59 CS. At this point in time, he's about to be up to 63. And can look to exert his presence over the top side of the map here. He's just going to hang out in the pixel brush as Umti hits level 6 himself.
And we'll see where Umti goes. Looking for another play. Cuz is right behind, but they might have an angle here.
Yeah, no flash for Keen, but he has Dominus. 1v2 is now trying to burst down Keen, and they will be able to take him out as the Impale comes in, but Cuz has to flash. And now Bro getting another lead here for their Jax.
There is a reason why this Jax Sejuani is such a feared 2v2 combo. Even a pick that traditionally is as dominant in the 2v2 as the Renaxin, unable to withstand the might. And even with Dominus, Cuz he's right there, but he's still a little bit too far behind. The burst comes through, he can't save his teammate. And that is going to be another plate. Another kill onto Morgan. And most importantly, we do have the Herald being taken out as well. And this is a very different situation from the previous game, because if you look, KT have way less tools to actually deal with this Jax in the side lane. And perhaps even more importantly, the game state is not bad. And in the previous game, it really was, and it all came down to Morgan.
Yeah.
This time around, though, not the same, as we do see they know that this is coming. They have a suspicion. And it is the classic combo. Get the permafrost stacked with Jax and Sejuani, and get that damage down, and then followed it up with the Sejuani ultimate, and the amount of damage he does, especially this early on, is very threatening, bolstered by Jax. That is early leads, and this is the Brion comfort zone, get an early lead. And now it comes to the real part, Valdez. Now what?
Yeah. We've seen this episode before. It kind of is on repeat. So hopefully they can show us something a bit better in the mid-game to actually transition.
Come on, Brion.
Yeah.
I want to
do
believe.
it. This is the angle. You're on try number 2 against KT. BD did go for the crown.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of makes sense. You know, there's not really a lot to proc it, except maybe a proto belt that Karis will eventually pick up. And you're into a lot of dive with Jax, Sejuani, and Kali. So I think it's actually a good pickup this time.
Yeah, there's almost no poke, right? Yeah, you can proc it with Rocket Belt, you can proc it with the Q, but that's about it. And do you think that the value will be very, very substantial? Does mean, though, that KT will be considerably weaker in team fighting. With this build, you're really looking to get at least your Nashers, but ideally 3 items before the Azir does a lot of DPS. Now you will still have your ultimate available to impact some of the team fights, but there is a lot of mobility on Brion, right? Like the entire top side doesn't really care as much about a Shurima shuffle. And I also think that if you look at the capitalization, it's not that amazing, right? There are no other big team fight ultimates that can do like big AoE things outside of maybe the Nautilus. We'll see if Brion can actually deal with it nonetheless, though, because I need to see them actually step it up. We need to see some Drake contest, we need to see some decisiveness around objectives, and we need to see them actually push a lead further than just the 1.5k that they're sitting on right now.
Yeah. And you can see Xayah Emilio can extend those autos and have a bit more of a presence in the lane, whereas Xayah oftentimes will not, but in this case can begin to harass aiming a lot better. as little bouncy fire kick gets thrown into Lahens, but they don't seem to want to really contest here. Although from the mid lane, we do see BDD and Cuz making their way down just a little bit. But at the end of the day, it is just the Cloud Drake.
Yeah, once the setup is there, though, Breon's scope is really hard to engage onto. With the Feather Storm, with effort existing, and this time around Hextech.
Hextech.
1-to-1, we're going to fight over these dragons for sure. I really hope Aiming goes for the poke build. I think that the power of the hybrid on-hit build is a lot worse into what Breon have, and the poke build forces them to hard engage, and the hard engage actually isn't that great as Morgan. Yeah, he has Sunderer. Keen is not having the best of time in this one.
Yeah, he's even running away just to be safe in hopes that Umti didn't just run straight top, but that might just be 5 plates. As effort. Ooh, Lahens got there a little bit late. We saw he was a little bit behind that. As BDD also going to whip here in the mid lane to crown us down. As is there enough damage to dive the turret? Looks like they do not want to go for it, as Cuz and Lahens also rotating up to flash in. Jeez, they're really going for that one. As Karis will just respond with his own flash.
Yeah, I think that the damage would have been okay, but they knew that the rest of the team was rotating over, and as a result, don't want to risk it. Don't want to get taken down. Now, Lahens does, of course, have Hex Flash, so Breon still need to respect. But this time around, because the rest of the map is not in shambles, Breon can hold on and contest, push back, try and put some pressure on either objectives or when KT goes for these aggressive plays, right, trying to get a pick in the red side jungle, while simultaneously buying time for Morgan. Because all that Morgan wants to do is exert his pressure in the sideline, keep picking up more plates, and keep extending his lead. And we've seen this happen before, where with the Renekton to Jax, if things are going good, you're fine to really far into the game. You're talking 2-3 items before you start losing, and even then, often they will be able to have an impact in team fights. If you fall behind though against Jax, it is bad. It is a really, really rough time in the lane, because you're not able to really win the short trades anymore. And if you ever get forced into a longer trade, as we have seen, then things get very bad very quickly.
Yeah, it's the power of the Jax. Jax Sejuani. That's why we see so much priority on this nowadays in the drafts, is because he's just hovering up on the top side, just trying to keep him safe. The bottom side, Aiming and Lahens are doing a good job of zoning Karis actually off of XP and gold at the moment. As BDD holding his own in mid, so things have kind of stabilized.
Yeah, I don't know about this lane assignment, because putting Karis in a 1v2 as a Kali is way worse than having him match BDD. And BDD is a 0, so he doesn't care at all. And also one duo is Kai'Sa, and this is a really big mistake from Breon. This is a pretty
You're
big
saying they're not transitioning well in the mid-game Chronicler?
Yeah, it's a pretty big unforced error for reasons I cannot discern.
I feel like it... I'm trying to figure out their thought process, but I feel like maybe there wasn't.
Yeah, I didn't catch what happened with what the reason was why they rotated mid in the first place. Might be to get a Herald, and
well, you don't really have a good option to go 1v2 because you have 2 melees. So maybe they just say, well, Karis can just sit down there, and if we need him to teleport, he can just eat waves.
But he can't. I don't know why you.
Well,
I didn't see what happened. Yeah, I think in a 1v1 he's obviously fine, but I don't know why they maybe the desk can talk about it for a bit, why the rotation came through to put the duo, because I think the 2v2 was going perfectly fine. And now, despite the early game being dead even, now, yes, Morgan is really fat, which is good, but there's also 900 gold lead on Aiming for no great trade-off, although they get the Herald, and if they can break down the mid lane turret and really continue to apply the pressure and start stacking these Hextech Drakes, maybe we can see Breon do the impossible and transition well into a mid to late game. We can dream, though.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel kind of impossible, but it's not like we've never seen it ever. There are games on record.
Like the Gen G game.
Yeah, you know.
They did everything but Nexus in that one really well.
Yeah. And
That game left scars.
it did.
Oh, here we
Up to your
go.
wall. You talked about that mobility. Lahens looks to be just dead. No way out for him. No flash, no anything. Just gets caught in the river. Trying to ward. A pretty, normal place to be, but if there is Umpty and Morgan on the other side of that wall, you are just going to die.
And this is something that I do think we've seen some of our other teams struggle with, where supports and junglers, I think, are the most guilty of this in particular. If you are a team that almost always wins, you get the you build up bad habits of like, I can just go in and ward anywhere and be fine, right? We do, however, have the Hextech gate, so contest is still possible here.
Yeah, TP from Keen as well.
Ars needs to TP in.
We'll have to see if he has a Sport Drinker. I would assume at this point he does. As he engaged once again, nice buffer on the hook, but in they go on to BDD, who has to flash away. As that is a lot used. Let's see if KT do want to get on in here. As Karis now in position, and Dominus already procced. A lot of damage from the Feathers already being done. The soldiers are out, though, as the immediate Feather Storm is good, but Henna's getting pretty low. Keen, the only one in the front line, and the Feathers are pulled, and now we got Karis in the back line, but he's all alone, and down he goes. It's a double kill now for the Kaisa. Out of nowhere, KT stand their ground, and Bro go a little bit too far. And it's not even done yet, as aiming, looking for a W. Nah, looks like he gets too far away, and one misstep in the team fight leads to KT taking it down.
And that is going to be the second Drake going down, and Morgan, even with the lead, unable to do anything in that team fight. And Brian looking a little bit disjointed. A lot of damage gets spread out amongst multiple targets. So starts off with this, right, which is what gets them the initial control over the river. Lahens oversteps while setting out vision. And then here we have Henna playing very far forward, and my main issue is like following them into this choke is wholly unnecessary. Because the moment that you force them to come into you, you're in a great spot, right? Like you have your Milio, you have Henna, and then Henna, yes, it gets caught, but it doesn't really matter too much because, again, you should be able to kite back. And then here, it's completely disjointed. Karis goes in while Henna is unable to actually get any autos down, and KT can just kite back.
Yeah.
Like,
they're taking damage from soldiers, from the Hextech Drake, from the Kaisa, and the Impale onto the Jax was great, and now we got another one as maybe D'Amelio can help him, not quite enough as he's just going to get pretty low, but Lahens is going to be the one that gets left to the Wolves as now Karis getting in there, BDD going to miss on that one as Karis will dodge, but now KT going back into the fight as Morgan is on that back line as aiming is going to have to do a lot of the carrying here, takes down the Akali, but that's just about it. He gets stunned up, and Morgan will take down the shutdown.
very important as they still extend. Don't know about that one, but they will be okay in the end. And Umpty, despite everything, is able to survive. Not at this early on. They shouldn't be able to, as that's going to be a Feather Storm. What? We have to... Well,
he didn't even... What? Wait, so he didn't take the Hextech Gate, and then he walked by, assuming he was safe, and then when he wasn't safe, he didn't press Feather Storm.
Yeah, no idea what happened. I don't know.
Yeah, a little bit of a oversight there.
And that does mean that they lose. Oh, Brion! You keep getting so close! Because this starts off with a lot of damage going down specifically into Umpty. And with the Milio, he's able to barely stay alive. As I don't know about this Baron though,
Just do
KT.
20-minute Baron.
That's optimistic, to say the least. You are behind in gold.
Yeah.
Oh, look at Hannah. He isn't here just yet, but yeah, definitely.
We do a little limit testing.
KT is playing fast and loose.
Yeah. I wouldn't even call this happy gaming. They don't look all that happy. It's just... I don't know, risky. Lens gets into a very interesting spot here. Could have some nice follow-up if anyone face checked that, but actually, wait, might be Karis.
Oh no, he knows. He knows. It's like, no. I'm not walking into that one. And the Akali has been there. I don't think the Akali has really gotten a whole lot to do yet. We'll see if that continues as we get deeper and deeper into the game, because as mentioned, we were not loving the Akali here, and it's up to Karis to prove that, in fact, still have an impact. Frontline though, you know, Umpty, Morgan effort, thumbs up. The map movement and some of the positioning.
The
from
random
either
flips
team,
for
really.
objectives.
No, we're not.
Hey, there's Renekton and Azir in this game. Come on.
I know, and even the
It's the meme angle.
even the combination of like the Kai'Sa, you know, Ruler is a big Kai'Sa enjoyer, obviously.
It used to be like Renekton, Azir, and Jinx as well, pretty often.
And then like Fresh or what else did Life play? He played so many things. He's a bit of a.
That's life.
Yeah, that is life.
It's life.
Umti also going for a very enabling build, so less on the upfront tankiness compared to a what you could otherwise go for, right? Radiant Virtue is going to give you not just the healing, but the extra amount of health that you get means that you are way beefier, particularly when combined with Frost Armor and with Aftershock. Sejuani in general uses health really, really well, which is why you could go Warmogs on her, although recently we haven't really been seeing that a whole lot. But the damage amplification of the Sunfire that is sure to come through, and the cheap item cost of the Even Shroud, as well as Abyssal, still going to be a great combo here as we are chilling for a little bit, but I am certain we will be fighting over this Hextech Drake as it will come through here.
That was interesting timing, actually. Aiming had like 5 seconds on flash, and if Umti just somehow got his team to follow up, maybe they could have gotten something, but Cleanse available. Aiming has it now. Crown still available.
You have Kai'Sa and Azir, so that Baron is a double Nasher. That Baron goes very quickly.
Yeah. And they already got that one like buffer Hextech. Obviously, they don't want to give Hextech Drakes, any of them, to both Jax and Akali, not to mention the rest of the squad. But yeah, I mean, if you get a Baron for it, obviously it's a very good trade at this point.
I'm just like, come on, impale me, cuz.
I mean, he did it before, right?
Come on.
And, you know, as the game comes along, some of the items on the side of KT might begin to outscale some of the tankiness, especially with the build that you mentioned from Umti. So I think the Impale angle might come through
it's Kai'Sa,
at some point.
As far as tank busters go, you're in a pretty good spot. Now, Aiming and Kina just doing this, and now Brion forced into a response here.
This is where they struggle, but they will be able to just pull the trigger here. Effort is a little bit low as now you got the Kai'Sa and the Renekton roaming on over. And they're ready right away. KT ready to go as the ult is thrown in. They try to get on top of Lahensi, just flashes away. The Impale is onto the Morgan, I believe. No, he's going to use it now as Kara's getting on in there, but Emilio goes down immediately as a huge sweep comes in and Morgan can't stop that backline as defenders do insane damage, but it's not quite insane enough. Morgan, once again, one more counter-strike for the boys, but it is not enough. It is a ace on the side in favor of KT.
And Brion just gets straight up outplayed in the 5v5, unable to actually kill the backline. And again, the target selection of this roster leaves something to be desired with so many health bars so low. Starts up with we go in on Lahens, and the front to back here for KT isn't that bad. And once again, pay attention to aiming and BDD. How much damage you're able to output. Display from BDD there. It splits up the fight. It keeps him alive. It gets Morgan and Karas out of there. And then by the time that we get to the end, Aiming still alive. Keen is going ignored throughout all of that. And I gotta commend Aiming. His team fighting has improved so much this split. And now that is the Baron. That is probably going to be the Drake as well as there we have
pause.
No, that was not what I was saying.
I think shouldn't be that big of an issue.
Hopefully not.
At this point, especially just given the timing of it. But let's see what it is. We'll let you guys know as soon as possible what the issue is. But yeah, KT, they take a really big fight, and maybe it's just the solo POG angle for BDD, unless Aiming is able to pick it up. Could also go that way. That would be the two guys I would be looking out for my votes at this point.
Yeah, I like the Aiming vote. You know, actually doing a great job on the Kai'Sa thus far. Good positioning in team fights. And also a win for you, because Kai'Sa has been farming a lot of POGs. Because the champion, as it turns out, is very strong. When you take away a lot of her weaknesses, by giving her access to reliable, wave clear and allowing her to both be an AD threat and a poke champion. It is a bit much. We had the, what was it, last spring, the Kai'Sa poke build, but at least that one couldn't actually really do that much when Killer Instincting in, because you'd go in and you'd have no attack speed because you went Ludens and what was it, Manamune. And we are back into the game.
So apparently just felt like, probably felt a little bit sick. Maybe like he was
like fainting.
Yeah, maybe a bit lightheaded, or that he was gonna throw up or something. But he's feeling better now, so that's good. Hopefully he feels okay. Finish out the game. But yeah, I think they just kind of got BDD'd in that last fight. Like, he did so much, and Aiming did as well, as you were pointing out. And the Kai'Sa is in a really insane spot right now, like you mentioned. It's such a game changer. She can be everywhere, and she does insane burst damage and very consistent damage at the same time. That's just not really fair. Also very safe, also pokes, clears all the waves. What doesn't she do at this point? I'm just wondering. But
and now the gold trough is coming through, and it continues, I think, the trend of Brion having some great moments but just not being able to string together. And KT, compared to say 2-3 weeks ago, a little bit more up and down. Still, the team fighting that this team has been able to build up over the year, coming through in a great manner. Enough to get them in this position. From here on out, you can siege, right? You can slowly chip and poke away. Your Baron buff is going to give you an incredible amount of gold, and should be really hard for Brion to fight their way back into this one.
yeah, now they have 3 cannon minions that are getting in here, as
Lahens.
seems like Umpty has a magnet on him right now. Even Cuz is... Okay, I don't know what it is. He definitely has a magnet on him. I'm convinced now. Cuz has impaled him a couple of times.
That would be such a cool Skarner skin, where it's like the magnet that picks up cars, Skarner.
Yeah.
Right, and when he impales you, you just get dragged away by the magnet. Yeah.
It should make the...
it's like a transformer.
Yeah, it should make the sound effect as well.
Yeah.
That would be really cool. Instead, right now, it just feels like a crystal crash.
Going Anathemas here, and I'm probably going to go really heavily into armor so that he can't die. Be feeling good here is the Scorpion.
He has Bombies and Wardens.
Yeah, I don't know why he's building 2 different items at the same time, but this probably wants to get components.
But he has Anathemas.
Yeah.
There you go.
And it's not an insurmountable goal lead for Brion, which is
Umpty's got the magnet. Cuz can't resist. Oh, Umpty will get far enough away that the magnet's pull is not strong enough.
And I have 3 items, that's big. Maybe. I'm losing hope, Veldis. I'm trying my best here.
Yeah, I don't think KT's team, well, some of their decision-making, I should say, has been a little bit lackluster. It does feel like kind of they assume they're just going to win at times. And fair enough, they are winning a lot, so yes. But you got to be careful. I mean, you go all in onto Azaya. Okay, he really does have that magnet, but at this point, as we mentioned before, doesn't really matter who you hit. Hook, rather. It can be Sejuani, it can be Umpty. That's fine because you have the damage now.
That might be the end of it, as the mid lane inhibitor is surely going to fall, as Brion needs to deal with their bot side wave. Teleport coming in as well. No front line here for Brion.
I'm just going to group up. They don't have the Baron, so just trying to siege here. They don't have the best siege. They do have a Zir, but besides that, just going to be looking for picks, and Bro just going to turtle up here on the Nexus turrets, and KT will respect that. They will back away. We do have Baron and Hextech Soul potentially on the cards here in a minute, so KT just going to take the gold and run.
And even in a scenario where somehow KT overextends, or they're not in position, they can get either, and you'll be happy. Like a second Drake doesn't matter at all, as Umpty just steps a little bit too far forward. And he has to, because he has to look for a play, because otherwise you're just going to lose your turret, but does immediately get snatched up and taken down.
Just Shirelli? No, he didn't.
And now you have 2 Inips down, and you're about to get Baron and Hextech sold. It's not great, Valdez.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit of struggle street. I mean, this is what we expected from this series, for KT to take another 2-0. It's just, again, you know, it does feel like some of the weaknesses of Bro being highlighted in this one, as Belio again existing. Because just gonna great ultimates. Morgan's got a nice little angle, but again, that counter-strike, once that goes down, can he do anything? The Nautilus ultimate comes in, and down he goes to his GA. Karis on that back line will avoid the hook, but the damage is too much. The Feather's doing insane amounts, but it's just not enough at this point in time. The wallets, they're not gigantic, but they are enough. And that should be enough here for KT to push in through the mid lane and end game number 2.
And Brion, there were some moments where they looked like they could step up, but the teamfight execution is not really coming together. This Akali wasn't the problem, but it definitely, well, maybe it was. It wasn't the solution, that's for sure.
I think Karis made it look pretty decent. I'll give him that.
Yeah, it's just that, as mentioned, like playing in the amount of CC that's available, you're not going to get a whole lot of playmaking opportunity. And KT, a little bit of an ups and downs, but nothing compared to what we have seen this team in the past. Their team fighting is on another level, and with low health bars, doesn't matter if everyone is still alive by the end of the fight.
Yeah, didn't matter, and KT Rolster, the better team once again. We did go into KT versus Bro 2 Electric Boogaloo, but the result was the same. KT took it down, and we'll have to wait and see if Bro have any answers for later on in the season, but KT will continue on the undefeated streak. They have broken their record of match wins in a row. Actually, I think it's tied for match wins, but their game win record is still intact and rolling. Another 2-0 on the cards here for KT, as the roller coaster continuing to go up into space. Not a lot of downswings just yet. KT will give, or Keen will give the smirk and the thumbs up. Let's see, does he do it again? No, it's different today. Brought out the, oh, no, he did it again.
Had to do his move. That's his signature move,
I'm sick
Valdez.
of the move. I've seen it so many times.
Well, we get a peace sign from BDD. Does that make you happy?
At least he did it something different.
Where's Lahens? Give me Lahens.
He's gone.
He never lets us down.
There. Aiming
but this is Brion, so I don't. Yeah.
He said thank you.
I think
little bow, peace sign.
Lahens really saves the ceremonies for when he truly thinks that the enemy team has earned them. And Brion doesn't pass that bar.
It says if you lose, you have to bot duo with me. Both of the signs, actually. One for Lahens, one for aiming. So making their intentions very clear. Unfortunately for them, KT did not lose. So no bot doing anytime soon. And that was just the first series. A little bit of a, a little appetizer for our next one, which is Kwangdong Freaks versus Halma-Life Esports. Another one where, we do have a favorite, but Kwangdong Freaks, they're coming up right now, and they're making some interesting plays. We'll have to see if they can challenge Halma-Life.
The most important thing is that the 2-0 full week is still alive. The dream can come true. Every single match, if I'm not mistaken, I'm gonna double check because I
we don't have that sheet.
I don't want. Oh, we don't. Oh,
yeah,
it's gone. You already checked it. But as far as I'm aware, we are on track for getting a perfect only 2-0 week. It would be very fitting for Kwangdong and Hanwha to throw that into disarray. And the recent form of Hanwha has been a lot better. And we'll see, because I think they need to really continue the upward trajectory to actually beat KT. Because yes, KT in this one, they played a little bit fast and loose at times. It felt like some of their mid-game decision-making wasn't as crisp as it has been, but Gen G have been showing very similar signs when playing against teams that they perceive as much weaker. And doesn't really tell us a whole lot.
How do we feel about the Skarner, by the way?
It's fine. I feel like you could also have just picked Maokai and, You know, that would have effectively done the same
Okay,
thing,
that
but
was-
the
Yeah.
champion is
오케이
better.
오케이 끝.
Particularly with Milio being as good as he is. Like, was there any point outside of the one pick he got at the inner where you're like, oh, Skarner was really making a difference here?
He got that one pick on a Morgan on the Dragon fight. That was it. That was the one where I'm like, ooh, that was good. Because KT were in like a really rough spot. They were kind of just like positioning, waiting for Bro to overstep, and then Cuz got that one pick on the Morgan, and the fight was just blown wide open. Other than that,
기인이 썰킬
기인이 피오드 주자.
기인이 썰킬 두번 했다는데 왜 이렇게 잘하냐?
they were joking around a lot, talking about POG and who carried. And
미안해. 진짜 미안해.
여기잖아.
Who will pick it up? I wonder.
여기잖아.
I think it'll be aiming.
Aiming or BDD make the most sense to me.
Yeah.
Might be getting some enjoyers of the old Scorpion, perhaps.
No.
Lance and Keen were there. You know, the team fights were played well as per usual, but the Keen not having the best laning phase, and Lahans having that oopsie taken down. That one time.
Yeah. That happens occasionally. We can't all be perfect. KT with some happy gaming, but they got the 2-0 in the end over Bro twice now in this week, and we'll have to just hope that when they do face off against some of the stronger opponents in the LCK, that they don't bring some of the bad habits from the last couple of series into those matchups either. But we are done here on the caster desk for this series. Let's go over to the space and see what they had to say about this KT versus Bro matchup.
Yeah, KT takes down Bro 2-0 for the second time this week. Some happy gaming, as we said it, but happy aiming in the end. What did we think of this approach this time? We're going to take a look at the draft directly and see the drafting choices on the side of Bro. Keeping the same jungle top, I appreciate it. Shout out to Kaplan Flowers, of course, for this corner pick. But yeah, Max, tell me what you thought of the both teams.
So it's an interesting situation, right? Because it's basically the same as what we saw, but they responded with the answer that we needed.
Yeah.
We needed the Nico to be banned, and then we needed to see something else. Unfortunately, that was BDD's Azir. Wasn't his best performance on the champion, but honestly, he only needs a couple of moments, does BDD, in order to win a game, and he found a couple of them. And that was about all they needed. And Huni, we had some issues with the Akali pick.
Yeah, I mean, also, I think from the jungle ban as well, I didn't really like the second phase that they actually banned the Volibear and Poppy when there's actually Skarner. Skarner originally is being Skarner against Sejuani is more than like 5 years, 10 years. It's been there whole time. Sejuani and Skarner is not the new champ. You can always get picked. And also the comp is like it's so perfectly fitted. With the Kaisa Azir, with the front lane with the Skarner and having Renekton on the top. But I mean, there's nothing Akali can do against this Skarner, especially. I think I didn't really like to pick even into Azir. Like, it's known as like, good Azir player always can punish in lane against Akali, and then she's not gonna be impactful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of an issue. Like, the problem that I have is understanding the thinking that went into picking the Akali as well, because it obviously comes from a place of Karis not being very confident in himself on the day and wanted to go back to some comfort so that he can have a good performance. And if you do that and it doesn't work, it feels awful.
And we saw that during the team fights, mostly not going in at the right moment, costing the team fights for Bro most of the time. But as per usual, they had a good early game. And it all came down from top lane, and we know how Jax and Sejuani work together and how impactful it can be if Jack gets ahead. So we can take a look at the first highlight here. And yeah, talk me through what happened for Kin in this jungle too.
Yeah, I mean,
Press R.
Yeah, he didn't press R. He didn't click flash button that quickly, and they opted to fight 2v2, which is all against into Sejuani and Jax combination as a Renekton Skarner. That's no good. You know, like, they should just put the lane in Renekton already as soon as the first time he died. And, you know, just take the L. There's nothing you can do, because that's what Brion wanted, like, all the time. Like, they nearly significantly first pick Sejuani, and the KT have to pick Renekton and then just pick Jax into it. So they want to consistently fight 2v2, but they actually fell into it.
Yeah, and this time around we had a Hextech stall, which is definitely one far worth fighting over. We had Drake fights being a big focal point, but we also had a weird lane swap halfway through the game. Like, Bro had themselves a decent lead. Like, Huni and I were having a chat and we're like, this is the bro game. We're going to 3. It's happening. And then all the lane swap shenanigans come in, and then the gold lead,
It swings
it's
over.
like 800 or something
Yeah.
for bro, and like that's not enough for them to win.
What should they have done then instead? What was the game plan that they should have
I mean,
followed?
just not laning, so just keep laning because
Yeah.
there was nothing. Not lane is like actually losing. I think the Akali actually fell. It got behind. Even Zaya got behind against Kaisa. It's only Jaxcat who's ahead. But the thing is, like, Jax will be ahead no matter what because he was already really fat. He doesn't need any. Like, he doesn't need help, basically. Like, everyone is, if laning, Jax will take down the 1v1 turret against the Renekton. And even Sejuani is there. Like, it's so easy, but the thing is, like, they force way too hard for the lane swap, and they actually just decide to get behind.
Yeah, and the dragon fight where Karis goes in and sort of just instantly dies.
Disaster.
Morgan isn't actually able to use that gold for anything effectively. Top laners can actually often use gold better than most other laners because they can use it in a side lane. And you need resources to stop top laner. In isolation, having money there is a very good thing because it's sort of tangibly noticeable. It's not if you just insta-dies in a team fight.
I mean, for me, it's a classic case of bro not being ahead enough so that they know what to do with the leads they have, and usually this is when it shatters in the mid game. I want to take a look at the Baron fight though to see what KT have been doing well maybe and mispositionings on this side of bro.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. KT, if they're like, as long as like they're a little bit ahead, or like they're, if the game is even, the fight, the scrimmage, is the quality. It's really good. It's just eyes on BDD. He played perfectly well with the Kaisa being up whole time and then putting DPS as much as they can as a AD and the mid. Like those twos are hyper carrying KT roster, and the game he just does perfectly job even though he's not really fat.
Yeah, this is the crazy thing, right? We saw BDD whiffing ultimates left, right, and center, and then he has this moment where he not only gets a Jax off his backline, but interrupts a perfect execution coming from Karis. That second part may have been accidental, but I'm going to give it to him. Like, this is our example, right? Like, BDD just sometimes turns it on and he'll just win you the game.
BDD or BDDn't is the question. I want to ask you though, because, and I asked the same questions about Genji when they face off against weaker teams. I expect more dominance coming from these teams. Are they limit testing or are they just underestimating what Bro can do in the early game? What's your read on this?
I mean, it's just KT roll. I mean, we call KT roller coaster, so you never know. I mean, also the thing is like, I think that significantly the Breon actually never lose all the game. Like actually, like I think they play really well early game. They just have no idea what to do in the middle game. So okay, Brian, they gotta do better job in the middle game. Just do the better feedback, and like I think someone gotta lead the team that who actually just think more like better way in the middle game.
Yeah, this is the problem, is they're so far in their own heads. You saw the little pause coming through as well, like Umpty not feeling so well on stage. I don't want to read too far into it because we didn't get a lot of information, but if you've got a player that like needs to get a drink of water and take a timeout in the middle of the game, you know that something isn't necessarily super great there. And so I think that they're feeling a whole lot of pressure that perhaps they don't need to. Like, this is Bro. We don't have high expectations, but we have high amounts of love. Okay, and so we just want to see them have a good time and enjoy themselves.
Look at how Nongshim does it and how they did it yesterday. They play without fear, and this is usually what brings them the win. I'm just wondering how easy it is to improve on the mid game when you're not used to being on the driver's seat so often. But when you compare the first series they played earlier this week and this one, I still see improvements.
Well, I mean, it's not gonna be easy. It's gonna be tough. There's gonna be some heals there because there's some bombs, but there's nothing you can do. You just gotta keep going.
All right. Player of the game here, if we can reveal. If
is it the double BDD?
Is it the double BDD angle? Let's reveal. No,
oh, it's aiming this time.
It makes sense.
So we voted for BDD because he won the game with that last team fight, but I think that this is definitely the far more consistent vote. He was probably second in line for me last time around as well, outside of Cuz. But yeah, aiming, positioning, just playing really well. And now that Kaiser is in meta, I feel like this is the time for aiming to shine.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, like a lot of the scrimmage, even this fight, he put actually just most DPS as much as he can, and then he actually almost flipped the fight, and he still got some kills there, and based on that, he was be able to putting so much DPS in the middle of the team fight, especially this last team fight. It's like, it just give it to Baron, like, it's so incredibly well.
Yeah, it was beautifully played by aiming. His positioning this time around, absolutely fantastic. Had some whoopsies in the last game, running into Henna with a crescendum up was not necessarily what you want to do. It's kind of like head first into a meat grinder. This was a different situation, and we got votes for everyone.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
That's
Except-
extremely split.
Except Keen.
Yeah. Oh, except
Really?
no handbag.
I am shocked.
No, it's a bit of a shame.
Oh my God.
But I think that the tilt-proof vote was right there.
True.
I was ready for the tilt-proof vote.
In the end, Katie takes it 2-0. If the interview is ready, I'm sorry, I don't have the MCR in my ear, but if the interview is ready, we can jump to... Yeah, let's go. Okay, dear, take it away for the translation. We'll come back right after.
Thank you guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by BDD and Amy on the side of KT. Congratulations! First off, BDD, with the 8th consecutive win upon today's victory, you are now tied with your team's most consecutive win record. So what does this mean to you? We were a little shaky, but even if we start out a little shaky in the beginning, we were able to close it out pretty well. I feel like we were getting more and more solid. And Amy, you reached 1,500 kills last match. And it looks like you have a little gift right here.
1500개 이렇게 리본을 만들어 주셨어요. 너무 이쁜 것 같아요.
They made me a giant bow. How pretty.
일단 이렇게 1500킬도
How do you feel?
하고 좀 이렇게 기록도 이제 세워지고
With my 1,500 kills.
하면서 좀 기분 좋은 출발하는
And
것
us
같아서
starting out round 2 with a victory, I'm very happy. Aiming, this was actually a rematch with OK Swing Spank Brion just after 2 days. And with your previous 2-0 victory, you must have been even more confident. So what aspect of your opponent's strength were you most wary of?
단단하게 이끌어 나가는 팀이라 생각해가지고 좀 한타
I feel like they're actually really good at
저희도 한타 픽 위주로
closing out a game and being able to stay focused throughout the game towards the end. So I felt like, you know, we were actually supposed to focus as well and make sure that we win towards and play well up until the very end. And BDD, in game 1, by 10 minutes, KT had a 3,000 gold advantage. You applied so much pressure in the mid lane and played it out so smoothly. How is this possible? I feel like I was doing pretty well, yeah, but our top and bottom was doing well as well. So I think that's probably why. And let's take a look at the replay right here. Do you remember this part? I feel like we were at a little bit of a disadvantage at this point, but we were able to utilize that blast cone, and I was able to kind of turn things around here. Yeah, that blast cone play was actually really cool, but then there was another part where you used your blast cone. What happened? I feel like it was a bug. I noticed that, you know, I was positioned correctly, but then it just my character, I saw that it just froze. So I think that was definitely a bug. And aiming in game 2, Skarner was locked in for Cuz. So was it something that the team has been working on? I feel like, you know, we've been getting a lot of jungle bans, target bans, and with us trying to come up with a good champion for the comp, we just confidently locked in Skarner. And aiming with the enemy Jax getting fed, he must have been so hard to deal with. So it all came down to team fighting. So what was the game plan? Yeah, so because we had so many deaths, I was a little mental boom, but my team kept me in the game. I noticed that Keen gave everyone a nickname. BDD, you happen to be the musician of the Rift. Aiming your Haram god, Kuz is Kajuani, Lehan's is Shu. So, what are your thoughts? Keen, yeah. I feel like, yeah, he's such a,
에이밍 선수는 어떠셨어요?
he has that dad humor, very unfunny.
그렇다면 두 분이 혹시
What about you,
긴 선수의
Amy?
별명을 또 지어주신다면요?
Yeah, I just went with it. What if you guys gave a nickname to Keen? I'll give that one to Haram. Amy, I mean,
일단 봤을 때
'cause
네,
he
정말
likes
작고
nicknames.
이제 귀여워요. 네, 귀여운 사람한테
Keen
좀
happens to be
우정
quite
같다 하잖아요.
petite
또 이제
and
기인 형
cute,
하면 이제
and
생각나는 게
a lot of
좀
people call him
이빨도
fairy.
있고, 그 잇몸도 있고 그래서 이빨
But
요정,
you know, he has
잇몸 요정. 네,
he has
그 정도로
teeth
하겠습니다.
and gums, so I'll give him the nickname of Teeth Fairy.
마음에 들어하실지 너무 궁금합니다. 다음에 POG 받으면 또 여쭤볼게요. 자, 다음으로는 이제 한화생명전이 있습니다. 이 1세트
And up against next, you guys will be going against Hanwha Life. And Keen, who currently has 288 wins and 289 losses, will achieve a total LCK win rate of 50% upon your next victory. So, what's your mindset going into this match? Instead of focusing on milestones, we'll make sure that we keep up our momentum and continue our win streak.
까지 이제 무조건 게임을 하겠다.
And
그렇게
I feel like
네, 그래서 저희가
Keen said that he will continue playing until he reaches a total win rate of 60%. So I'll make sure that we are able to help him with that.
인터뷰 감사합니다.
This will be the end of the interview with BDD and Aiming, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for the translation of this very wholesome interview. A big bow on the side of these players. And Keen being the Tooth Fairy? I'm not sure what this was about.
Well, I'm kind of into it. Is there like a Korean translation issue or something like that? Does it make more sense in Korean, Hooney?
I mean, honestly, I wasn't able to hearing the Korean sound, so it's kind of tough to listen it. So.
All right. Well,
Later.
moving on. Later,
Like
let's.
cute in Korean is like Kion, and that's pretty close
Oh, Gum Fairy, because you can.
We will solve this mystery for you guys
You can
and
see his
keep you
gums when he
updated.
smiles. I know they said that, but like, he's not that gummy when he smiles.
This is getting to the weird zone.
We'll get to the bottom of it. We'll get to
All right,
the bottom
all right,
of it.
all right.
We
I'm
will.
going to
We'll
focus
figure
a bit
it
more
out.
here. Let's take a look at the standings and see what's on the menu for Bro next week, as they will be facing off against Kwangdong Freaks and Hanwha Life Esports. And here I see Hope facing off against Kwangdong Freaks. We'll see how they do, of course, later, because these two teams will face off against each other. But when you consider the fact that Bro has decent early game and Kwangdong not so much, maybe there's an angle here. That's the hope I see for them.
Yeah, I think they
Anyway.
both struggle in very similar areas. So I reckon that one could be winnable, you know? You kind of wait for that Taeyun moment, and then maybe they
Yeah.
can have a chance. Or maybe the Taeyun moment's going to win them the game.
Or maybe whoever lose the other game, they win the game.
Ooh, opposite day vibes. I'm kind of into that as well.
Good for thoughts.
Pretty important for our next series, though. Hanwha Life Esports. If with any sort of victory, go ahead at T1.
Next matchup then, yeah, who do we think will take it? Hanwha Life Esports being favored here, I think, against Kwangdong Freaks. What are your expectations for this matchup?
Well, I mean, it's gonna be the Guangdong probably win all the game. It's same thing as the Brion, and then just lose the middle game. Probably HLE took like 40-minute game winning.
So basically, we can take all of the notes from our series today in our first series and then just apply them to the next one. That's what we're going to go to,
right.
and we'll see whether it works.
But don't forget, I predicted Guangdong though.
I didn't.
I did.
And I forgot what I did, but we'll see later. We will be back for the second series in some times. I don't have the exact time, but in some time, that's for sure. Until then, you can enjoy Mic Check and a new format of Lane Mates focused on top lane edition.
That's me.
And that's you. That's you. You really want to.
I'll be there.
We saw a glimpse of it yesterday. It is really funny. Honestly, I would
actually
recommend
so good.
all of you guys to watch it. We'll be back in
Trust
just
me.
a few for the second series. Stay tuned. Bye-bye.
별명의 정글러 관계자 안녕하세요. 심상태.
갱조심해.
사실 정글러들을 찾는 게 어시주려고 부르는 건데 저희한테 너무 가혹한 거 아닌가.
약간 이 자리에 오니까 막 끌어오르네요.
어머 대박. 방금 도란 선수 플레이 봤어? 너무 감동이야.
와, 탑퍼즈들 대박이다.
안녕하세요. LCK 단합대회 새롭게 MC를 맡은 윤수빈입니다. 반갑습니다.
안녕하세요. 다시 돌아왔습니다. MC 배혜지입니다. 반갑습니다.
네, 지난 정글러 편에 이어서 제가 감히 성캐님의 자리를 대신해서 새롭게 MC가 됐는데요. 지난 정글러 편이 공개되고 나서 화제가 진짜 많이 됐더라고요. 저도 재밌게 봤어요.
오, 정말요? 맞습니다. 그래서 오늘 LCK 단합대회는요, 또 스페셜 MC가 왔다고 하거든요. 과연 어떤 분일지 바로 만나볼까요?
안녕하세요. 오늘 스페셜 MC를 맡은 훈이 허손입니다.
반갑습니다.
오늘 LCK 단합대회 바로 탑편이 준비되어 있습니다.
저희가 이번에는 각 팀의 탑라이너 분들을 모셔봤어요. 아쉽게도 T1의 제우스 선수는 아시안 게임 관련 일정 때문에 함께하지 못하게 되었습니다. 그래도 9분의 선수분들과 함께할 예정입니다.
지난 단합대회 때 정글러는 또 모임장을 뽑았거든요. 신업 선수가 가장 인기가 많았다고 하더라고요.
아 진짜? 압도적으로 2표를 받으면서
진짜?
왜냐하면 나머지는 좀 없었대.
탑도 모임장을 뽑아야 되지 않겠습니까?
뽑아야죠.
그래서 미리 투표를 한번 받아봤습니다. 투표 나와주세요.
맞습니다.
네.
과연 어떤 선수가 모임장이 될지를 한번 투표를 공개해 보도록 하겠습니다.
자, 진행해 보겠습니다. 첫 표 라스칼 선수.
오, 이유는요?
리더의 기질이 있을 것 같다.
이야, 역시! 라스칼 선수 기분 어떠세요?
나쁘지 않네요.
좋습니다. 다음 투표. 킹겐 형님. 네, 체격이 제일 커서 대표하기 좋다.
이거 뭐 힘으로 싸우는 거 아니에요, 이거?
라스칼 한 번.
잠깐만.
근데 이유가 내 남자친구래요.
뭐야, 누구야?
뚜뚜루뚜 화심을 태우로 지금 방송을 하신.
어머나.
다음은 기인 선수. 가장 오래 하신 것 같아서. 이게 가장 오래 하신 것 같아서 한 것도 아니고 하신 것 같아서 100% 일단은 잘 모르는 것 같습니다. 칸나. 여기도 지금 짝사랑 중.
아, 뭐야?
아니 탑라이너들이 지금 부끄러움이 좀 많으신가 봐요. 라스칼 선수. 와. 잘생기셔서. 인기 폭발인데.
인기 너무 많으신데?
이대로 가면 라스칼 선수가 거의 확정인데요, 이러면은?
네.
다음 칸나
선수?
짝사랑 중 투투투.
이거 뭐 삼각관계인가요?
뭐야 이거?
네, 삼각관계.
누구야? 일단 2표 남았습니다 지금. 라스칼 선수. 부장 잘할 것 같아요.
와.
도란 선수 재밌을 것 같다. 근데 재밌는 게 여기서 우드 선수가
무기명 투표인데 자기 이름을 크게
일부러 어필하신 거 아니에요? 약간
무기명인 줄 몰랐는데 이름 쓰라고 한 줄 알아서 썼는데. 누구야?
네, 이렇게 해서 총 4표를 받은 라스칼 선수가 모임장이 됐는데요. 앞으로의 활동 계획을 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 열심히 하겠습니다.
이제 선수분들과 본격적으로 토크를 한번 진행해 볼까 하는데 혹시 단합대회 정글러 편 보신 분 있으신가요? 좀 기억에 남는 장면이 어떤 건지 얘기를 좀 해주실 수 있을까요? 없을 것 것 같아서.
아니 있어요.
있어요.
입이 움찔거렸어요.
두두 선수가
그 영재 그거 가보진 않았는데 영재가 저한테 하는 거 보긴 했거든요.
탑 봐줘야 돼 이러고 영재야 탑 타이브 와야 돼 이거 영재야 상대 정글 오는데 맞춰줄 수 있어 맨날 불러가지고 게임할 때 화가 너무 많이 나서.
보셨어요?
왜 이렇게 영재 선수를 찾으시는 거예요?
정글러들을 찾는 게 정글러들 킬 먹여주거나 그 어시주를 하고 부르는 건데 저희한테 너무 가혹한 거 아닌가.
영재야! 영재야 킬 먹으러 와.
어떡해. 영재 선수한테 한마디 하세요.
나를 팔아서 너의 사심을 채우는 건 좋은데 나는 적당히 팔아줬으면 좋겠어.
제가 졌어요.
네, 이렇게 얘기를 좀 나누니까 좀 열기가 뜨거워지는 것 같은데요. 저희가 긴장도 좀 풀어볼 겸 몸풀기 코너를 준비를 했잖아요.
오, 좋습니다. 자, 그러면은 저희가 스케치북을 하나씩 드릴 텐데요. 저희가 질문하는 걸 듣고 답을 써주시면 되겠습니다.
첫 번째 질문, 탑 근본 챔피언은 뭘까요?
아, 이거 좀 어렵겠는데요?
기인 선수 굉장히 고민하시는데요?
칸나 선수 컨닝 안 됩니다.
이걸 왜 컨닝하시는 거예요?
아, 이건 정답이 없어요, 참고로. 자기가 이제 주관적으로 생각하는.
저 이미 써가지고.
아, 알겠습니다.
썼어요.
하나, 둘, 셋 하면 뒤집어 볼까요? 네. 하나, 둘, 셋. 짜잔!
오, 일단 제이스가 좀 많이 보이고.
제이스?
레넥톤.
나서스? 오.
나서스? 약간 연배가 느껴지는.
나서스는 이게 한 10년 전쯤으로 거슬러 가야 되는 그런 느낌인데.
가장 오래 하신 기인 선수 나서스부터 이유를 좀 들어볼까요?
저는 탑라인 처음 입문할 때 나서스로 시작했어가지고.
정말 지극히 주관적인 답변이네요.
제이스가 많은데 왜 제이스라고 쓰셨는지도 한번 들어볼게요. 킹겐 선수.
탑에 로망이라고 했을 때 가장 잘 다뤘을 때 간지나는 챔피언이 제이스가 아닌가.
맞아.
낭만. 그리고 또 모건 선수가 모넥톤을 또 이게 시그니처 픽이잖아요, 또.
시즌을 거슬러 올라갔을 때 그 쉬바나 레넥톤까지 이제 그 시절까지 올라가면 그때부터 이제 지금까지도 아주 핫한 레넥톤을 버릴 수 없는 챔피언이지 않나.
근데 진짜
싶어서.
꾸준히 인기가 많은 챔피언인 것 같긴 해요.
정확합니다.
네. 그리고 크산테.
신챔이긴 한데 그래도 요즘 탑이 이거 못하면은 탑이 아니다 약간. 그 정도 챔프인 것 같아서.
그렇다면 기인 선수 혹시 이 적힌 챔피언들 중에 저건 좀 아닌 것 같다 싶은 거 있으세요?
다 탑 챔피언이지만 그래도 그 상태는 아직 좀 근본이 되게 연차가 좀 아직 적지 않나.
역사가 부족하다.
두 번째 질문 드릴게요. 탑에서 평생 하나의 챔피언만 쓸 수 있다면 어떤 챔피언을 쓰시겠습니까? 적어주세요.
어려운데요?
이거 좀 신중하게 골라야 될 것 같은데요?
저 여러 가지가 좀 떠오르긴 해요.
지금 굉장히 고민 많이 하고 계세요. 라스칼 선수 쓰셨어요?
네, 쓰셨어요.
좋아요.
꽤 빠르게 쓰신 것 같고 지금
칸나 선수 컨닝한 거 아니죠?
아니 칸나 선수 계속
그러니까,
컨닝을 하시네요.
칸나 선수가
좀 해명할 게 있어요.
그래요?
그러니까 제 머릿속에 이미 한 챔피언을 떠올랐는데
네.
아니 옆에서 똑같이 쓰고 있는 거예요. 그래서 그거 내가 할라 했는데 하고 알겠어.
좋습니다. 궁금해지네요. 그렇다면 한번 공개해볼까요? 하나, 둘, 셋. 짜잔! 오! 르블랑, 피오라, 렌가, 제이스, 레넥톤.
아지르도 있고 많은 친구들이 있는데.
그러네요. 근데 칸나 선수의 머릿속을 어떻게 읽으신 거예요? 왜 자꾸 같은 게 겹칠까요?
상당히가 저 따라한다고 생각해요.
어떻게 칸나 선수 해명 좀 부탁드릴게요.
왕자병.
한마디로 정리가 완료됐네요. 예.
우리 킹겐 선수는 레넥톤이라고 쓰셨는데
저는 좀 과몰입을 했는데
네.
이게 은퇴 후까지 생각 안 했어요. 은퇴 후에는 레넥톤을 할 이유가 없는 것 같아요. 너무 재미가 없거든요. 이제 대회에서 제가 한 챔피언만 써야 된다면 똑같은 디폴트 값의 이득을 챙겨줄 수 있는 챔피언 레넥톤이라고 생각해요.
팀을 생각해서 또 레넥톤을 골라주셨군요.
여기서부터 이제 좀 독특해졌어요.
그러게요.
모건 선수 야옹.
랭가.
저도 이제 킹겐 선수 마찬가지로 은퇴까지 생각하면은 레넥톤 재미없잖아요.
재미없죠.
레넥톤 아닌 것 같다. 근데 또 랭가 가끔씩 탑에서 만나면은 정신 나가거든요.
좋습니다. 그리고 버돌 선수는 아지르를 꼽아주셨어요.
아지르를 처음 이제 연습할 때 좀 해봤는데 너무 재밌더라고요.
아,
해도
재밌죠.
그리고 토스 하는 것도 약간 좀 쾌감도 좋고 재밌는 것 같아서.
그렇죠.
평생 해야 되니까 재밌어야죠.
그렇죠. 라인전도 강하고 더 독특해요 이제는.
르블랑은 정말.
근데 요즘 또 르블랑의 주가가 올라간 만큼.
진짜.
제가 또 탑르블랑 되게 좋아하기도 해가지고 되게 AD랑 AP 둘 다 되거든요 이게.
그럼 같은 팀 좀 미드랑은 좀 상의가 되시는 거예요? 어떻게?
1픽이 저니까 그냥
이게 탑이거든요 사실.
아, 이게 탑이지.
1픽 챔피언 우리가 누르거든.
그렇죠, 그렇죠. 안 바꿔주면 그만이니까.
근데 선수가 바뀌는 건 이제 감독님 마음이니까 조심해야겠죠. 네.
자, 그렇다면 이제 OX 퀴즈 또 준비가 되어 있는데요.
질문 드릴게요. 탑이 지면 정글 차이다.
이거는
X.
질문이 끝나기도 전에 이미 벌써 정리해서 지금 나왔거든요.
좋아요.
네.
자, 보여주실까요? 하나, 둘, 셋. 짜잔!
라스칼 선수 X?
오.
버돌 선수도 X. 오, X가 2표가 나왔는데요. 일단 2표를 먼저 들어보도록 할게요. 버돌 선수 왜 X를 해주셨어요?
대회 봤을 때 또 잘하는 사람은 알아서 또 혼자 잘 해내더라고요.
아니 근데
약간.
물로 선수는 막 보돌 선수 탓하다 가셨거든요 지난번에.
갑자기.
근데 막 보돌 선수는 지금 너무 천사처럼.
이렇게 얘기하시면 나머지 동그라미 든 선수들은 뭐가 되는 거예요?
저도 뭐가 돼요? 알겠습니다.
아, 네.
또 라스칼 선수 들어봐야겠죠?
저는 그냥 좀 착한 척 하려고.
그럼 나머지 분들은 다 나쁜 걸로. 아니 오래된 선수들의 이야기도 한번 들어볼게요.
약간 머릿속으로는 아니단데 약간 이 자리에 오니까 막 끌어오르는.
야!
동글도 솔직히 탑 많이 하는데 벌써 저희라고 뭐 못할 게 있나라는 생각으로
벌써
저
나왔습니다.
단합이 벌써 잘 되고 있어요.
네. 지금 라스칼 선수랑 혹시 버돌 선수 의견을 고치고 싶은 생각 드시나요? 그래도 유지.
뭐 그래.
이렇게 끝이 났습니다.
자, 이번 코너는 LCK 고민 상담소 코너인데요.
정말 싫어해서 자꾸 남자친구와 싸우게 됩니다. 내가 지금 뭐 하는 거야?
제가 작가분한테 살짝 들었는데요. 정글러 편 때랑 사연의 분위기가 좀 달랐다고 해요.
역시 참.
정글러 편 때는 하소연하는 사연이 되게 많았거든요. 근데 이번에는 진짜 고민들이 많이 들어왔다고 합니다. 자, 그러면 첫 번째 사연은 킹겐 선수가 한번 읽어봐 주시죠.
도란이 이어준 인연님의 사연입니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 도란 선수를 응원하는 여성 팬입니다. 올해 초 젠지 경기에 직관을 갔다가 옆자리 남성분이 저에게 도란 선수 팬이냐고 물어봤었고 어쩌다 보니 함께 직관을 다니다가 연인 사이로 발전하게 되었습니다.
너무 낭만적인데요?
어머, 그래서요.
둘 다 도란 선수 팬이라는 공통점이 있어서 금방 가까워질 수 있었던 것 같아요. 그런데 도란 선수 덕분에 생긴 인연이 도란 선수로 인해 깨질 위기에 처했어요.
왜 그러셨어요?
뭐야?
뭔데?
무슨 일?
사과하세요. 뭐예요?
사연인즉슨
지금 탑경 왔어요. 도란 위험하거든요.
지금 설계만 해도 의미가 커요.
살만해. 배치기 이 자식아. 배치기 이 자식아.
도란. 우와 정말 미친 크레이지 도라가스의 슈퍼 플레이.
도라가스. 잘하시는데요?
잘한다.
어머 대박. 방금 도란 선수 플레이 봤어? 너무 감동이야. 너무 멋있잖아.
요즘 너무 도란한테 빠져 있는 거 아니야? 그래도 내가 남자친구인데 나를 보라고 나를.
그날 이후 남자친구가 도란 선수 얘기하는 걸 싫어하고 티켓팅도 안 하려고 합니다. 어떻게 하면 남자친구의 마음을 돌릴 수 있을까요?
와, 탑 선수들 대박이다. 연기력 진짜 최고예요. 와, 진짜. 이분의 고민을 그럼 어떻게 해결해 줄지 이게 참 궁금합니다.
도란 선수가 조금 못해야 되는 거 아닐까? 그거 말고 딱히 뭐.
그런 거라면 자신 있죠.
도란 선수가 그라가스 배치기를 이제 그만해야 된다.
힘든 선수는 어떻게 생각하세요? 이거는 뭐 남자친구가 잘못이다, 아니면 여자친구가 잘못이다.
저는 두 분 다 말고 도란 선수의 그 배치기 자체가 이게 너무 매력 발산을 너무 야무지게 하신 것 같아서 저는 도란 선수 잘못이에요.
도란 선수 잘못이다.
도란 선수 한번 죄송합니다 하고 해피엔딩이네요. 예.
근데 남자친구가 좀 이해해줘야 하는 부분 아닌가?
그러면 도란 선수가 혹시 남자친구한테 영상 편지 한번 보내보는 거 어떨까요?
일단 저는 그 여자친구분 얼굴도 모르고 이름도 모르니까 그 관계에서 빠지겠습니다.
감사합니다.
아, 남자친구한테 좀 이해 좀 해달라, 이렇게 한마디 해주시면 안 될까요?
도란이 이어진 인연인데요.
그러니까 헤어질 수 없죠.
그래도 좀 저를 계속 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠고 직관을 오지 않고 이제 집에서 둘이 오붓하게 좀 젠지를 응원해 주시면 너무 좋을 것 같아요.
감사합니다. 명답이 나왔습니다.
네, 두 분 원만하게 해결하시길 바라겠고요. 도움이 됐으면 좋겠습니다.
우리 정글 뭐 하는 거야? 야, 그냥 풀 써서 넘어오라고.
되도록이면 피하시는 게 좋기는 하다.
가장 듣기 좋아하는 말이거든요.
궁금해.
2위, 3위.
정답!
정답. 왜 이렇게 열심히 해?
마오카이 근데 개 맛있다 대회 때.
주오카이다, 주오카이.
내가 DRX 아칼리랑 아까 한 판 졌어.
스킨이 주인이 아니어서
형 주인 아니어서 그래.
나 아칼리 안 쓸 줄 알았는데 그 스킨.
좋은 멘탈로 한 번 더 잘해봅시다.
파이팅 화이팅.
야 우리가
라카도 저건 라카도 저건. 한판 그냥 뽀삐공까지 봐야 돼 이거. 여기 밑에 걸려봐. 밑에 갈렸어. 밑에 좋아. 내가 빨리 때려. 난 갔다. 하나
얘랑 크단 대전 발 크긴 했다 이거.
나 계속 납치당해 그냥. 나중에 우리 투원딜들이 해줘. 이거 좀 쳐볼래? 나 좀 쳐볼게. 크단대 3타. 전면만 조심. 날렸어. 뭐. 빨리 좀 알아봐. 들어왔다 여기. 나 죽었다. 아이고, 야 게임 끝나는 거 막아야 돼. 집갈 생각하지 마. 야 이거 나쁘지 않은데. 근데 이득인 거 같은데.
나쁘지 않아.
나도 풀 없었어서. 쌈바. 라카 막 할게. 자야 노스페. 쌈바. 자야 도정하고. 간다. 야 앞에 살릴게. 잠깐 나이스. 살려. 아 제발. 살려. 미드. 이거 막한타긴 하다. 집중 잘하자. 라칸 누구? 야 이래. 야 좋아. 3조. 야 앞라인. 천천히 앞라인. 그한테. 야 이거 잘 봐봐. 그한테 때려줘. 야 미드 여기까지 마무리해봐. 야 미드 가봐. 나이스. 야 나무 띄워줘. 빨리 나무 띄우라는 거야. 뭔 따보? 아니야. 감정. 죽여버려. 죽여. 나이스.
잭스하면 AD 할 게 없어요.
상대가 직수하면?
네.
형 안 해보긴 했는데 피오라 하는 건 어때? 아니야?
우리 세즈하면 피오라 해도 되긴 해요.
나는 그게 나와 보이긴 하는데.
야, 박자. 이거밖에 없다. 가자. 이거밖에 없어 우리.
형정 내가 한번 고삐 풀어줬어.
내가 잘해줄게.
파이팅.
즐겨.
올라가야 돼 맞다. 이번 턴 한번 올라가. 상거리로 한 번만 보면
이겼다. 나이스. 탑 구도 좀 많이 깨졌거든. 천천히 해야 돼 얘들아.
오케이.
우리 천천히 봐봐.
볼게. 잭스부터. 잭스 풀. 할만해.
야 르블랑 봐줘야 돼.
앞에.
나 따라갈게.
다리 세준데 바로 잡아야 돼. 르블랑.
비에고야. 줄 수 있어? 잡아줘.
비에고 높이. 나이스. 바로. 아니야 안돼.
얘들아 천천히 하고 정비부터 해. 야 바텀 싸운다 1대1. 잡을만해 이거 잘하면. 바텀 잡을만해. 천천히. 잡았어. 나 찍어 싸움 절대 안 됐어. 나 캐스.
그냥 가자. 편하게. 나 이거 갈게. 얘들아.
맞아.
얼마 되고?
그렇지.
왔어. 앞에 천천히. 잊었어. 앞에 천천히.
나안 밟을게. 타워. 본다 이거. 볼게.
앞에. 얘들아 앞에 좀 세. 앞에.
아, 죽었다. 야, 노플. 이겼어. 나이스! 사랑해. 얘들한테 나 노데 쓰긴 한다. 너무 고마워요.
잘하네.
and welcome back to the LCK. We're moving into the second match of the day. Kwangdong Freaks up against Hamalife Esports, and this one, again, on paper, it has a favorite on Hamalife Esports, but they're just coming off a 2-game losing streak. They did get the recent win, and we're going to have to see what Kwangdong Freaks can do up against Hamalife Esports that are beginning to get their footing again.
And we'll see whether Kwangdong can do it, because even though they have been pretty successful in dispatching teams lower than them, the same for Hanwha. Hanwha, against stronger teams, looks pretty so-so, but they are above. And Kwangdong haven't looked good against teams above them either. So even though it's 5th versus 6th, it does feel like there is a pretty clear gap between the two nonetheless, although some brave people did indeed vote for Kwangdong here, expecting a possible upset. That brave person was me, and I do not recall doing this. But I'm committed now.
I'm controlled.
By myself in the past.
Got him. So Hamalife Esports one step ahead of Kwangdong Freaks, but this is a very important match. If Kwangdong Freaks do get the upset, it's a big one that can kind of solidify a good position at least, moving into round 2 and for playoffs, of course, whereas Hamalife Esports looking to, of course, secure that spot as well. And that is our point of the match here. They want to widen the gap with the 7th place team. That's really the most important thing.
And the expectations for these teams are very, very different. For Kwangdong, just making playoffs with a roster like this, huge win. In of itself, an achievement, something that they set out to do at the beginning. Spring is just a scrim, so hopefully they've been scrimming enough and are able to make it as the top laners. Dudu has been amazing, and with some of the other top laners, Zeus, for example, falling to mind, or falling down a bit. There is a bit of a power vacuum, although peak of their forms for Kingen, I think we've seen him reach that at Worlds, and I don't think we're quite there just yet.
And they're being nice in this point of the match. I think Dudu is like number 3. We talked about it before in terms of power level in the top lane, so really got to give him the advantage in that one. And guys, take a look at this. Andil is going to be in the starting matchup. Born in 2002, he's looking to close out his debut match with a victory alongside Taeyun. Now, Kwangdong Freaks and Challengers, they're 10th place. They're not doing very well.
They're not very good, no.
They're struggling a lot, but we'll have to see if Andil can kind of breathe some fresh life, some fresh air into this one as...
Oh yeah, he only has to face up against Viper!
Yeah, the 12-0, 100% win rate Vladimir player. I remember Awesome Dude meta. Good times.
One day we'll go back. And Viper will
Hopefully
lead the charge. I thought it was fun.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It wasn't 80 carries. A lot of 50% win rates on those other champs. He hasn't always been on like the strongest team as well, although he has led a lot of teams to victories and obviously some big ones at that as well. As guys, we are ready to hop into the interview. Let's hear from Andil right now.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 이번에 광동프리스 LCK CL에서 서포터로 하고 있다가 이번에 LCK로 콜업된 안딜 문관빈이라고 합니다. 이번 좀 갑작스럽게 콜업이 돼가지고 좀 뭐라 해야 될까, 스케줄 그런 게 좀 빡빡하더라고요, 일군이. 근데 다 팀들도 절 편하게 해주고 감독님도 절 잘 대해주셔서 편하게 연습하고 잘 되고 있습니다. 닉네임을 좀 그냥 찾아보다가 좀 영어 닉네임 좀 이쁜 거를 보고 싶었는데 좀 찾고 있었는데 안딜 좀 추천을 받아가지고 괜찮은 것 같아가지고 그냥 하게 됐습니다. 단어의 뜻은 없습니다. 제 플레이 스타일은 그냥 기본적인 라인전 좀 강하게 좀 리드해서 주도권을 잡은 다음에 그 바탕으로 좀 맵을 좀 크게 쓰면서 돌아다니는 걸 좋아합니다. 일단은 제가 CL에서 그렇게 성적이 좋고 퍼포먼스 못 보여줬는데 이번에는 LCK에서는 제가 좀 더 잘 해가지고 팀들이랑 합 잘 맞춰서 또 프로까지 꼭 무조건 가도록 하겠습니다.
Well, there you go. We'll see if Andil can make it happen here. And they're asking him for the carry in this game. We'll see if that happens. But yeah, LCK debut seems like it was pretty sudden. They were like, well, get over here, Andil. It's Sunday, you're playing. But yeah, obviously getting a lot of practice over in Challengers, and now has to hop onto the LCK stage and perform against some world champions.
Gonna be a tough one here for Andil, a player that, as mentioned in Challengers, has not had the best of times, although in some of the teams that are really struggling, T1 comes to mind, Kwangdong comes to mind. It is hard to kind of discern the individual strength of players, so we'll see what he can bring. I'm mainly wondering how the team is going to look without June, knowing that June has been, when you see the comms, right, when you see the clips, has been a very big part of the decision-making and the shot calling for this team. And even though June does come with his flaws, I think he has been one of the supports that gets caught out relatively often. Had a couple of recalls that were very questionable, for which he got promptly punished.
Yeah.
But I remember I think back to spring and the swaps between Moam and June, and it never really seemed to work out. And against the beefy boys from Hanwha Life, we'll see how he can stack up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the bottom lane is pretty incredible for the side of Hanwha Life Esports, of course. Viper and Life have been very strong, and that's kind of been Hanwha Life Esports' new kind of character, right? They have realized that, okay, Viper's really good. Took them a while to realize it, seemingly. And by realize it, what I mean is actually draft comps and play around hyper carries that are Viper in a very strong way. Now, our points of the match said this was two players at the peak of their form. There's definitely one of these two that is at the peak of their form, and it's Dudu.
And this is a player on a 6th place team. It's very reminiscent of what Roscoe was able to do last year, right, on KT, where he was able to kind of outshine the team struggles in spring when they had Arya still in the mid lane. And Dudu has just gotten better and better with time, and it feels like we had like one Dudu game a season where he was like, oh my god, this guy is crazy. And the time between those has gotten shorter and shorter, right? It feels like then it was 2 times a split, and now it's every other week that this guy has a play that just sits at the forefront of your mind. The one coming to mind is...
I love Bulldog, man. He's
so
always
goofy.
smiling.
It makes me so happy. And then we have the contrast of Taehyun. He's like, all business.
Oh, man.
But as I was saying, the gaps between like him popping off have been smaller and smaller. And we'll see if that is going to be enough here. They'll need a performance of that caliber, because if things just go in a normal fashion, if we don't have a Bulldog and Dudu pop off, I don't think you're winning against Hanwha.
Yeah, I don't believe so. As it appears, maybe Andil's family has come down to support him on his, I almost said birthday, his debut. Happy birthday as well. It's not his birthday, but you can say happy birthday anyway. And CV Max has made some interesting moves over the course of his many coaching careers. That came out weird, but basically the many teams that he has coached. And this one is, again, I feel like it is a little bit of support roulette where we're kind of spinning the wheel. And, you know, now he's bringing up Andil, and we'll have to see if it works. I mean, maybe he has seen something good in this player and he decides to give it a crack, and we'll see how it goes.
Could be a Bible situation. You know, he had that one Amumu game that we remember fondly, and look where he is now, undefeated in Challengers. Although, you know, that team is that's like a whole nother. Maybe we should discuss that.
Lucid and Thanatos
Maybe we should,
and Pulbay and the boys.
Yeah, discuss it in depth on a podcast, perhaps. That could be good.
Yeah, perhaps tonight. You know, I'm free. I think all of us are free.
Yeah, we do tonight.
Yeah. Let's film a podcast tonight.
That sounds fun.
And then release it on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah.
Right before the next LCK.
Maybe we'll talk about it a little bit. That sounds
like
a
good idea. It can be pretty poggers. We can call it the Pog State, right?
Nice.
Lol State, but we have the Pog State.
Yeah, no, I get it. Oh, it's very
really
obvious.
Interesting, yeah.
Good pun.
I like
Everyone loves puns.
We are banning Ivern here. Didn't see that in a bunch of our games recently. It's kind of fallen away, especially because Tristana gets banned pretty much every game.
We'll see if that is the case here. particularly because Kwang have been a very big fan. Bulldog is one of our better Tristanas, not the best because Showmaker exists, and his performance on the champion has been pretty ridiculous. But we'll see what the final bans end up being. The fact that Viego has really risen to the forefront again is so interesting to me, but it makes sense. Pairs really well with things like the Annie, and I think Annie is generally making it through more drafts because of a lot of the shifting priorities. Tristana and Annie are now up here, and Zeka has not been having the best of times, even though he's high in the pop points. Has had a couple of really good games and a lot of games where things don't really go according to plan.
Yeah.
And it's very reminiscent, actually, of his Summer Split last year. It was kind of the same, as it's going to be Divide. Annie is open, and so is Tristana, and knowing Kwangdong.
Slam that Triss down.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting.
Give it to us. They could also go for Jax, funnily enough. Not going to be the case. I think Tristana is the best choice here.
Jax Sejuani is then open for Hanwha. See if they end up picking that one up. As a 1-2, I personally think it is pretty unmatched, but you might also go the Annie is still a pick that is very, very high up the priority list. It's going to be the Sej Kaisa instead. So we're leaving the Jax, and now I'm wondering, does Kwangdong just pick that away? Because particularly on blue side, I think the opportunity for you to actually counterpick for Dudu, something that normally I would applaud given the performance individually of this player. Even saw some content earlier today with his Fiora. This is a great example. Don't think you're going to get that opportunity. So just picking up something a bit more aggressive that's hard to counterpick is great. And Kingen in particular isn't really that high on counterpicks as the Ashe comes through. And Zeka bringing it back. Yone Sejuani, very strong combo. But the last game he played is still at the forefront of my mind.
Yeah, well... Hopefully Zeka went back home. He grinded out 30 games. Ione, he forgot about everything that happened in that one game. He's like, okay, I'm still good at this champ. He remembered, hopefully. Because he's really good. You know, sometimes you have off days, and that can happen to the best of us. And with the Ashe being picked up here, maybe trying to shut down the Kaisa lane before it gets rolling. We see a lot of times nowadays the AD carry lane just kind of, you know, a lot of cull purchases, a lot of just kind of just leaving it be. It's a little bit more about, you know, diving top, playing around mid and jungle. Of course, you still oftentimes do see action in the bottom lane, but...
This is telegraph your meaning by bans. And we have Hanwha Life who want to pick Rel, and then Kwangdong was like, we want to go Milio. And none of these are particularly surprising. We'll see if either of them actually get what they're looking for. Hanwha Life have also not been opposed to R5 counterpicking for life. This is a man with a pretty eclectic champion pool. As Braum also banned. So now, Kwangdong, are you going to give the Rel? Yes or no? I personally would say no. Playing a AD carry without escapes into Rel, Kaisa, Yone, and Sejuani sounds like a bad time. I don't think you want to do that. And there is, of course, still Nautilus that they can go for, but Rel is very high. But no, they're going to actually give over to Rel. And now I'm wondering, are we going to see like a Undil pull out, like something crazy? Or is it just going to be what I expect to be the Milio, but into, you know, a lot of the CC from Hanwha? Not going to get maximum value out of that pick. Does require you to really stomp the lane as well.
Yeah, Rel seems pretty telegraphed. You can get a little head scratch there from Ondil. Should definitely know this was coming. And
Slam Janna. Come on, in your debut game.
Yeah, I mean,
you
have double AD carry. You've already got Maokai for some nice disengage and zone control. Get more of it. It's, you know, you got to play
to your strengths. Comp.
And Morgana, I mean...
Yeah, Morgana isn't a champion. Milio is fine, but not going to be super excited about that. I'm also very worried that Zhongye is going to go for an AP build with the setup that they have here, which...
Please don't.
Yeah, I really don't want that.
I don't want to see that here.
Oh, Kingen.
This has become more and more of a common pick after
he's giggling.
Do it. And there's a lot of smiles. We'll see if it works. And Jax. I mean, you want melee from Sejuani, right?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, Jax, Yone, Sejuani, and incredibly strong top side of the map, and then you have Kaiserel that fits perfectly into the hard engage. And on the side of Kwangdong, you do have some disengage, but I'm not sure if they have enough.
Yeah, if you look at the Kwangdong comp in isolation, I don't mind it, right? You have double AD carry, you have decent front line, you have Emilio as a enabler for your 2 hyper carries. But then you look at Hanwha, that is so much dive. And if you ever miss position, you die, right? Like if you ever get hit by a flank, if Jax ever gets on top, if the Sejuani can find an angle, if Yone finds an ultimate onto your Ashe, you're dead. Like guaranteed 100%. There's nothing you can do.
I feel like this is a composition that puts immense pressure on the Kwangdong Freaks players as well. Like you're playing up against a bunch of really experienced veterans that are very strong. They are very confident against weaker teams. And again, I say this all the time about Zeka. He will always pull out his Yone against the weaker teams. He does it again, and it fits perfectly. So there's a lot of pressure on the side of Kwangdong Freaks now to play it really, really well and not make mistakes, not get flanks, try to get ahead so that you don't get dove all the time. It's a lot they have to do.
To be fair, their early game is one of the best that we have in the LCK. The transition is where it often goes wrong, and we'll see if they can manage the skirmishing power of this Hanwha Life comp.
Well, they're definitely going to need it because Hanwha Life came and they woke up and chose violence here for game number 1. Let's hop into the Rift right now. Here we go, game number 1 of the second series of the day. We're already past the halfway point of summer. Feels like we started yesterday.
Always does.
Just speeding on through. Already just about to finish our 5th week of 9. And then, of course, we have playoffs.
We have playoffs, and then we have a pretty packed schedule as well. And then we also have the regional qualifier.
Yes.
Even more League of Legends. Which is going to be interesting because last year's regional qualifier both led to a very unexpected result, and the the fact that it delivered the eventual world champion, which I still have a tough time believing with or in. And it throws me off every time I think about it. I went back because I was looking at some championship points a few days ago, and I sold the DRX, and I've known this, but the fact that they lost so many games even in the qualifier, that they both went to 5 games.
Yep.
And KT threw an almost insurmountable lead in one of them as well. It was just
KT, yeah.
there was so much in just even that qualifier that just didn't make any sense. Incredible. And then
they won. So
and then they won.
Say it's the most important tournament of the year.
You could, and 2 of those players, guess what? They're in this game. That's all. Yeah, that's all.
That's
Yeah, no,
sorry.
I didn't have any more. Well, I mean, we don't know.
I was waiting. Yeah. So, Yone is 4-2, and Zeka has all 4 wins. Closer has one of the losses.
Yeah, and also there was one of the games where I do not believe that Zeka actually actively contributed to the win, which I think is important to call out. He was there.
Still counts.
Still works. And Bulldog was the guy that brought out the Tristana. This was against the Kassadin in spring. It allowed them to get a 2-0 win over KT. A fact that they are probably and have not been able to replicate even remotely, with KT getting a lot of their issues out of the way and is generally good at applying the early pressure. We're also seeing Taeun and Andil actually having some early pressure, which is good.
And all in, Zeka in some trouble, gets a shield, goes back in, gets the knock-up, looks for a play. Bulldog not going to overcommit, but he's seeing a lot of damage from the minions as well. Zeka actually manages that pretty well, doesn't panic, makes the trade more even than it could have been.
Now is out of sustain though, and we do see Bulldog still looking for these autos, but he's playing somewhat of a dangerous game. Does have 1 ward, but that is pretty close to timing out, and a lead for both of these picks. becomes extremely impressive as Grizzly an early lane gank here. And in this matchup in particular, those can be extremely impactful. As Dudu, does he trust the situation? Well, blading gets procced.
Yeah.
But his wave is pushing, so...
This is one of the best ways, actually, to get picked up by the LEC.
Lane ganks? is that...
Go for early flippy lane ganks like Malrang did.
Oh.
And then you can go to the LEC and have a lot of success.
He's so
it might
far
work.
up.
This is
Should at
actually a
least
great one.
Get a flash.
He's indexing into it a lot as Slice and Dice does come in, but the counter-strike is there, and one more hit will freeze him due to holding onto his flash, but he just gets charged into, and Grizzly gonna set up a first blood for himself, says thank you very much. As Kingin very happy with this jungler right now.
And opportunity cost not too bad there either, right? The only thing that you'll be probably giving up for this is the topside scuttle, but getting your Jax an early lead is huge. Didn't pick up the kill. That one went to Grizzly, but it still forces an early teleport from Dudu. And I want to reiterate again, once you get a lead as Jax in this matchup, the game becomes very tough to play out for the Renekton. So nicely done there by Grizzly. And good read on the wave state as well, because like Dudu doesn't really have a choice but walk up there, right? And you see he felt safe, had vision that he secured before he actually went. It's about as safe as you can reasonably get. And Grizzly, with a great read, sets Hanwha live on a leader's Zeka.
Chronicler, I found my new most hated skin. Can you guess what it is?
This Yone skin?
No, it's the Firefire Tristana.
Why?
Because every time she puts her E on Yone, a fire bell rings.
You don't like the bell?
I don't like the bell.
Oh.
I'm not a fan of
I don't have any issues with the bell, personally.
I'm a fan of the rel, but not the bell.
Okay.
Now, that's not saying you guys shouldn't pick it up, because I think that would be very annoying for your opponents in solo queue. I think it's great for that. But the bell, not quite my tempo.
I don't hear it, but you know, we all have our... Oh.
You didn't hear the bell?
Well, I mean, I hear it, but it just doesn't bother me.
Ah, okay.
And we all have our things that we get irrationally annoyed by.
Yeah, that's
normal. Oh, Youngjae.
Ooh, and in goes Yone, sets it up perfectly. Is it enough damage, though? Youngjae gonna flash away, but still follow-up flash from Kingin, and now, oh, the stun in midair, and Grizzly is on a tear, man. This guy is just setting up everything in the early game as Bulldog. He does have level 6, but it's not enough to get away from 3 of them.
And Kwangdong mid-jungle get found out by the bear. Him and Zeka doing a lot of work, and there you see the power. We already saw it in topside of that Jax and Sejuani. And guess what? Especially once the ultimate is available, the same can be said for the Sejuani and the Yone. Being able to stack the permafrost as fast as you already can, and then combine it with the CC provided by Zeka's ultimate, more than enough to take down Youngjae. And the fact that they get Bulldog as well is a colossal win, as, yeah, again, right, like he set up vision control, and you can't just let this wave sit. You got to shove it out. So just a great timing here from Kingin and Grizzly, as the BM thumbs up as well. And here we have the exact same thing, right? Aftershock is procced, and there, crucially, the moment that Youngjae goes for his W, Zeka can ult, because you can obviously, with the Maokai, try and dodge it, but not going to be able to do so. And Grisman, this guy was playing in Academy like a month ago.
아우, 맛있어. 잘했다,
it's
성훈아.
delicious.
Good
job, Grizzly.
Was called up at the beginning of this summer, and Hanwha Life looked a lot better immediately, and we're starting to see why.
And this is what they do. I mean...
Yeah, now the game is very hard.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
If you get ahead with this comp, like we said before, during the draft, you just kind of press your buttons and kill them. A lot. And the Yone is very fed, too, so you've got your money on one of your carries that can hit his first couple of spikes very nicely. Dudu just phase checking in the brush where 3 of them are. We do have a nice little rotation coming on in, but take a look. The Yone coming in as well, but the Ash Arrow onto Grizzly, but the follow-up engage from Burrell might be enough, and the stun comes in on the Youngjae, and they just got themselves in a really rough spot, but now everybody's coming on over. Bulldog joining up as the bottom lane. Everybody is in this fight. Life trying to sacrifice himself, as Hanwha Life Esports not expecting the entire team to be there, but they were. And so a couple of kills will go over to Taeyun.
Ooh, and that was a big gamble for Kwangdong, because rotating both your bot laners up in an attempt to try and salvage the situation that was happening on top side actually worked out, which is crazy, because if they don't get those kills, if Humble Life don't go that far, and they just disengage, they get the 1 kill, they peace out, then you give up like 2 free plates. And Viper was behind in his lane, nothing crazy. It's like a wave, right? They got a couple of plates, but with you rotating Taeyeon and on the way, who have been doing great in 2v2 as expected, right? You're playing Milio and Ashe, and pre-6 Viper and Life, which is not going to have a lot of playmaking potential. That was a risky play, but it works out for Kwangdong, and they kind of alleviate some of the gold lead that was generated here. Now, how well can Taeyeon actually utilize this, though, as on my life, they're not giving up.
Mountain Soul to clear the ward, but now X-Flash from Grizzly away from the team, and now with Nature's Grasp, you just got to give it up in this rotation up to the top side. As you mentioned, they salvage the top of the map, they get the Rift Heralds, and Kwangdong Freaks have some footing now beneath themselves after what was a bit of a rough first 6 minutes, as we'll take another look here at the fight.
And it starts off with Dudu immediately using his dominance, knowing that he might get engaged upon. And the main reason why we see Kwangdong go as hard, and it looks initially like a mistake, is because they know we are going to have a numbers advantage. Now, could have been executed a little bit cleaner with Youngjae going down right from the get-go, but once the reinforcements arrive, they're up a member, and you're not getting away from Ashe and the Tristana with the resets and the fact that the Q and W from Ashe provide you with so much chase potential. And then, as mentioned, we also get the Herald being given, or being taken rather, by Kwangdong. And this means we're looking at a relatively even game. Wondering how this Rift Herald is going to be utilized. Bot side is relatively low. Taeyeon does now have his Kraken Slayer as well, thanks to the kills that he got on that mid-jungle Herald play.
Yep. And oh man, I wish I could look. I wonder if the space is listening. Can they check if Viper has futures market? Because he got this static shift so early, like earlier than normally, I feel like, in terms of the numbers. He only got the 1 plate too, so just curious, because he already has it online, so he is able to stabilize whatever lane he's in and try to catch up to the Ashe. It's not going to be an easy situation because Taeyeon is very fed, already has Kraken Slayer, but at least is going to be a good spot for him.
Ooh, Sekai's hovering.
He's on a bit of vision, but no flash here for Taeyeon. Means the max range Yone ult, but there's no follow-up as now.
Teleport!
Trying to get away, and yeah, the teleport from Bulldog gonna push him back into the fight as they're trying to win this one straight up, and man, he's getting away. In goes Viper, looking for the backline. He's gonna pick up 1. Can he make a 2? Taeyeon survives for way too long. As now flash forward, he's trying to solo carry this team fight right now as Viper has the Sejuani as well. The staying power is huge, and it's a triple for Viper in the bottom lane.
And Dudu, I thought he was going to try and flip it there as well. Not going to be the case. And in the end, Humble Life get the better end of that trade, but man, it was close. Bulldog with the deep TP, trying to salvage the play. And if Grizzly hadn't been there, that might have actually been a turning point, because let's take another look here. In the 3v3, as Andil, yeah, can't cleanse the knockup, unfortunately, but Taeyeon still will stay alive. And then here is where we get into the 4v4 situation. Bulldog is somewhat isolated, but does actually get the reset, but then the Viper going in there when the health bars are already low with the Killer Instinct, and his shift finished ends up being pivotal. And there you see exactly, right? Kwangdong ideally want to try and play front to back, but if you do actually get, and in this case on their own accord, in a situation where there is the space for Viper, when the health bars are low, then the Killer Instinct, very aptly named.
Yeah, Viper just looks incredibly scary on this champ. He was 0-0-0, now he has 3 kills.
Yeah.
Just the perfect timing to go in and clean up the fight, essentially, after it was looking pretty dire, is something not everybody can do, but it's also part of the reason why Kaisa is so strong nowadays, the ability to flip the fight in your favor and to just reach the squishy backline where everybody is low. Get some of those kills onto your AD carry is very important. So now you've got your carry fed. we talked about this dive comp a lot. Like the top lane's going well for Humble Life Esports. Mid lane was going well as well, but now we've really got a huge damage dealer in this Kai'Sa who will be able to carry some of these mid-game team fights pretty handily.
As this is trying to ensure that we do in fact get the Herald charge. Will be the case.
Oh, ult coming in, but they're also ulting bottom lane. Taeyeon is just dead. As meanwhile, Zeka gonna go pretty far for that one, but Bulldog rather is going to just walk it off seemingly.
And that means that it's another one play for Humble Life. They get the kill, 4th kill now on Viper. Taeyeon, not sure what happened, but definitely caught off guard on that one. Ends up going down, maybe caught in the rotation towards mid. And, oh, Andil, oh boy.
Yeah, well, not, maybe some debut nerves perhaps, but just wandering in, assuming that they had backed. And you know what they say about assuming, don't do it because you will die.
That's how the saying goes.
That's how the saying goes.
Kwangdong were able to bounce back from a very rough early game decently well, but now we've had like 3-4 back-to-back plays where they're not getting anything, right? They're not getting objectives, they're not getting kills, they're investing resources in plays that don't work out, and what looked like a pretty doable game state now has a monstrously fat Kai'Sa, as it is indeed. Life getting full value out of this Hex Flash. And yeah, there's nothing you can do. Taeyeon really getting a little bit overambitious, wanting to help out his team in mid. And then here, yeah, with no vision in particular, can't walk into that brush.
Yeah, he Scryer planted the wards. So he was like, ooh, some free golds.
Yeah.
They're backed, right? Because he Scryer planted, didn't see them, but he saw the wards, and they weren't in the lane, so yeah, baited. So now Viper's 5-0.
Yeah. And of all the people to be fed on Hanwha, that's the worst one.
Yep.
That's who you don't. That's
that is the worst one. Yeah, that's the one guy you don't want to be fed. I feel like might see a lot of POG votes for Viper because it does feel like he kind of set up those 3 initial kills himself. So it's not even like, oh, we might see some for Grizzly though. He set up a lot in the early game as well. So either way, we'll have to wait and see. He also built Sunfire Cave, which if Fox had a vote from home, he would put it for Grizzly.
Second Herald fight now. Can Kwangdong keep their backline safe? Kingen coming in from the front as well.
Yeah, they do have this insane engage. They're going to throw a lot of it into the Maokai already as Emilio Ultimate's still available and the Rel not getting a lot of value due to getting into that backline as the Rift Herald will go the way of Humble Life Esports. But what about the follow-up fight here? Kingen going to get dunked on. Double killed for Taeyeon. And Kwangdong Freaks at least able to pull a couple of kills their way.
Herald will go over to Humble Life, but there you see the disengage potential that this Kwangdong comp has between the Maokai Ultimate and Milio and everything that he does as a champion. It's a lot of opportunity now. Humble Life looking towards a Drake, so will at the very least be able to pick this and the Herald up in return. But what this does mean is that as long as Kwangdong is on gold parity, like they can win fights. This is an extremely well scaling composition. Outside of the Renekton, you have frontline and 280 carries that if they can bear the brunt of what Hanwha is going to throw at them, can win fights up until later points in the game. As Herald Charge is going to go down in the end. And particularly pay attention to what happens when the dive, when the backline exit doesn't work out. Because a lot of damage here goes into Young Jay, and then Alive trying to flash Magnet Storm doesn't actually flash over the Maokai Ultimate. And as a result, once you absorb the initial blow with your Renekton, with your Maokai, and with your Milio, when you bounce back, this Kwangdong comp looks amazing.
Yeah.
But like Drake went over to Hanwha, and Viper didn't die, and they got Herald. So mid lane turret is still falling. It's still, I'd say, a relatively even trade. But it really all comes down to how much can Viper do in these fights. As we see, even with him being 5-0, he's barely up gold.
Yeah, Taeyeon has 5 kills himself.
Yeah.
He did die a couple of times, but you know he's been farming better. Since the early game, he had that strong Ashe Milio lane. You see the CS diff is there. And, you know, he doesn't have a shutdown currently. So actually, I feel like in terms of which AD carries feeling a little bit better, it might be him at this point. Because if you get that one kill onto Viper onto one of your AD carries, Quantum Freaks are going to scale to the moon. Like, they are just going to blast off in outer space with how far they will scale up with that amount of gold. 500 gold shutdown, now 550. Just naturally. The side lane has been going pretty well for Humalife. Since the early gank from Grizzly, Kingen has been able to hold on to a decent spot in this lane and will eventually outscale the Renekton, so Humalife could play around that. As Zeka is going pretty ham here underneath the turret as the Gale Force in! Can't get the kill! And he does have to flash, but so does Bulldog. Pretty close one there.
And the burst from Zeka enough, but Grizzly!
Oh, hello. And he is going to miss that, but the follow-up abilities will not. A little bit of a zoning ultimate. Half sarcastic, and then he has to flash because of the turret juggle. Hey, he got the kill. Let's look on the bright side.
Yeah, I think there, because he was pathing down and his team was coming to assist as well, but Youngjae would have tried an ult, maybe could have gotten the kill. Zeka, good setup there. Grizzly then knocks it down, and Bulldog struggling a little bit on one of his trademark picks. Going down repeatedly now, and the Yone counter pick seemingly working out. The lane turret falls, and Humalife now for the first time I think in this game really accelerating the gold lead. As take another look here, even with bone plating, as soon as the Q knockup hits, we do see the damage come through, and then the flash for flash is enough to keep Bulldog alive, but even with him dodging out on the ultimate, doesn't dodge, unfortunately, the W. As a result, goes down immediately as we see Grizzly looked a bit silly.
You know, there were some enemies south of him, and he went like 1 millisecond too early, right? He retook the aggro. I think he did step out of aggro, but then he like went in before the minions came in, so he got aggro back. Not 100% sure either way. He does lose his flash, but he's still doing an excellent job in this game. I like that he actually threw out the ults. You know, he knew that no jump was available, and he's like, he's not scared to miss it, you know, to look silly. I think that's a good look.
It's also with where Trist was, like either he paths up and he can get a free W,
actually
or
zoning.
Yeah.
Zoning ult, there you go.
Get a kill either way.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, we talked about Ondil coming up from Kwangdong Freaks, who are currently 10th in Challengers, or 9th or 10th at this point. Grizzly came from a Challengers team that was doing really well.
Yeah.
And was on a 5-game winning streak, and was...
Well, since he got subbed in.
Yeah, since he got subbed in, yeah.
That's the crazy part.
So he's used to winning, he said. And to come down, take a couple losses after he came up, and then now to take the win, he said he felt more comfortable. So this guy definitely, since his first match, I feel like we've seen a lot of improvements. He looks a lot more confident now compared to just 3 matches ago, as Baron on 21 minutes, but there's an Ashe on the enemy team.
And Kai'Sa wasn't there. If Viper was there, I think there's like, hey, let's try. See what we can get, but not going to be the case here. And outside of the one mistake, I gotta say, my expectations for Andale, given the current state of the Kwangdong Challenger rosters, are quite low. And it is Milio, so we don't really have too much of an idea, but at least the laning phase went well. Again, it's to be expected. We've seen Challenger players not even be able to like live up to what you'd expect from lane matchups, so that is not off to too bad a start, but did have some Milio ults thus far that were a little bit questionable, as we have a very deep TP that Dudu will spot. Oh, King and the rest of his team is in the vicinity though, and there is a lot of control when it comes to the vision, so Kwangdong not going to get the collapse.
It's fine. They get their King in with them for the Infernal Drake fight, which they're definitely going to go for. Now Kwangdong Freaks, they got to push their buttons pretty soon here, as the Renekton far away there. They're kind of waiting for him, as ult thrown into Grizzly. Milio also going to try to keep him alive. Kai'Sa is getting flanked. He gets jumped on, and down goes the Kai'Sa immediately. Viper is not in the fight, and now Humalife Esports don't quite have the damage unless Jax can do something. It's not going to happen. Taeyun going to take him out with the help of Bulldog, and they're just going to get totally wiped up here. Kwangdong Freaks, a clean ace. All 5 of them survive.
And the Kwangdong team fight out of nowhere! Fellas, Humalife is the one with the dive comp. They're the one that's supposed to get backline access. But it's Viper that gets taken out of the fight first. That's so much of the gold gone. And now Kwangdong Freaks take the bot side turret and take the fight and take the Baron. That's going to be a gold swing back out of nowhere.
Yeah, we got to see how this happened. I think Viper got really caught off guard. They knew the Renekton was behind them, though. And yet...
Yeah, so even considering that you're trying to get backline access, basically the front door was open. They just walked up to Viper. Like, Maokai should not be able to get the immediate flash force, right? Because that was the reason why he was even available to get taken down in the first place. Hanwha Life just letting their most important carry be a little bit too accessible there.
Yeah.
And once Viper is out of the fight, or if Hanwha Life are fighting on the back foot, the amount of DPS that Bulldog and Taeyeon put out is unreal. Like, Taeyeon did like 5k damage, I think, in that fight. And...
yeah, I mean, it's pretty elementary, you know. Hanwha Life Esports have to take the fight on their terms, but if they just essentially let Kwangdong Freaks get the free entry and kill their AD carry immediately, well, then it's it's a pretty straight up one. And Kwangdong Freaks, they saw that opportunity, immediately pressed their buttons very much as a squad, as a team. So good communication, good coordination. That's what you want to see. As now, Dudu looking for the angle. Kingen is like, yeah, cool story, bro. Gonna ult in his face. And he's trying to take this fight. He's gonna hop on over.
Oh, look at the reinforcements, though.
Yeah.
They're on their way. This is Jax, though, who is notoriously hard to actually catch.
Kingen, I think you should know that they are here, as the W not quite going to miss, but eventually...
This is a lot invested and a lot of time, so like they'll get the kill, but...
yes, they will. But take a look at mid, as you mentioned. Down goes the inner.
This is some inexperience showing here from Kwangdong. Like, that kill was not worth what you're giving up now.
Yeah.
You're gonna end up with an almost negative Baron power play.
You have Baron.
Yeah. So, they should be able to, at the very least, trade themselves. That's
ooh, nice ult.
Good flash as well.
From Bulldog, yeah.
But this is not the Baron play you're looking for. As the arrow not going to find anyone. Credits to Hanwha. I think really showcasing a good sense of, hey, Kingen is getting over-invested into. Please, let's try and get something else. So by the end of it, Kwangdong still get a lead, still did a good job, but you can break the game off of a single Baron, right? If you're actually able to play your cards well, you set up your waves and you don't over-invest into just trying to kill one Jaxi boy in the side lane, you can get a lot more done. But now, not going to be the case.
Yeah.
And Hanwha Life have a comp where it's very much... You're able to win if you can just find one ultimate or one stun on Bulldog and or Taeyeon.
Yeah, that's the thing about the LCK too. Like, I've been watching a lot of other leagues. It feels like the LCK more than any other league is just like, it's so unforgiving if you make one mistake. The teams just try to play it so clean and are relatively passive in terms of like they're not trying to take over aggressive trades, not trying to go for crazy plays. It's all very like cookie cutter. We're just going to play by the book. So I feel like Kwangdong Freaks really had a great angle with this lead that they had. They took the Baron, but you give one little inch back to Hanwha Life Esports, they take two inner turrets, and now, I mean, that lead that you had, yes, they're still in a good spot, but you got to be careful. Like, you really need to play almost perfect in this league.
It's a good example as well of what Kwangdong have been lacking most, right? Which is not their early game, it's actually playing out these late game scenarios. And on Hanwha Life, obviously, experience in spades. It's also the point that you make is one of my favorite things to see is how differently the game is played in different leagues. Because when you look at the LPL, for example, the way that they approach a lot of team fights is taking fights where in the LCK, we're like, why would you fight this? There's no objectives. But they fight for position, they fight for tempo, they fight for forcing summoners to
fight for everything.
Yeah, to down the line set up, right? And seeing such big differences in how the game is approached and the philosophy between decisions is really interesting. As in we go!
Yeah, Kwangdong Freaks fighting because they found an angle, as Kingen a little bit zoned away from his team, as Hanwha Life Esports don't necessarily want to take this fight. They just try to disengage themselves.
I don't know, though. That is the Maokai ult gone and the Ashe ult.
Sedge ult's gone as well, though. They're trying to get on top of Taeyeon, though. This Ashe is so squishy, but he has stopwatch. He's going to stay alive, and now Viper is in that backline, and he gets flashed on again immediately. immediate cleanse, and he has stopwatch. So I think Viper will barely survive. Unbelievable mechanics shown by him as Ondil and Bulldog, though, still alive. Some low health bars. Bulldog trying to get in that back line as he hops on in, and oh man, he's still alive somehow.
Still Milio.
He's gonna hop away. As now just trying to lifesteal off of the wave or something. As the static shift nearly kills 3 of them, and Zeka is on a little bit of a tear, and he's able to tank up Viper. He nearly dies.
10 HP!
Viper just doing 10k damage casually. That's fine, I guess. Sure. I'll just take the Infernal Drake.
Oh, Viper Life Esports coming in hot.
It really is Viper Life Esports, isn't it?
Yeah, so this is also somewhat heartbreaking, right, for Guangdong, because you see they want to try and force, they think they have an angle, but Kingen, you can't collapse onto this guy, and now you're sandwiched, right? And as a result, we see Bulldog and Under like, do we go back into the jungle? And now Taeyoon is wide open, and yes, Zeka doesn't get deal, but it doesn't matter. They get so much damage down, even though the stopwatch keeps him alive for a while.
Look at Viper.
He's not autoing. Yeah.
Guy's just bonkers, man. I can't watch him without going insane.
And understandably, by the end of it, it's actually a relatively even trade, as we do see in the end that Viper does reign supreme. But the fact that Guangdong leaves open their backline means that without Taeyoon's DPS, and Bulldog also was initially trying to take down Zeka, but then had to go back into the fight, is very, very telling. That's a great example as well of showcasing what happens if you do not kill Viper at the beginning of a fight. He will win the game for his team, but the gold still almost even, and Baron is up. Let's go.
Baron is up. We got more of a game here as Humble Life Esports, yes, they get soul point, but
this is whiplash coming from a Breon series to this.
14 to 14. Nearly a kill a minute. We're not used to this over here. Kingen still has, he's still reigning supreme here in the side lane. He's working on his Zhonya's now. So we'll see just how far he can push. But Dudu, no slouch himself, up about an item at this point, actually. And he's up a level as well. So Dudu, you know, he can kind of match him, especially near the turrets. So very even game state at this point.
It actually will come down to execution in like what will be the final team fight. Because we're getting to the point in the game where one decisive fight can just be the end of it, right? One fight gets you Baron, you get like 1 or 2 inhibs, and then maybe you're still on the Rift, but you don't really get to play anymore. But I'd be a little worried as a Hanwha fan, because it does really feel like that even that fight had Viper almost die. And if he dies, that's it, right? That's immediately donezo. So I hope to see the rest of Hanwha really put in all their best effort toward keeping this guy alive.
There's a lot of Baron damage here from the side of Guangdong, but you see
DPS, TP forced.
Yeah, you see that Humble Life Esports are very ready for this, but
that's good though.
The TP is down and Guangdong Freaks just back away.
I think Hanwha, ideally you turn and force a TP, otherwise you're going to be at a TP disadvantage here for Dudu.
Yep, start the Baron.
Or against Dudu, yeah, I think you have to.
But there's so much vision here on the side of Guangdong Freaks in terms of abilities.
There we go.
And that's the TP.
Oh,
try to turn here, some damage in. I don't think he's actually committing to that.
Look at Kingen.
Just waiting.
Spot him now.
Counter-strike forced.
So good against double AD carry as well.
Yeah, Bulldog though still on the chase here. He's gonna hop on over. Kingen taking a bit of damage, gonna dodge that arrow as now the front line trying to just run in the front door as Grizzly's getting so low, but the relic gauge is massive as he gets him, but Viper immediately into the Zhonya's. Dudu not quite able to hit the stun onto him, and that engage was just back-breaking in favor of Hanwha Life Esports.
And that should be it. Kingen is like an annoying fly, creating space off to the side. And the moment that Hanwha Life see an opening, Life goes in. Not having had the best rel game thus far, but with that play, I'm sure a lot will be forgiven. And again, you see how reliant Guangdong is on the Maokai actually having ultimate. Because the moment it's not available, the backline becomes so much more accessible. And then here, Kingen creating attention. Ash Arrow crucially going down, but not hitting. And then here it looks fine initially, right out the front to back. We're able to take down Grizzly, but then Flash Magnet Storm. And And Taeun can't get caught there. The moment that he goes down, there isn't enough damage available. Bulldog is coming down after that, but the burst is just too much. And that, very well, could be the game-ending fighter for Hanwha. But man, Kwangdong is making them sweat for it. But now, 40 seconds till the Drake as well. And that should be it here, despite Kwangdong's valiant efforts.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this one does close out. How Life Esports can just walk up to the Dragon, take the soul down. Obviously, you would expect from there they take the easy win. Feels like everybody, actually everybody on the side of Hanwha Life Esports has stasis. Every single person. We have Zhonya's for 3. As Viper just looking to kill Dudu. I was looking at items. He's just going to assassinate someone. Down he will go as a stun hits him after the GA, and Dudu just dies because Viper saw him and looked at him and he died.
And they might not even go for the Dragon here. Can just push through mid without Dudu.
I think it's safer because Taeun's beginning to auto quite a bit. TP is coming in as Hanwha Life Esports trying to assert dominance, saying, well, it's 5v4, you don't want to take this fight. TP committed to, and now they can try to back off to the Infernal, but Kwangdong Freaks, they know that
Drake
jig is up. They got to go for something here.
Soul is no longer available, unfortunately. And Zeka is... I was really hoping Youngjae would follow him. That would have been funny. He would have died, but it would have been very funny. While it happened, and now Infernal Soul is here. If you thought Viper did damage before, things are not about to get better.
Okay, well, that's flashed down as Ingo Zeka looking to set up the play in the flank from Kangen from the top. Just the cherry on top from this fantastic game that we have had so far. That's going to do it. They take the Infernal, they take the fights. As Viper now 12 kills, and he picks up 1,000 kills. The 10th bot laner to do it, obviously spending some time abroad outside of the LCK is the only reason why he didn't have it earlier. As, yep, there you go. Gonna take that final kill, and we'll take the Nexus here for game number 1.
Double digits here for Viper. And the mid game not necessarily flawless from the rest of his team, but it's the early game from Grizzly. A couple of kills going over to the way of this AD carry, and then Viper showing us why he is a world champion. The Kai'Sa, in particular, a champion that of course has been around for so long, and the difference between players like Ruler, players like Viper, how they pilot this champion is uncomparable to what we've seen from a lot of our younger players. Like the actual killer instinct as to when to go in is remarkable to see. And Hanwha Life was a bit of an ups and down journey, but they get the first game win in the end.
Animated his life, saying, you know, we should have gone in there. We should have attacked the backline perhaps, as he was looking to do many times. But yeah, Kwangdong Freaks left scratching their heads. They had a very nice position in this game, and then unfortunately for them, Viper existed. And man, that one team fight down in the bottom lane, that was chef's kiss. That was insane from him. And Kwangdong Freaks really gonna have to turn something around, maybe try to ban the Kai'Sa, try to mix up the bottom lane, because I think that's, again, where Hanwha Life have a lot of their bread buttered.
And this is the problem. I think you have to drop the Viego ban, even though I know how good Grizzly is at it, but I don't think you can drop the Arvin ban, because imagine what Viper could do with 2 people supporting him. Absolutely not.
That would not be fair, just plain and simple. So let's see what happens in game 2, guys. This is going to get pretty interesting as game 1 goes to Hanwha Life Esports. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
영어라 H 풀 빼다 H 게임 잡아야 돼. 볼수 있고 H 노플이야.
뭔데 봐줘
바르게 나 바르게.
H 노플 H 노플
H 노플. 리나 점프 없다. 오케이. 더블 2초. 미드 가자.
가자
예, 레넥톤 가인 없어. 그냥
끝내면 돼 나이스 사고가 있었어요 쟤네 비빌 거다
야좀반 좀 깼다.
쳐 나이스 잘 잘했다
마오카이 근데 개맛있다 대회 때.
주오카이다 주오카이.
내가 DRX 아칼리랑 아까 한 판 졌어.
그 스킨이 주인이 아니어서
형 주인 아니어서 그래
나 아칼리 안 쓸 줄 알았는데 그 스킨. 좋은 멘탈로 한 번 더 잘해봅시다.
화이팅.
야 우리가
랑카도 녹음 이거.
야 한번 그냥 뽀삐공까지 봐야 돼 이거
여기 밑에 걸려봐.
얘네 모른다
밑에 갈렸어. 밑에 좋아.
좋아.
내가 때려. 나 갔다.
하나 얘랑 큰 애들은 발 크긴 했다 이거.
나 계속 납치당해 그냥. 나중에 우리 초원딜들이 해줘. 이거 좀 쳐볼래?
나 좀 쳐볼게
큰한테 삼타.
전멸만 조심
날렸어. 뭐.
뿔
빨리 좀 알아봐.
들어왔다 여기
나 죽었다. 아이고, 야 게임 끝나는 거 막아야 돼.
집갈 생각해봐. 야 이거 나쁘지 않은데?
근데 이득인 거 같은데.
나쁘지 않아,
나도
나쁘지
풀
않아.
없었어서. 쌈바. 락한 막할게. 자야 노스페. 쌈바. 자야 높을. 자야 도정하고.
얘 간다 야 앞에 살려 앞에
살릴게.
덮여 나이스 살려봐
아 제발.
미드 이거 막한타긴 하다
아 집중 잘하자.
라칸 노고 야 좋아 3조 야 앞라인
천천히 앞라인.
그한테
야 이거 잘 봐봐. 때려줘.
야
미드 마무리해봐. 야 미드 가봐. 나이스. 야 나무 띄워줘. 빨리 나무 띄워줘.
거야? 뭔 따보?
아니야. 감정
죽여버려.
나 죽여.
나이스.
잭스하면 AD 할 게 없어요.
상대가 직수하면?
네.
형 안 해보긴 했는데 피오라 하는 건 어때? 아니야?
아 우리 세즈하면 피오라 해도 되긴 해요.
나는 그게 나아 보이긴 하는데.
야 박자. 이거밖에 없다. 가자. 이거밖에 없어 우리.
형정 내가 한번 고삐 풀어줬어.
내가 잘해줄게.
파이팅.
즐겨.
이런다 올라가야 돼 맞다. 이번 턴 한번 올라가. 상거리로 한 번만 보면 해봐.
아 이겼다. 나이스. 탑 구도 좀 많이 깨졌거든. 천천히 해도 돼 얘들아.
오케이.
천천히 봐봐.
볼게. 잭스부터. 잭스 풀. 할만해.
야 르블랑 봐줘야 돼.
앞에. 나 따라갈게.
아리 세준데 르블랑. 비에고야.
준비 있어? 잘했어.
비에고 높이. 나이스. 바로. 안돼.
얘들아 천천히 하고 정비부터 해. 야 바텀 싸운다 1대. 잡을만해 이거 잘하면. 바텀 잡을만해. 천천히. 잡았어. 나 끼고 싸움 절대 안 됐어. 나 개쎄.
그냥 가자. 편하게. 나 이거 갈게. 얘들아.
맞아.
볼만할게. 왔어. 앞에 천천히. 잊었어. 앞에 천천히.
나 빨까. 타쳐. 본다 이거. 볼게.
앞에. 얘들아 앞에 점사해. 앞에. 땄다.
야 노플.
죽었어.
이겼어.
사랑해.
얘들아 근데 나 노데 쓰긴 한다.
너무 고마워요.
잘하네.
Welcome back to the space, you lovely people. As Hanwha Life Esports take game 1 here against Guangdong Freaks, and it wasn't. Okay, we're dancing. Can we get a full shot of what's going on here? Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. We're vibing because there was a lot of things to vibe about this game. So much.
Actual kills?
It was a great game.
Oh my goodness, I couldn't believe it.
Back and forth.
We thought the one team was going to win, and then we thought the other team was going to win, and then
it going how many times?
I don't know.
Countless.
My favorite part about it, and I think it started in the draft, was that the teams were somewhat more evenly matched when it came to believing that they could win the game.
Yeah.
Which I think is a bit of a contrast from our first series of the night.
A lot of interesting approach if you can pull the draft here. I really like the Tristana first pick and how impactful this pick was. And we know that it can be flex, ended up going mid lane here. And on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, I want to say maybe the most Hanwha Life Esports draft with the Kaisa on the bot lane, Viper once again just shining on the pick. But what did you think of both teams' approach and how are these drafts supposed to play out?
Yeah, I mean, the HLE draft, this is the only you can actually do like when you're a better team, like when you're a stronger team, just giving up the first pick the Tristana and just pick away the Kaisa and the Sage, and then you can actually pressure later on the second phase of the draft. Because in theory, just already playing Yone into Tristana is not that easy. Tristana will have a perma prior, and if they're playing well, I mean, especially Bulldog playing really well on the Tristana in the whole entire game, and then keep able to find the way that they can actually win the team scrimmage, the lane phase, give it the pressure. So it was a great pick from the Guangdong as well.
No, I agree. I actually think that the problems didn't happen until further down in the draft, where honestly, Guangdong Freaks just trapped themselves. They had the issue of, well, the enemy team has Sejuani, Jax and Renekton are both available, something's going to happen. And they decided to ban Blitzcrank and another support and not ban Renekton and Jax. Because if you don't do that, then you fall into this trap where it doesn't matter which one they get, they're going to win the matchup because the 2v2 is always better. So it's the Jax Renekton trap, and they fell right into it.
We'll talk a bit later about the adaptation that can come from the second draft maybe, because the casters were mentioning the same thing. But I want to talk about the early game and Grizzly, once again, making things happen on the map. He keeps on progressing game after game, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of crazy. Like, Grizzly actually spent more time, like more than 30 seconds being in the bush, and it's like, it was like really calculated. Like, everything was perfect, and this is like so much giving pressure to Renekton, because Jax, all the game, you can't win a 1v1 against Renekton.
And I'm just so proud of him, man. Like, he's such a young player. We saw how incredibly nervous he was in his first week. Of course, very difficult matchups that time around.
Perfect time E here.
Wow.
He's a great player, and he was good in Challenger as well. This is the thing, because Hanwha Life Esports in Challenger were playing with Guon for a lot of last season, and we're having these question marks of being like, oh, some call-ups, they could be good, but Guon is just not that good actually, unless he gets Lee Sin and then he has pop-off games like maybe once or twice, but like that's about it. But Grizzly, he's found amazing Viego moments, even in Challenger. 7-0-6, I think, is one of his highlight games on the pick. We saw even into Gen G, he was able to get that done. And it didn't always work, as sometimes they overextended, and then Taeyun became a problem.
Yeah, I mean, this play, I think I would like to shout out to the Guangdong. They were losing top side and even boss side, so they make the decisions that like really well. Oh, they're gonna make a top play, so let's make a counter play, which is like just lane swap. Because they're losing side, they had to make some play, and that would work.
We've talked about how the mid game was messy once again. What happened here, and how would you point out the mistakes that both teams made?
I see it as a little bit of Hanwha Life Esports thinking that they're just better. With a lot of the plays, it looked like some overconfidence, some lack of respect of maybe the hands of their opposition in certain moments, which does make a little bit of sense. Like we saw like Life back-to-back sort of punish Andil for his movement, not being able to spot exactly where wards were, leaving Taeyun out to dry, died a couple of times because of this. But then that respect was earned all the way back again. And I think that if a team is in the LCK, you need to treat them as being able to do the right things in the right situations.
Well, let's roll the clips then, the two last clips that we have, and let's take a look at what happens during these team fights, as we're going to take a look at the Drake fight first, and then the Baron later.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. Like, Guangdong Freaks actually just make the crazy, like, flank play, with especially with from the Renekton, and it's like Kaisa was the Viper was the most fed member in the HLE, and he got popped. And then the team fight, the fight is not even close. And it's crazy that Guangdong Freaks was not ahead, and they actually make these play, and they instantly went into Baron.
Yeah, and man, I just want to shout out Andal in that fight. Like the fact that you've got an Ashe that can free hit against Yone and Jax and Sejuani and Rel and Viper.
Basically everyone.
Like actually everyone is a threat at all times to Taeyoon. That one ultra mega fire kick that he got onto the counter striking Jax, and then Taeyoon can attack move into the enemy team. Absolutely gorgeous stuff, and Milio really demonstrating finally, like in an obvious moment, this champion's kind of good.
You want to take a look at the last fight then?
I think we should,
yeah. The Baron fight. Let's take a look at this now. Yeah, once again, I think a lot of issues in the way that you approach the fight that allowed Hanwha to come back here. And
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like, HLE just have a better hands, better player, and they know how to fight around the objective, like a little bit better in the later in the game. As I said, after 30 minutes, they're gonna be a better team, and that's what happened.
Yeah, and it looked like a confidence difference as well, especially after everything that we've been saying. Like, Guangdong Freaks, this is their MO. It's struggling to do anything positive in the mid to late game. And this is mid to late game. And unfortunately, they get into their own heads a little bit too much. Hanwha Life Esports, instead, they're just all on the same page. They're like, we can win, so let's win. Like, guys, let's just get it together. This time, Life lands an incredible Magnet Storm instead of headbutting the air like he had done a couple of times. Difficult to play in Emilio, but Life had some ups and downs, let's say, in this series.
It's Life or Grizzly or even Viper shining once again. I don't know who should get player of the game here, so let's reveal now. You guys voted for...
This guy.
okay.
Viper.
This guy?
Absolutely.
Makes sense once again, the world champion.
Well, I mean, basically, he had almost perfect game. He, like, no mistake at all. It's the same thing. Like, I feel like, especially these days in LCK, there's so many, like, extremely good player as an AD carry. They know extremely well as a hyper carry the role. Like, they never make a mistake. They play really, really safe. But at the same time, they know their limits.
I have to add that I know Viper was mega fed in this situation, so it's not a perfect representation of Kai'Sa versus Renekton, but your top laner is just getting caught out by an AD carry. That seems like role reversal, and I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, well, top lane these days has no impact. You know, top lane doesn't matter.
Hey, unless you're in North America.
That was free.
Yo!
All right, let's focus back on the series. Anonymous mode here on the side of Viper. That makes sense. We'll see if Guangdong can come back here in game 2, as it was a lot of back and forth, as we said. But for now, that's all for us here on the side of the space. Casters, back to you.
Welcome back, guys. Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown as we are in the draft and looking to see what these two teams are drafting and what is going on here. As Guangdong Freaks on the blue side. And we will have to see what does happen in this game number 2. If anything changes, the Viego still banned.
We are dropping in hot and looking at Guangdong, their issues in the previous game. Outside of the Kai'Sa, I don't feel like there was anything specifically, as the desk highlighted, when it comes to just the draft. It comes down to how they're actually able to set up for the fights. And the reality is that the Viper didn't get where he is right now in a short amount of time, right? Player had a pretty large and illustrious career for, 3-4 years before he actually was able to win Worlds with EDG. And for Guangdong, we're starting to see some of those inexperiences really come through, as we do still have a lot of power picks open here. And he comes to mind. And look into Sejuani instead, so Tristana now available for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, an interesting choice this time around. Same bans, same from both sides, actually. And CV Max is pretty famous for doing this at this point, or infamous, I should say. Just go ahead and do the same draft, one small change. Except in this case, you know, you are indexing into this.
Wait, we're flipping. No, they're not. The Bulldog isn't gonna pick Yone unless.
Unless.
But they do have Sejuani.
He could play Cassidy. KW. No, you won't, of course. So they're gonna pick Sejuani, and then they're not gonna pick a melee solo
Yeah, I
laner.
don't think the Yone was the big thing, to be fair. I don't think Yone was the reason why Hanwha won that game. So if you drop anything, it's definitely that. Kai'Sa, self-explanatory, really, given the game that we just saw from a Viper. He will still get access to Aphelios, which, while strong, not necessarily in the same power level he was before. And now, what are we going to see? Because Kwangdong will ideally want Jax or Renekton. They'll take either of those, but they might run the risk of Hanwha Life taking away one and then picking up the other here, or saving the counter pick for Kingen, who, to be fair, as far as counter pick players go, isn't generally super high up on the list.
Rel banned away. Wonder if they're going to take the Blitzcrank away. Wonder if Andil is comfortable enough and confident enough to go for something like that in this case. We saw his played champs in Challengers. One of the point picks was Yuumi, actually. And it has been a long season with many different patches, so could have definitely been in the past, but it's just going to be Renekton.
Oh, I have a feeling, Valdez. What if we see Hanwha Live just pick the Jax here, and Dudu slams his Fiora? Seen him do it before?
He probably would.
Right?
I think you definitely want to take the Jax away.
Oh, we are going to bend the Milio after all. So, yeah, ideally you'd want to pick up a support here. I think the counter pick is too important for Kingen. But that does mean that Kwangdong get Jax Sejuani, right? So it's kind of a win-win for them.
Yeah.
Either you get Jax Sejuani, or you get the opportunity for Dudu to really flex, bring out his Fiora. Don't think that's going to be the case here. Blinding Fiora is a risky move in the best of times.
I think this is a really free Jax pick for Dudu. I mean, you're playing into double AD carry. You have Sejuani. Renekton is banned. I mean, yes, there are answers, as you're saying. And I think that both top laners should be pretty confident to go for it. And maybe even Kingen just plays Sion, right? Because he's done this so many times before, especially with 280 carries, you want a front line. And yeah, Jax going to be the choice. And it is Gragas this time.
AP Gragas going to come through, provide you with, so solves some of your damage profile issues, although it didn't really end up being a problem. And I gotta say, I think that this time around, Kwangdong got the better end of the deal. Now, the Hanwha Life Comp still has a ton of tools, but when it comes to enabling this AD carry duo, it really is most limited to the Maokai, although Kingen can, of course, play a role of some disengage. But looking at the power of Leona, Sejuani, the Jax coming through as well, the 2v2 incredibly strong there. Downside is that Kwangdong have a lot of CC that is going to be negated by, say, Unflinching, by, say, Merc Treads. We'll see if Hanwha really goes into that aggressively. And a bit of a change of sides here when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, going to be pretty interesting to see how Hanwha Life Esports will do this time getting their hands on the double AD carry comp. Let's jump into game number 2. And here we go into the second game. Kwangdong Freaks putting up a great fight in game number 1. And I feel like this time, say what you want about the draft, I think they have enough tools as well to get across the line. We'll have to see how they play this style of composition. It's not exactly what Hanwha Life played in game number 1, but definitely has some elements, of course.
It's... With the Azir has I think, a lot more longevity in the sense that the Hanwha Life comp, even if you did get the late game, the 1-for-1 I think was exceptional with Yone and Jax, but you were in a situation where if you get drawn into team fights and you don't get the dive off, then you do kind of lose impact. That's not going to be the case here for Kwangdong. We'll see how Bulldog does, though, because we have seen this Tristana versus Azir handshake go either way. Tristana actually started to come back up as a counter specifically to Azir. So interested to see if Bulldog actually is able to navigate this early game. There's also the fact that Zeka is on a non-melee character, which he has a... Yep, that was an explosive shot on a minion.
Yeah.
Thank you, Zeka. Rarely do we get our point proven that quickly, as we do indeed see the unflinching here to come through for Zeka.
Yeah. Just the way it is going to be. This Kingen most likely going to be building some AP. Would like to see the Maokai going into the tank in this kind of composition.
We can trust Grizzly.
I think we can, yeah.
At this point, I think we're slowly reaching that conclusion.
Everybody is kind of realizing that this guy, the more comfortable he gets, the more he's able to show his stuff, and his stuff is really good. I mean, it's been strong early game, very, you know, decent team fighting. You know, he hasn't been popping off, but of course he's shown some stuff on the Viego and stuff, which now getting permabanned. So yeah, definitely a guy that has a lot of potential here on this Homalife Esports roster. So it will be interesting to see how he continues to develop.
Also seen Taeun go for lethal tempo, as opposed to what we saw in the previous game from Viper, who went for the Hail of Blades. Hail Blades obviously in lane and in short trades going to give you a lot of extra benefit, but Taeun can use the safety. Even in the last game where we saw Taeun do a great job in the laning phase, teamfight positioning has been one of his biggest weaknesses. Now I do think that the previous game is like partially that, but also you have very little space into the comp that Hummel was running, because again, their amount of backline threat and access was pretty revolting. As Kingen definitely struggling here earlier on, as is to be expected. It's not until you pick up
clean CSing
a chapter that things get a little bit better, as very aptly pointed out by you, Veldas.
He got every single one. Still down 8 CS, but it's okay. He's behind on the wave as Dudu is proxying it. He's now looking to maybe go for a quick back here. Just on a cannon wave, I believe, as here is the Sejuani. Youngjae looking to get a little frisky in the mid lane, but Grizzly is here. And Youngjae, gotta be careful not to go into the unknown spots of the jungle.
Into the unknown?
Isn't that like a Frozen 2 song?
There we go.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you'd get it. Have you watched Frozen 2?
Yeah. That's good. Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I watched that
Of
on,
course. When it comes to movies and you,
Yeah.
Valdez, I don't think there's such a thing as of course. As this is a... Sorry, this is a rough lane state. Wonder how Viper and Life will do it. But you were saying?
Yeah, for some reason, in the last like 3 or 4 years, I don't know if I'm like getting older, but I'm watching a lot more of like the just regular animated movies. Like I even watched Elementals recently.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Well, maybe it's a sign that you should watch the new Spider-Man movie.
That's a different kind of answer.
No, I don't think it is, Valdez.
It has a superhero in it.
Yeah, but it's not really the point.
Okay. The movie named Spider-Man with a superhero in it. The point is not Spider-Man the superhero?
No, it's a really cool use of like the animated movie as an art form. There's a lot of creativity, a lot of boundaries that are pushed. There's a lot of different animation styles. Like it's quite cool. As we do take a look, D+, obviously at the front runners of this. I still can't believe they got Ivor and Tristana and Aphelios multiple games. Not okay.
Yeah.
Combination has been very successful even without the Ivor as Youngjae. Making a visit here.
Can engage on the Viper, who does have cleanse. Gonna use it there right at the end. Donald going pretty far, and now he has to flash away. It's very deep. I mean, double root with the passive now coming in from Life, and here comes Grizzly trying to force some more. Stain does not have anything. He's just gonna get flashed on. Ooh, nice stun from Andil. Gonna keep him alive. That is a very heads-up play there from the new support here to Kwangdong Freaks. But the initial play, the initial idea, maybe not the best.
Oh, yeah, as it looks like Kingen was able to slam Dudu into his turret, did have his ultimate used. Dudu now trying to apply as much pressure as he can, as Viper playing his own skin, hadn't commented on that yet, good for him. Taeun, I think, going a little bit too deep there in an attempt to try and force damage. Looked like Kwangdong were trying to set up a bait where you go in too aggressively, then you try to back out and you bait in Life and Viper, but Grizzly was there. So thwarts the plan. And now Kingen does still have his TP available here. And sitting on the chapter now, it's going to be a really, really big boost to his laning power. Hopefully he'll be able to stem the bleeding that Dudu has been able to inflict thus far.
Grizzly, the based jungler that he is, goes for Hex Flash on Maokai. Can set up
lost
some
game as well.
Yeah, on Sejuani too. They used to be like a poppy kind of unique thing. I think there was like one other jungler that's slipping my mind right now, but yeah, I mean, you can find so many great angles doing this. There's no summoners at all on the bottom side. I mean, and he's waiting.
Oh, they're luring him into a false. This wave is pushing. Yeah, there's nowhere. Okay.
Not gonna go for it. Just gonna go for the dragon on Vision.
I thought he was gonna wait again.
Yeah.
Like last time, but not gonna be the case here.
Didn't have much information, perhaps, on where Young Jay was. Could backfire if they got too aggressive.
Unless...
Oh, trying to go in, and that one is going to hit Viper, actually, as Life gets out of the way, and Young Jay's just able to dunk on him.
Oh, Life. That's the type of reflexes that you want to say no to. If Viper has cleanse, then you're fine. If that's coordinated, then you can get away with that one, but...
this is
it's
Viper
the opposite.
Life Esports, okay? We protect the president.
It's the opposite of the Titanic movie, where it's like, here, far wherever you are, you're trying to save him.
Yeah.
But no.
No, you gotta stand there.
This is a betrayal. Oh no. And
he dove out of the way of the president.
He did. Oh no. And it's just a dragon, but it signifies so much more, Valda.
What does it mean about the bot laners' relationship? Yeah. What is the drama now?
So this is the plot point that, like, when the documentary comes out, when somehow Zeka and Kingen win another Worlds, in 4 months, naturally.
Of course, yeah, naturally.
This is where, like, oh, this was after this game, Life and Viper no longer could be trusted in one room together. And it really took a lot of struggling and them winning with 5 games and 5 games into the Worlds qualifier to bring it back together.
Yeah. Bonding through turmoil, perhaps.
Viper is still 12 CS up. It'll be a little bit less.
But he's down an assist. Yes, now, gonna cleanse that, but yeah, maybe a little bit unhappy with his current situation. But Grizzly is getting to work on this Rift Herald. Looks like Quantum Freeze is gonna give this one up. Not looking to fight this.
They did pick up the Drake, and also Life has a lot of priority on rotation, so they're not really in a position to contest this. So nicely done by Hanwha. Life will pick that one up. Does mean that Viper, particularly without cleanse, is going to have to sack this wave at least partially. Although Undeal going for a move into the river, it does mean that Viper can just walk up. But CS, now even. As we do see post-chapter, this does not become a fun experience for Jax. It really is. You don't really win short trades anymore. You usually don't get to force short trades because Gragas has body slam, and the poke just wears you down.
Yeah, and once you get Divine Sunder, things definitely get a bit easier. You can sustain a bit better, but even with the nerfs to Gragas' passive, he's at full health. Just because the Jax can't force anything, and he's not winning trades, so like eventually Kingen will just balloon back up to full health and just be a Gragas.
Hey, I was about to say, I feel like he's looking for
Scott Flash too. He's definitely looking for this angle. He's at least trying to keep him around and be as annoying as possible. But Dudu does have a couple of cookies. I wonder what flavor. Cinnamon.
What's your favorite?
Favorite cookies?
Yeah.
I think just chocolate chip.
Chocolate chip.
Like the soft,
it's a classic.
warm ones.
Like the chewy.
Or oatmeal raisins.
Chewy or crunchy?
Chewy, yeah.
Chewy.
Crunchy or bad.
Hey, that's a very strong
just objectively, they're just
a very strong
not
opinion.
good.
Oh, King is waiting. But Dudu,
Hide on bush.
he's not going to fall for that. Not this guy. King is like, wait, but look at the wave. You wanna, you wanna get in there? No, he doesn't. It's a cannon wave as well. So Dudu going to pick up his Coalfields for going to Sheen, which I think is a good call. Coalfields, the extra CDR is going to help a little bit. Maybe create some opportunities for you as Grizzly is getting towards the end of this Rift Herald. King picks up a few plates, even with the teleport by Dudu isn't quite off cooldown, so as a result does get that opportunity. Now King and Ez is available as well, so not going to be feeling too bad. As Grizzly, you need to put this down. Is it going to time out? I think it might.
I don't know.
He's still in combat.
They're keeping him in combat. They're poking him. He's got to press that.
Timer is pranking me. It looked like it's...
There we go. He should drop it. Are you sure it's close?
I thought so. Now I'm thinking. Now I'm thinking maybe not.
Yeah. I think I just got timer pranked.
Yeah, by the.
It's just a prank, bro. Don't worry.
It might have been the. Oh, Grizzly.
This
would be big.
Yeah, dude,
yes,
in a little bit of trouble. And just waiting for that. The ult comes out. He's going to drop the Herald first and wait for it. The Nature's Grasp comes in. And, well, Dudu will get out with his flash. Doesn't look like they want to overextend onto this Jax, but yeah, that's still 3.5 plates going towards the Grok.
Yeah, I'm not going to assume that Grizzly did in fact have to put it down because there's zero reason why LC would like mid play on Dudu, go and drop a Herald.
Some weird shenanigans in this one, but
you know, the spectator client is it's fickle. Sometimes it does what you expect it to, and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, and now Grizzly in a weird spot here. He's going to have to flash. Gets the ult out of Youngjae, but Youngjae will take that trade any day of the week.
According to Atlas's theory on Hex Flashes, this is a good thing for Grizzly.
Yeah, and, I mean, it depends on the timing, too. Like, if they really wanted to fight over this Drake and now, like, oh, there's no Sedge ult and Humalife could maybe find a timing to fight where the Sedge ult is down, then I would agree. But I think in this case, it's actually a good thing for Kwangmum.
This matchup is so painful. Dudu's like, I'm going in. We're playing the game. And King is like, no.
How much cheaper is Everfrost than Divine Sunder? I actually don't know those numbers on the top of my head.
Me neither. I feel like I should, but they keep
probably
getting
like at least 500.
I don't think it's that much, but
maybe 400.
Might be.
You know what?
Look it up. Yeah.
I'm just gonna press some buttons.
I've had them all in my head at some point, and then they keep getting changed, and like the components keep getting swapped, and we get another item. We have like this.
How many years of League of Legends do we need to?
Well, there's also the fact that it's also a balance
3,300. Yeah.
I want to say Everfrost is like
Everfrost. Let's see if Valdez was right.
You're saying 500, right?
Yeah.
And
it's
drum roll.
exactly 500.
Look at him go.
Everfrost is 2,800 and Divine Sunder is 300.
The more you know.
It might, you know, couple patches past, it probably was Chronicler. So I don't know, but yeah, either way, he's going to be able to use that spike a little bit earlier to take some more aggressive trades and be more annoying. Jax still able to find parity in terms of the CS. And farm it out.
This game is very different from the previous one, and not in a way I enjoy.
It's a more professional feel, don't you think?
Yeah. Now, one-item spikes are hit across the rift. Everyone has it ready as Viper will Gale Force on Gale Force in that one.
Got his Gale Force. Nice.
Yeah, not the best of trades, but
I think he's trying to force his cleanse, maybe.
Yeah. Dudu now does have his Sunderer finished, which makes the matchup slightly more bearable. As Life on the Taeyun.
Will Life find a way?
Always does.
It always seems to. Evolution is very, very stubborn, you know.
It's just a whole lot of moving around. You even have Dudu like faking a move up through river. Doesn't actually commit.
This is the Monte Cristo's rotation.
Rotations?
Rotations episode of the LCK today. Dudu is really taking a beating. And
I'm kind of baffled he's still even in CS.
He's down 4 plates. That is the one thing.
Yeah.
Maybe 3, actually? I guess he might have gotten 1 up on the top side.
Oh, yeah, I think he got 1 beforehand, and then there was the Herald in like a little bit. And Young Jay is going to see Grizzly. They're going to say hello, and then that'll be the end of it. Zeka is on vision here.
Young Jay's just
go for
walking around the circle.
He is
like,
up a level.
And he has Blast Cone, so he can do this.
On deal. I don't know if Viper's going to take that path as Bulldog takes a bit of damage. Has gone for... Oh, in they go.
And he's looking for it. That's the combo. Gets the cleanse out, but now Andu pretty far forward, but is eating a ton of damage. And abilities from the side of Viper has to flash away. And now with King and TPing up, that's going to mean that Dudu does get a free lane here. A lot of indexing into the second Rift Herald for Life Esports.
I don't think that's the worst of trades. Bulldog now coming up with a fresh base is going to TP towards mid. They're going to still look and contest this. I don't know if they can get to Herald still. Might have a team fight here. Viper doesn't have ult and cleanse.
Life Esports really scared to take the fight, and to be honest, I mean...
Kwangdong!
You're running double 80 carry, and maybe you just say, okay, well, we tried to make a play. Just the original over-indexing and trying to get like the TP and make the play happen with Ondel going in, and Life Esports rather trying to respond to that in such a forceful manner. Not sure if that was worth it on the side of Life.
Also, I haven't talked yet about the fact that it is a Cloud Soul. So Atlas happy today.
The Atlanalyst today.
We do get that one here, and when it comes to value of movement speed and ultimates, Kwangdong rates pretty high. Sorry?
Until next week.
Yeah.
No more Atlanalyst, no more Valdanalyst.
No, we're going back to the grind.
Just the
you guys are.
Post-Atlas.
Yeah, post-plus.
Yeah.
And I don't even know where to go with yours.
Yeah. The Val lost.
Loris, unfortunately, she's coming back. You know, she's just taking a trip to that other region for a little bit.
Just leaving for a little while.
Just for a bit. But she's coming back, so it's fine. Coming back to the best region.
Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe we should leave this game and then come back at like 30 minutes as well. What do you think?
I'm down. Yeah, I could be...
Okay, I'll see you guys later.
Grab some fruits, maybe some shakes.
Yeah, because Life Esports have correctly identified, okay, well,
they're going to
just play around our 280 carries. You know, if we have position, we can definitely fight.
They're losing sides, though.
Yeah.
And Harold's being put down mid. I'm missing some decisiveness here from Hanwha. They need to do something. Like, you can TP in Zeka, you can instead try and hard force a fight. As Viper again, will force down. Ondil not afraid to use his sums aggressively, as now that's an ultimate gone. Grizzly throwing it out, and that means that looks like the Herald going to go the way of, or rather the Dragon going to go the way of Kwangdong here.
Yeah, should be able to pick up this Cloud Soul point at this point, and you see that Zeka just going to hang around the top side. Studu backs a little bit late, but that's just fine. Just to chunk into this turret. Still Kwangdong Freaks getting a lot of big advantages. Double charge in mid, the Cloud Soul points, and, you know, I mentioned scaling a couple of times, but they also have Kai'Sa Azir, so they're not hurting too much either. They have the Jax in the side lane.
Yeah.
So, the longer this game goes, honestly, you know, Life Esports are looking for angles, but Kwangdong Freaks are not giving it to them, and we're just hanging out. 1-0.
Just hanging out.
Yeah.
Just one kill.
Just, you know.
I casted 2 Bro series, you know, this week, and they are against violence, so they are generally very pacifistic games of League of Legends.
True.
And then after game number 1, I was excited. You know, I was feeling it. I was pretty stoked about the fact that there were kills left and right, fighting, clutch moments. You know, Viper staying alive with 10 HP.
Yeah. It was 14-14 in kills at 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And
Babe,
now
we might still reach that. We just got to really crank it up.
Just 27 more kills in 8.5 minutes.
They don't know about the tree.
They don't know about the tree. Now they know about the tree. And that means they're
Grizzly's
not
just
gonna
like...
fight. Grizzly,
if
that
they-
spots you. I'm surprised by how many players don't seem to know this. Because this happens all the time as Grizzly is going to go in. He's going to lock down the Sejuani. Bulldog taking a lot of damage. Zeka going to get caught by the end of the Nature's Grasp and gets taken out, but a huge amount of TPs coming in from the side of Kwangdong Freaks. Life, the first one to go down. King in extremely low as Zeka just going to flash away. Viper finally does get here. Grizzly buying a lot of time as the counter-strike is denied, but it goes on a Zeka, who is just left out to dry as the Tristana will have no help this time around, and Grizzly looks like no better in this one. Down he goes. Viper looking for the angle, flashing the wall. Viper, there's still 2 other people there, by the way. Doesn't seem to care, and will assert his dominance over the Rift.
Viper sees the message like, I'll take it into my own hands. But now he does the flash into Leona, so...
It's okay, he has Gale Force.
Yeah, well, there's also an Azir on the map, so I'm not too stoked about that. So it starts off with a mistake from Grizzly, who thinks he's not spotted when he definitely is. But then it feels like they could have... Like, Grizzly was fine. He could have just... he was out. You know, maybe you have to invest in Tristana, but that would have been it.
Viper's backed on a ward.
Yeah,
and
this is
now
gone.
they're just going to take the Baron.
Grizzly is not going to be here in time.
Yeah, Grizzlies, he's run up through the top side. There's going to have to be a... No, they're just going to leave it. Life are like, nope, we can't do anything about it. Grizzlies here, but nope, not on time. Kwangdong Freaks, a very nice read.
Are we losing the 2-0 week dream on the final game?
Feels like we're heading that direction.
That would be crazy. I'm not trusting Kwangdong to actually win a game, though. Like, bounties are up, yes. They have Baron. They have soul points. But I'm keeping my expectations low. I'm not expecting a game free.
Grizzly, you're spotted.
So he's spotted. But, like, look at this.
They placed the ward,
okay,
they know.
but I actually think he's fine here. Right, like he ults. They can disengage here. Actually, with Taeyeon and Undercoming, maybe not, but I feel like they really hard commit with not having your primary carry there. You need Viper.
What do you mean? They had Life.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely not enough. And then here,
the Nautilus carry.
Oh, Zeka gets caught, gets blown up immediately.
We're fighting. Grizzly is like, oh, I win full challengers now. As Nature's Grasp comes out and Grizzly is dead. As the snipe comes in from Taeyeon, he is now in a really good spot. 2-0 and 3. As it looks like Grizzly just got caught at the Wolves area. Can be pretty dangerous. And just waiting for Youngjae, as do they have the damage to really take out a Sejuani? Doesn't look like it.
And that means that Soul is on the board here as well. Kwangdong Freaks pushing on.
Oh, they're just going for it. They are sending it now as big knockups do come in from Life, but the damage's not quite there. And this is in the base of Life Esports.
They're crazy.
Oh, huge amount of damage. Bulldog. Bulldog will have the stopwatch in. Dude goes in. Viper lives. And so does Zeka with like no HP. And Kwangdong Freaks maybe a little bit too far. They do take out that turret.
Oh, the TP. The TP. Not like this.
Oh boy, here we go.
Okay, they're fine.
They're fine.
Yeah. So, but they do not get the inhibitor, and they do not get the dragon. And Taeyeon is showcasing us the difference.
They wanted to end that game, man.
Yeah. Well, I like the attempt to end. I respect it, but not in that way, unfortunately. As we take another look, Grizzly, yeah, doesn't have Hex Flash, so he just dies, unfortunately. Caught it way too deep into his own jungle with against the Baron team. Classic rookie mistake, right? Just not being where you're supposed to be, and that definitely gets punished appropriately. But then here, everything looks okay, right? Viper goes low, and then Taeyeon, look at your health bar, my man. Oh, yeah.
Don't look at it.
So the only upside here is that Grizzly got the shutdown. That's as good as it gets for Kwangdong fans, but that is a moment that's going to make you a little worried, because two more of those moments and Hanwha will win this game. Like, I think Hanwha shouldn't win this game. I think Hanwha are in a very dire spot, and they haven't been great when they fall behind, but don't do that like 2 more times. Please. I want to see a third game.
Yeah.
I want to see it happen.
I think we're going to get it still. He's got a little overexcited, you know. A little bit of Kaisa Leona action, just kind of trying to press their buttons and get into that backline as soon as possible. And to be fair, I mean, they were very fed, but the situation not the best to go in on that one, even in a 5v4. So, Quantum Freaks still ahead, about 6,000 gold. No objective at the moment. We do have Baron in 2 minutes. But this game will go on past the 30-minute mark, it's looking like.
Yeah, I don't think this one is done anytime soon. Unless Honda lose a fight, in which case it can be over very quickly, because they are definitely lacking structures in the mid lane. So, easy opportunity for Kwangdong to go aggressively there. But again, because they didn't get the inhib, they are not really having the map control that otherwise you could have. With your perma pushing wave is Youngjae.
Hey, they're going to go everything into the Sejuani. I don't think they have the damage to do that, though, right now. So that's just going to be Youngjae walking it off.
Yeah,
I mean, he didn't even have to flash that.
There's no LDR yet on either. And Zeka looks like he's going for BT next. Viper is building towards it, but without LDR, you're not killing a fed, like this is a genuinely fed Sejuani.
Yeah.
Who was able to proc Aftershock and Radiant Virtue, so absolutely 0 shots. And Andil also making sure that his teammate stays alive. Nice ultimate there. Has an Elixir of Iron at the ready. This guy ready to throw down. And we are looking at Baron spawning in about 50 seconds. Kwangdong's Baron power plays have been very lackluster, but with a good one here, should be able to apply substantial pressure to the base of Hanwha Life. As Lord dumps down for Viper. As long as Viper's alive, there's always a way.
Yeah, I think that in this game, you know, they took that one fight without Viper, and then they took the one in their base, and Viper was able to survive just barely, and they won that one. You're getting to see a little bit of a trend. If Viper lives, they win fights, and they're not scared to engage onto Sejuani's. It feels like a lot of teams aren't, unfortunately, scared about that. Generally, that's not the target you want to throw all your damage into. She's very tanky, she can survive and then follow up engage. That is what Sejuani does. Hanwha Life Esports very aggressively pushing up the mid lane. Kingen just finishing his Void Staff. But they want to take big position here in the map as the ult is thrown into Grizzly. The hook on a Bulldog, they're trying to burn down Bulldog, but the knockaway from Zeka gets him to safety, and now Dudu is looking to get in the back line, burst down the tree, as hopping away now, but now Dudu gets into that back line, and he's doing insane damage. Zeka not able to take him down as the stopwatch is there, the flash in, and Zeka gonna take him out and survive somehow. But I don't think Kingen...
Oh, Bulldog, Bulldog, Bulldog!
Oh, stopwatch though, gonna save him. Zeka just barely out of line, and 2 kills come in as the explosion from both Kingen and Zeka keeps this game potentially alive.
Oh, Kwangdong! You're giving me a heart attack! They keep going in and in and in! Could have picked up a Baron off of that play. Could have picked up control around the dragon, but no, it will just be an inhibitor and a 4 for 4. Looking at the death timers though, Bulldog and Zeka, both about 25 seconds before they'll be alive. And let's break this down, because it starts off looking a little rough. There is no Gragas and he can't join this fight initially.
Why does Zeka ult them away?
I have no idea. I assume because they thought that Grizzly would die otherwise. Then Bulldog completely whiffs, but he does buy space, crucially for Taeyun, who is able to stay alive thanks to stopwatch for a little bit, but doesn't actually get the proper timing on the explosive shot, so still dies to that. And then here, Bulldog with
Baron.
Look at, I think Ando actually died to the explosion.
Yeah.
On Bull, that's hilarious.
Yeah, he died because of that Nature's Grasp here. They want to turn. They have the Jax, but the Counter-Strike is there. Huge cast gets Taeyun in, but he survives. Not ult onto him, and down goes Grizzly. Taeyun staying alive after that one. Extremely important as Viper's looking for it. The ult is totally going to whiff, and Bulldog is going to go down, though, as he's not able to take out Viper. One Seeker not going to get him.
Should still be Baron. Like, Viper has no health.
Zeka, though.
Dudu.
Hey, that's a lot of damage. The Q is Viper didn't back. He's still here. And they're going to keep him around. This game is insane.
Wait, look at the base. Look at the base. Look at the base.
The base. They're stopping the backs.
No. They have to...
I think they're okay. That's a lot of damage, though, as we can see.
Oh, Viper,
being done.
Viper, do they know? They don't know. They don't know.
They don't know, but they're about to know.
So nothing happens?
They're about to know that they can... They're not going to
So just Bulldog guys. And now they... Oh, my... They won't... They don't get Nash.
Reset.
They don't... Well, what about Dragon, though? Who gets Dragon, Valdez?
It's just a Cloud Drake. That's
Okay,
fine.
but
I don't care about
like
that.
Hanwha have the tempo.
Bulldog's still dead.
Bulldog has no TP.
Yeah.
So they're going to lose the Nash.
How Life clawing their way back into this one.
Kwangdong!
I mean, a Seeker and a Dream, a 4v5. Do they want to take it is the question.
Oh, I don't know.
Life.
Bulldog is on his way.
Look at Life. He's going to get doo-doo. Counter-Strike is there once again. Solar Flare in.
Bulldog.
Dangerous Grasp once again.
Bulldog's here now.
Bulldog is here.
They can fight.
Maokai is able to disengage.
Okay, so it's Soul for Baron.
I think I know which one I favor. It's not the Cloud Soul, although it's not bad.
You know
Cloud
what?
Soul is actually quite good.
No,
but
I'll take it. I actually think you take Cloud Soul because Hanwha, I don't think they can get out of their base.
I think the Baron is going to stabilize them to a point where now they have a chance to come back in this game.
As we go back, look at this. This explosion is so sad. Oh,
just Bomba in its purest essence.
Not the Gragas Bomba as, and this time around, they get so close. Again, Kwangdong in these fights just seem to lose their mind near the end. They do like 80% of the work.
So Bulldog gets queued and he's like, I'm going in.
So yeah, because the ult is missing, right? And Viper does, but here I feel like they should be fine. If Dudu doesn't go too far forward, right? Like
I think our production has learned that we're not allowed to look at replays
Okay,
anymore.
so hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me
Okay,
out.
okay.
I have no idea what is going on. And I don't think either of the teams do either. Because what keeps happening is I feel like Kwangdong takes a commanding lead, right, and is able to generate a tempo advantage for themselves by chunking someone low or by getting an objective. And then they're like, but we gotta go further. We gotta do more.
You gotta go further beyond.
And
Yeah.
it backfires in just such an immense way.
So Kwangdong Freaks got the Cloud Soul.
Yes.
Right? And it ends up that... So Hamalife, yes, they're going to get a small Baron power play. They also won that crazy skirmish where Viper kind of just juked Bulldog out of existence. But at the end of the day, the game goes later. Both teams have pretty nice scaling, but Kwangdong Freaks have a Cloud Soul. So I think, actually, at the end, I guess you were right, Chronicler. I think that in this position, Kwangdong going to be happy to say, okay, well, we lost the Baron, the game extends, but now we have Cloud Soul.
Yes, but also, can they end a game? Like, wasn't it also the first series against Hanwha where Kwangdong actually won 2 games but then lost 0-2?
Yeah.
That happened, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't believe it. I'll see them. I'll believe it when I see them take down the Hanwha Life Nexus.
Also, Zeka is refusing to build an LDR. 4 items in. Still waiting on that one.
He went Maw instead.
Yeah, he doesn't want to deal damage to Sejuani. He would rather survive against Azir and Kai'Sa. And I mean, you have it on Viper, who's going to be kind of like your hyper carry. But Tristana's level 18, and having LDR so that the 2 of you can burst down the Sejuani so she's not as much of a threat, I think is definitely a consideration, but he doesn't go for it.
It all comes down to can Kwangdong get to Viper, because they are, outside of the Azir, I think they have a pretty tough time sieging. They are very short range. We'll see how much damage Bulldog can do. Is leading the damage charts at the moment. Viper's flash is almost back up as well, which makes engaging way harder. And there's
Check
no
the
Nash.
President.
It is, you know what this is setting up for?
Elder Flip.
Elder Flip.
We're back
Elder
in
Flip.
Challengers.
Yeah!
You know, we've got Grizzly now. We've got
Bulldog.
Ondu.
We've reached critical challengers mass.
We have enough. We have unlocked the Elder Flip.
All right,
as
double
Maul.
Maul. Yeah. And it makes sense because it's important to note that even though I do agree, I would rather have seen Zeka go for LDR before.
Yeah.
when you look at the damage per from Kwangdong, even Dudu is doing like not solely, but a ton of magic damage.
Yeah.
Given that he's gone for Wits End, given that he has his Zhonya's as well, and it all comes down to like, how many stopwatches do we have? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
King, he needs death cap. Okay, he has it.
Okay.
But
So nothing's gonna happen, and then we're gonna have Baron flip into Elder flip.
I hope you guys like burgers.
There's so much on the line here. There's the 2-0 week. There is Kwangdong finally killing a Nexus against Hanwha, something they haven't been able to dual split.
Have they learned? You don't win until you kill the Nexus. Until the Nexus HP hits 0, all bets are off. So, which comp do you actually favor in this position?
That's so tough, because I think looking at the fact that Taeun went for a Ginsu's, I think really hurts. Because actually going for like full poke Kai'Sa, like old school poke Kai'Sa, I think would have been a lot better. Because I do think that when you look at Kwangdong, their range damage is going to be exclusively coming as we have Double Void done now from Bulldog, right?
He sold his needlessly large rod to pick up a big staff right now because he needs the item power right now. But I think he wanted to go death cap, but
ideally, yeah. But like, look at as well. Like, there was so much MR on the enemy team. Like, Void is an absolutely ridiculous buy because everyone on Hanwha has opted into it very heavily, right? Negatron Croak, Grizzly, Double Maul, even Life is itemizing as Kwangdong. Oh my God! Hanwha Life thought that they were gonna go to Baron. They didn't know.
Should be inhibitor. A nice little.
It doesn't matter.
Nice little shimmy. Nice little maneuver.
Okay, but it's mid lane inhib. That one is barely relevant at this point in the game. 38 minutes in, Valdez.
Oh man, I can't take the tension.
Youngjae?
Oh, Youngjae. And the LDRs are finished. The Nature's Grasp comes out as the ult is there on the Andil, and it's gonna hit Youngjae. And they ult in onto Youngjae. He's going to be taken out. It's 5v4 now in favor of Hanwha Life Esports.
No, not like this. Not like this. Ooh,
and the Elder Drake is spawning.
Wait, we do see the poke. Is it enough?
Grizzly's so low. Like
They are really low.
He really needs this plant. Oh, he's not even going to do it. He's just going to use his passive.
Oh, you need to hit those Taeun. You need to land the poke. We see Andil.
Oh, they're just going to burst it down.
Man with a drain.
They're going in.
Andil's here.
Andil is baiting. Grizzly flashes over the wall. That's the jungler down, but now they're trying to get onto Bulldog. They get Zhonya's out as Zeka is taking it in. Bulldog is going to get Viper in, but Viper with the stopwatch will survive as Dudu gets in. Can they take out Viper? Can they take him out? Yes, they can. They take him out, but still Zeka lives. Zeka is in the backside. He's trying to get on top of Dudu here. Is now just running down the bot lane.
Youngjae's back up. Youngjae's back up.
I don't think you can do this dragon right now. They don't quite have the damage.
Grizzly is there, but Youngjae can try and make his way over. Dudu is low though.
Oh, Dudu's too low.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's the flip. It's the flip.
Not the flip. No, please, not the flip.
He's gonna flip. He has to.
Losing my mind.
He has to.
Youngjae doesn't get it. Oh, so close. And now Zeka's gonna get in. And, well, he's not going to take him out. So Youngjae will live, but... Oh, nice try, buddy. And that's going to be the Elder over to the side of Hanwha Life Esports.
As well.
And they should be able to force Baron to their side. And it all starts with the pick.
With one hook from Life. And then it's a chain reaction, right? They don't actually have Dudu there. And... Youngjae getting cut there at this point in the game. Obviously, LDR is done. There's more than enough damage. Can't have that happen. And then here we have Andil not really able to join the fight. Yes, doesn't end up going down, but still, it's a 3 versus 5 effectively. Bulldog able to not take the damage, then goes in, but only actually ends up getting Viper, right?
Yeah.
And then ends up going down afterwards.
Viper lives for a long time.
So long. And Taeun, the Killer Instinct shield doesn't actually get any value. And yeah, that's going to be the Nash.
They're going to try to run mid.
Yeah, they have to. Yeah, they have to just shove out whichever wave they can get. Like, Baron is gone, right? You're just trying to stall time so that they can't siege with both Baron and Elder. They still have about a minute and a little bit left on the Elder. You see as well Kingen wanting to safeguard the wave.
I feel like this game is far from over. I think we have like, because there's only a minute left on Elder.
We have no idea.
The mid-tier 1 is still alive for Kwangdong, so Life, yes, they can group, and they're going to try to get as much value as they can, but I think Kwangdong can at least kind of, they can just wait and like let them push mid and not fight for a minute. Like, I think they can do that and still live. And then if Elder's gone, I think there's still a chance we extend in this game. And their wave clear is decent with the Azir, as long as this doesn't happen.
Shiv as well.
My Vigil looking to poke him down.
No blue.
Yeah, still trying to land those Qs, and you know what? I mean,
yeah, they're gonna get mid. Give them mid.
Oh, the nice. Why? Just leave.
Let him.
Just leave.
Oh, the subwatch.
Just give them
the
turret. Give them the turret. Okay.
Let him have it. Let him have it. It's 15 seconds.
I am losing my mind, Chronicler.
It's fine. We can have it. It's okay.
Hold me.
After this game, Valdez, we need to make it through.
Just
so,
scorch earth it. Just let
fine.
them push. Take your inhibitor. It's okay. They're about to lose the Elder.
And now we can fight.
And again,
both mid inhibitors are down. Are we looking for a flank angle? Young just playing very far forward.
Yeah, Elder.
I know about this. QSS is there for Viper as well. GA. Oh, they're waking up. Oh, they know. They know.
Seeker. Ooh.
Kingen is waiting. The front lines just aren't tanky enough. This Aphelios is so hard to deal with. But Taeyun isn't doing enough damage with his Void Seekers.
Yeah.
The front line is there.
Still Baron buff available, so they're going to push into top lane.
Almost 2 inhibs.
Young just trying to gain some health now. And try to be able to provide a front line, but there's so much AP on this Gragas that they can't even walk by the barrel. So that's the inner gone.
Yeah, and this is where the range comes in, the experience of Hanwha Life, as that ult is not going to do the work you need it to. As Dudu, he's spotted.
Yeah, they read it. The Maokai coming into big effect, the sapling spotting
30
him.
seconds.
43 minutes. Almost 44 in this game.
How close is he to his death cap? That would be such a big spike.
All right, they're trying to go in. They're going to press their buttons. They get on top of the Azir, and Bulldog goes down immediately. The damage is there. Zeka takes out Andil, and Taeyun is the only damage available. Dudu's being zoned out on the right side. Youngjae will go down, and I think Hanwha finally did it, as they will be able to take this game. Taeyun just going to get flashed on. The Zonya's buying time. Is there a wave? Wait, is there a wave? Dudu coming on in, trying to buy some time, and looks like they have enough damage. Yeah, just hit the Nexus. That's going to do it. 44.5 minutes, and Hanwha Life Esports going to let them duke it out and then eventually hit the Nexus. What a insanely tense game that we had there in game number 2. Hanwha Life Esports able to just barely skirt that line and then cross it. 44 minutes in.
I have to vote for POG.
Abstain.
Oh, Kwangdong. This is so much worse than if you just lost.
I know.
You know, you just lost 2-0. That happens.
Like a 24-minute clapping, you know,
fine.
like just
they
got so close.
I need to vote for someone.
I think I would vote for Kingen, actually.
Yeah, it might have been the vote. I don't know.
Who'd you go for?
I went for Zeka because, you know, he had the explosion. That
yeah,
was cool.
he did do some bomba.
It might have been Kingen. I don't know.
Could have been Viper, even. There's a Life hit a couple of hooks there at the end. And, yeah, I mean, don't get us wrong, guys. Hanwha Life Esports 2-0. It's kind of like what we expected, right? But we tasted a series on our hands. We thought Kwangdong Freaks were going to make it interesting, and then we were denied, right? So that's the disappointment you might hear. But at the end of the day, Hanwha Life Esports, the better team, and a 2-0 is a 2-0.
But that's what I'm saying, right?
Get it done.
The score between Hanwha Life Esports and Kwangdong is 4-0. But that does not tell you the story of what we witnessed today and last time. And Hanwha Life Esports, a win is a win is a win. And Grizzly obviously feeling right at home. This is what he left. This is what he came back to.
Yeah.
Him and Kingen showing off, flexing a little bit there, and Grizzly, a lot of a tougher time this game, but by the end, it didn't really matter anymore with how the game played out.
You know, some of his ults were pretty good. Some of them were not, but you know that one at the end where, I mean, he was able to press it, just following up on life. I feel like, man, Quantum Freaks are so close to making some of these crazy late game situations go their way, and it's just barely not enough. Like here, he ulted them away. Like they were trying to isolate Bulldog and 100-0 him with Maokai Nautilus, but instead he lives. And I mean, at the end of the day, you can't say much because Zeka kept the dream alive alongside a Kingin.
And you can see as well, I think some of the mistakes that we keep seeing from this team is them also experiencing what we're seeing, right? Like Bulldog and Taeun play like maniacs in this game. Like the amount of over-aggressive plays that we saw, and it makes sense if you look at how the team has performed, because their consistent issue has been this, like actually winning a game, actually closing it out. And for Hanwha, their early game for the large part of the split has not been good. They've really been relying solely on Viper, and now slowly we're starting to see Grizzly has been a great addition. We're seeing Life come somewhat back to form. Like Hanwha Life are ramping up, but games like this make you wonder, as this is where it starts. It's the, you know, the Taeun play.
One moment.
Watch
him get hit by the grasp. He runs into the other tendril, and that's what gets him caught.
Yeah.
It's like such a tiny little maneuver that might be haunting him in his dreams, because if he lives, I mean, we might see a totally different fight.
And so many moments that were so close, but not end. It doesn't end up being enough. Yeah, Kingin actually, man, the team fighting from him.
Yeah,
exceptional. It's fine. I think I'm excused for a Keck W.
Maybe
after
this time we get bailed out by media. They're like the one time they're like 3 votes for Kingin, easy. They just get it.
No, but I voted for Zeka. Yeah.
Oh, so we get bailed out from your vote.
By media. Yeah, that'd be
by media going for Kingin,
I
giving him the votes.
I know the desk went for. Actually, I'm not going to spoil it. They can do that themselves.
Okay.
Interesting. I don't want to give anything away.
Yeah. And the comms here are so tense. I want to just block him. All right, we got it. Try to get the kill. Don't end. If you end, I'll be disappointed. And then, they just ended because he was about to die. And yeah,
that's a Kwangron gold graph right there. This team is so close to actually.
I know.
It's actually being good. They're so close, Valdez. But it's a 2-0. Hanwha take the clean 2-0. Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. Just move right along. Don't even watch the series. No, it was a great couple of games. We were very entertained. We were worried at the beginning of game 2 as well. We were like, it's 1-0 at 20 minutes, remember? And we were like, oh, well, I guess this game won't have that much action. Boy, were we wrong. We're done here on the caster's desk. We did have 2-0s all the way through this entire week, so not a lot of gaming this time around. And guys, we do have the space standing by, so let's head over to Lore and Atlas and Huni and see what they have to say about this one.
We have a lot of things to say about this one, honestly. I didn't think anything could top the Sandbox versus Longshin series we had yesterday, but I was clearly wrong. I hope you guys enjoyed all this at home, because we surely did. I want to talk about the draft here first.
I don't. Huni, do you want to talk about the draft?
All right.
Okay.
It was not about the draft, for sure. But no, still some stuff to say about this and some interactions on some shows.
Yeah, okay. So if we were to be serious about it, I did like some of the adaptation that was done. You know, getting Zeka off a Melee champion, kind of cool idea. Taking Sejuani away from Hanwha Life Esports, just generally a good thing to do. And topside matchup, pretty cool for Gragas, right?
That's right. And I mean, it's just like Hanwha Life, they have a double AD carry with the Maokai, obviously, and the Gragas and Nautilus is great pilling. So that's, you know, later of the game when the value is pretty high. So that's what happened, basically.
It was irrelevant, entirely irrelevant to how the game went.
Yeah, and even we're going to throw the first highlight a bit later. The early game was rather slow-paced, and then it became an entire fiesta that started on top lane. Shall we roll the replay here? I'm talking about 21 minutes into the game. One of the first glimpses that we had that this game was going to be a complete fiesta.
And
what happened
honestly,
there.
like it felt to me like Kwangdong Freaks were just in control for so long. I was thinking we are going to get a 3-gamer this week. It's not going to be 2-0s the entire time.
Whole time.
And this was working in the right direction, right?
Yeah.
Like Zeka here, spacing was decent. It holds onto the ultimate, and then holds on and holds onto the and holds, and then he's dead.
Refuse to ult, and then they wipe here. Like they kill everyone, and then they go to the Baron, and it's like everything is in control. They're also Soul Point. It's really in control as well.
And it was Cloud Soul as well, the best soul in the universe.
Entire League of Legends history.
Yeah.
Entire.
I don't understand how they keep on doing it though, because they won the game, but they lost the game back to back, and I feel like it also happened the first time around.
Yeah,
so
it's so sad because it was exactly this matchup.
Yeah.
It was exactly into Harmer Life Esports that Kwangdong Freaks just won until they fell off a cliff, and then did exactly the same thing in the next game. And this was a more heartbreaking version because they got so much closer, and it felt like even the fights were closer. It felt like their mindset was better, but then there were these tiny little moments like
You sure it's tiny?
Well, yeah, not that tiny. I'm getting back Ragus. Like Kingan's body slam boop that just kills 2 people and turns it into a 4-for-4, which it could have been actually a team fight victory for Kwangdong Freaks, and then they win the game. There were so many of these moments where like Harmer Life Esports just kept getting away with it.
I'm wondering how much of this is like the nerves playing, the fear of winning. Huni, you've been there, you've been playing professionally. What do you attribute this to, the failures of the
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I would like to shout out to HLE. They never gave up. At least.
Yeah, no, they didn't.
You know, that's one thing. Like, they found an opportunity. They actually waited for until them to make a mistake, which is Kwangdong Freaks. They make a mistake, and the HLE find an opportunity to come back the game. Yeah. So they got the Elder eventually. They got the Baron, and then they end the game. Like, that's the like, it's good. Like, we know HLE was a strong team, but we also knew that HLE got stronger at 40 minutes.
Yeah. And I honestly love the fact that you went with this approach, answering to my question here, because it comes down to seizing these opportunities, especially in very clutch moments like this. Let's roll the second highlight, the Elder, as we call it. And is that the one? No, the fight that led to Elder, rather.
Yeah, I mean, this fight is like really hilarious. If you see it, like, I think Kwangdong Freaks had an opportunity that can actually peel the Sejuani earlier, just like go in with his Azir and Jax at the same time, like Kaisa winning it. Like, even right now, I think HLE is like, they're not healthy enough to fight 4v5, but Kwangdong Freaks actually has a soul point. They do have a soul. They do have a class soul. They can easily fight, but they're just not fighting well.
And it's weird because you talk all through the game about don't engage onto a Leona. You can engage onto a Leona when your Aphelios has all of the items under the sun. Like, because she still melts like butter. Like, Viper was doing so much damage, Zeka was doing so much damage even if he didn't build an LDR, and Kwangdong Freaks, they kind of got outscaled, but also did have like some of these moments where it looked like it could happen, but the coordination was a lot better. It feels like Harmer Life Esports have someone with a voice saying, this is what we have to do, and no matter what it is, they're doing it together. And that is the main thing about League of Legends. A bad decision that everyone just does is better than a good decision that splits the team.
Yeah, completely. And you can feel the hesitations on the side of Kwangdong here. And honestly, coming back after a game like this, so much back and forth, I got scared here, I have to say.
Well, I mean, HLE, they had to take a smite battle, which is like, they had to take a burger flip right here. Otherwise, they're going to lose. There's a chance that they're going to lose the game. I mean, there's a big chance, honestly, like they knew that they barely won the team fight because it was a 4v5.
So I have to say, that smite was pretty clean though, from Grizzly and Zeka, timing it together with the explosive charge. Pretty hard to get over that wall and then immediately note exactly where that charge is up to based on the color of the explosion thingy. Even though there is clearly a one that's going to go off, but. Man, it was nicely done, and I have to say, very proud of Grizzly.
Yeah.
Even in the last fight that I don't think we actually have a highlight of because there's only so many that we can do, and there were so many in the game.
We'll see with the POG highlight.
Yeah, that's true. We will see it there, but like, I'm just so proud of him because even after all that time.
About this actually, because we had enough sample games of Grizzly to rate his impact on the team. What do we make of what he's been doing for the team and how successful Hanwha Life has been and decisive has been since he arrived?
Well, I mean, personally, I think that even game one, the first highlight was like he wasn't making one the decision every single gank and all the game he wasn't managing. If he's not actually proactive play in the early game, HLE is not doing anything. Like he's actually one the main member that around they're playing around him, and he's making one the decision making all the game. Everyone trusting him. Like that's good to see.
That is absolutely fantastic. And I like that it's just juxtaposed next to what I just said about him making late game decisions to go in. Because oftentimes young players find it very, very hard to make those big decisions in games where there's so much on the line. And you saw him flash W, didn't care. He was all the way in there. And I massively respect that for such a young player. I mean, this is his fourth LCK game. Like it's
LCK game coming in difficult times for the team. Is it worth giving him the player of the game though? Let's reveal, shall we? And see if he got it here, because there's a lot of candidates. Kingen, I think it's also a worthy
4-0-4 Grizzly knockdown.
I mean, we did Kingen because he did play perfectly, which is like he has no death at all. Like in the game, like every skirmish, he was appealing really well, and he saved the game basically, right?
I mean, I think we're going to be getting to the moment, right, where he body slams over and just slams two people into the ground. Explosive charge, of course, helping out, but that play honestly felt to me like it saved the game. If you've still got Jax and Azir up and you've only got a couple of Nexus turrets between you and losing the game, I mean, that was going to be all it.
To see like how he never died in team fight, like he barely died. He played perfectly all the time with the Zhonya and Starbucks, and he barely leave. Like that actually matter a lot in this game, like because it goes a 40-minute game.
Couple of votes going into the mid lane as well.
Yeah, I could see it. But yeah, there were a lot of candidates, honestly, to turn this game around and grab the victory in the end. I think the interview is ready on stage, so Dear, take it away, and we'll come back after this.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Viper and Kingen on the side of HLE. Viper, with the 2-0 victory by HLE, you have achieved 1,000 LCK kills. Congratulations!
할 만큼 했다는 생각이 들고요. 네, 좀 오래 했고.
Yeah, it feels like I've played for a very long time and
승리로 마무리할 수
definitely made
있어서
it this
오늘
far.
좋은
But
것 같아요.
regardless of how happy I am regarding the 1,000th kill, I'm really happy about the victory today.
이제 강팀들을 다시 이겨야 되는 입장에서 기세라는 게 정말 중요했는데 오늘 2대0으로
Since we're in the position where we need to win against stronger teams, feels like we took a step into being able to win, and we'll make sure to keep this momentum going. And Viper, Kaisa happens to be your most played champion. How does it feel to achieve 1,000 kills with your signature champion?
네, 킬 먹기 좋은 구조로 돼 있어서
Yeah, I feel like Kaisa's design allows you to get a lot of kills.
킬보다는 승리가 중요해서 이겨서
But
다행입니다.
as I said earlier, I'm happier about the victory as compared to the number of kills I got. And Kingen, please congratulate Viper.
저는 1000킬을 언제 할 수 있을까요?
You know, I wonder when will I get to 1,000th kill myself?
최선을 다해서 노력해 보겠습니다.
네, 응원하겠습니다.
I'll be sure to try hard to get that far myself. So patch 13.12 marked the rise of Kaisa. Is she the best AD carry you can take initiative with?
혼자 팀 게임이다 보니까 아무래도 혼자 할 수는 없는데 그래도
Since it's a
챔피언
team
자체가
game,
변수가
can't really do everything on your own. But I feel like as long as there's a good
괜찮은 것 같아요.
good setup for Kaisa, you can definitely pop off with Kaisa. And in game 1, the early triple kill bot was incredible. So let's take a look at the replay.
이때
Please walk us through right here.
먼저 오는 걸로 싸움을 걸어보려 했는데
Right here.
상대가 잘 받아쳐서
We wanted to go in first, but they definitely reacted lot better than we
어떻게든
thought.
마비되든 일단 싸우자라고 생각했고
I feel like
잘 된
at
것
this
같아요.
point we were just like, you know, we have to fight here, whether we go down or not. So,
뭐 이렇게 초반뿐만 아니라 경기 내내 카이사로 캐리를 하셨고
and not only did your Kaisa carry the early game, but you also ended up carrying the rest of the game and received an unanimous POG.
6연승 중인데 이 세트에서는 이 조합이 나오게 됐습니다.
And it seems like Tristana and Abelius 280 carry comp is on a 6-win streak. So what situation calls for a 280 carry comp?
투타가 요즘에 미드로 썼을 때
I feel like, yeah, it happens to be 280 carries, but it's just that Tristana happens to be a really good champion right now. So
부럽고 좀 너무 세더라고. 그래서 그냥 투타가 좋아서 이렇게 계속 나오는 것 같아요.
it's just that Tristana is a really good champion that you can actually use mid, so it looks like you're using a 280 carry comp.
이번
And
서머에서만
Kingen,
그라가스가 4전 전승 중입니다.
you're undefeated with Gragas this summer, 4 wins and 0 loss. And after the Gragas nerf, it's harder to use him as a tank. So how good is damage Gragas against Jax? Although Gragas got a nerf on his passive, his mana usage for Q has been reduced. So I feel like depending on how you play him, it could be considered a buff.
좀 너프가 맞지만 자기가 패는 구도에서는 좀 버프인.
So I feel like it's a buff as long as you use him situationally if you're able to deal more damage.
그럼에도 불구하고 이번 경기에서 내줬던 이유는
So
또 뭘까요?
even though Jax is considered a strong pick, why did you leave him open?
제가 잭스 대 그라가스 구도에 있어서 되게 자신이 있었고.
I feel like
좀
I'm pretty confident when it comes to Jax Gragas matchup.
끌고 온 상황이었는데 그래도 두두 선수가 좀 제
feel like
생각보다
it's-
더 잘해서 게임이 힘들었는데 그래도 이겨서 다행인 것 같습니다.
I was trying to outplay as Gragas against Jax, although Dudu was actually really good as Jax.
역전의 발판을 만든 순간은 언제라고
And game 2 was just
생각하세요?
flips after flips after flips.
일단 게임
A
끝날
bloody
때까지
40-minute
정말
fiesta. So which
한치 앞도
moment
볼
did you
수
feel
없는
like the
그런
game was won?
경기였다고 생각을 해서
I feel like we definitely couldn't predict anything.
시작점인 순간은 딱히 없었던 것 같고요.
So I can't really pinpoint which moment we felt like it was won.
저희한테 좀 많이
But the moment we got Elder and Baron, we were able to feel like we actually have some sort of prio.
이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 바론 한타가 열렸고
And we have to go
불리했던 상황에서
over
내셨는데
the Baron
이때
fight.
뭐 어떠셨어요?
And you got your double kill
처음에 한타가
right here
시작했을
with the
때는
number
우리
disadvantage. So what happened
건우랑
here?
고현이 잘 지켜야지 하고 생각했다가 어느 순간 흐름이
Feel like
진
I was like,
흐름이더라고, 이 순간부터.
I have to protect
최대한
Zeka and
도망가면서
Viper.
상대가 따라오는 거를 잘 받아쳐야겠다라는 생각으로 도망가고
And I feel like at this point we're just trying to run away while trying to counter what they're doing or them coming in over here.
판단을 보면서 이렇게 마지막 한타까지 잘 마무리를 해주셨군요. 좋습니다. 자 이제 다음 상대가 기다리고 있습니다. 연승을 달리고
And now
있는
up
KT
next
롤스터인데요. 승부처는 어디라고
will
생각하시나요,
be
바이퍼
KT Rolster, who's on a win streak. So
롤스터를 상대로 요즘은
how do you think you can win
상대도
against
사실
them?
바텀이 너무 중요한 것 같아요. 그래서
I feel like bot is so important right now.
밟아주도록 하겠습니다.
I'll make sure to step on
KT
Lihan.
상대로 또 멋진 바텀 플레이 기대해 보도록 하겠고요. 킹겐 선수도 각오 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
And what about you,
우리
Kingen?
딜러들 잘 지키면서 제가 또 공격도 하고
Make
수비도
sure
하고
that we-
잘해서 꼭 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
That I protect my carries and make sure that I do a lot of damage output.
하나생명 e스포츠 선수들과 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Again, congratulations, and this will be the end of the interview with Viper and Kingen, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, Dio, for wonderful translation. As always, I think it's going to be an interesting challenge for Hanwha Life Esports if they want to establish themselves again as one of the top dogs in the LCK to face against KT Rolster. But I don't think it's the easiest matchup to do so.
No, last time they took a game though.
Yeah.
And that's the only information that I have to go off.
But
I have no idea how it's going to
It's not the same beast.
You sure? I mean, I expect KT to win, but I watched both of these teams play today, and a whole bunch of weird things happened.
I'm not sure what we're looking at here, but again, it makes sense with the game we had. Huni, I have a question for you. I don't want to flame you, but I kind of want to flame you actually, because you predicted Hanwha Life to lose their 2 games this week. I would like to know what was your understanding of the team and what made you think this.
I mean, I just love being, if there's an underdog, it's always fun. If there's an upset in the game, then LCK is pretty fun, but it's boring too all week. So I guess I'm wrong.
Was it the expected teams? I felt I was wrong a bunch of times this week, but it might have been I was just predicting badly. I'm not entirely sure. Felt like it wasn't super predictable, but once game 1 was over in every series, we're like, oh, okay, so it's going to be like that. And then it was like that.
Yeah, it was like, I would like to know what we have next week on the schedule, although I'm not sure that we are watching what we're supposed to watch here.
True, we need to bring up the schedule.
I can bring up the schedule for you guys. I will find it just now because we don't have it on the monitor right now, but that's fine. I will find it. We're gonna open the week with Live Sandbox versus D plus Kia. On our Saturday showdown, it's gonna be Kwangdong Freaks versus Live Sandbox. A good match, I think, for the race for 6th place.
No, absolutely. I think there are actually a bunch of bangers. When you have a week that has a few pretty obvious ones, then you're bound to back it up with some pretty interesting ones. I think like this matchup that we've already spoken about, Hamalife Esports versus KT, that's kind of match of the week for me.
Yeah.
Because I feel like every match is a test for KT because they are so high up, like the tracks are gonna run out. It's happening. It's gotta happen soon.
Yeah, I mean, even though they lost it today, the Guangdong, like they still know that it's really important that it's like, they're still good shape. It's still good spot for getting sick. So that's all
It's gonna be, and we have the challengers, of course, here on the schedule. Atlas, anything we should have our eyes on here?
Well, the state of Challenger at the moment is D plus Kia are amazing, and everyone else are teams in Challenger. That's how that one goes. D plus are undefeated. They haven't lost a single map, not once, plus 20 points out of their 10 matches played. They are obscenely good. But Hamalife Esports, Nongshim, both of these teams looking pretty good at the moment as well. Gen G, surprisingly performing well, so definitely worth looking out for.
Awesome. Great, great menu on the LCK week 6 this week, and that will be the end of the broadcast.
No, it's not. It's not because it's a sad time for us here at the LCK. We'll say goodbye to Law for a few weeks. She is going back to the LEC.
Where are you going?
Oh my God.
We've got some flowers. Thank you so much for hosting for us. It's been absolutely amazing having a real host here at the LCK for the first time. We just had to deal with weird play-by-plays.
Yeah.
From now on.
Honestly, Max hosting was a fake. Valdez was fake. You're the real one here.
Yeah.
You saved the word.
Yeah. And so now we get to experience what life was like without you, so that we desperately want you back even more when you do finally come back. You are coming back, right?
When are you coming back?
I'm coming back for playoffs. I'm coming back for playoffs, of course.
Thank God.
If I can take 1 minute here, it's been amazing being here, honestly, being welcomed by you guys, by the production, and by the amazing LCK fans. Also, you guys gave me such a warm welcome, and I have a new family now, so of course I'm gonna come back. Thank you all again. I had such a great time here, but I will keep on watching the LCK with you guys, of course. Yeah, there you go, back in playoffs. I love this graphic. It reminds me of Jin.
Yeah, it does.
I missed
it's the Glad plane. This one's the Glad plane. The other one was the sad plane, because that was when you were going back to LEC, even though your face still had a smile on it. It was very confusing. But the Glad plane is the fact that you're going to be back here for playoffs.
Well,
I almost went back to LEC. I'm gonna go.
Don't do it.
I'm gonna go now, and I will come back to playoffs for sure. Guys, thank you so much for following week 5. Thank you guys for being with me at the space today, and take care. Stay safe. Follow the LCK next week. Bye bye, and see you soon, guys.
Safe travel.
On the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the wall.